Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Luffy Ace Sabo Rescued Law from Doflamingo. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. On the island of Goa in a remote corner of the East Blue Sea, was a small town called Fuchsia. It was a tiny little town with a couple stores and only one pub, but it was cozy and comfortable. When asked, most people mistook the name for Fuchsia City in South Blue. It was off most maps and comfortably under the radar, which was why it was the perfect place to hide the children of some of the world's most wanted criminals. Over a decade earlier, Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp left the son of the Pirate King with a group of bandits just outside of Fuchsia. Portgas D. Ace would have his 11th birthday in 2 months. Although he hated even thinking of his birthday, he would reluctantly celebrate with his little brother Luffy and his slightly older brother Sabo. What he didn't know was that his adopted grandfather would bring him the worst early birthday present ever. They fought a giant python this time. It was so long that it could wrap around a house twice and had fangs as tall as a teenage boy. Unfortunately for the poor python, it was facing 3 violent, almost preteen boys in a fight to the death, and it lost terribly. Ha, we did it. The smallest of the boys cheered loudly, leaping into the air with a fist pump. His straw hat was too big for his head, but he wore it anyways, letting it slip down his forehead and muss up his black hair. A huge smile stretched across his face at their accomplishment. "Why are you so happy, Luffy? You left all the work to Sabo and me," the other dark-haired boy growled. Although he had a similar complexion and hair color to the younger Luffy, they didn't look all that alike. Where Luffy's hair was thin and straight, Ace's was thick and wavy. Luffy had a small scar below his left eye, but Ace had freckles across his nose and cheeks. Luffy's eyes were wide and a warm dark brown. Ace's eyes were narrow and a cool gray color. "But I really tried hard this time," Luffy whined. "You almost got it in the head with your punch." The last boy, Sabo, tried to make peace. "I think you're improving a lot." Sabo looked nothing like the other 2 boys. His skin was a warmer tone, his eyes a dark blue, and his blonde hair was cut short and close to his head. Regardless of their different looks, all 3 boys were brothers. They were not born to the same parents, but they considered themselves brothers in all but blood. As the oldest, Ace and Sabo often found themselves looking after their dopey little brother and making sure he didn't get in too much trouble. But most of the time, that was impossible. Trouble followed Luffy like a parasite. "You're always too nice to him, Sabo," Ace grumbled, slightly annoyed at how Luffy jumped excitedly around the blonde brother. Luffy stopped to stick his tongue out at Ace. "Sabo's the best big brother. Ace sucks." "What? I shared some of my food with you last night." "You did? I didn't notice." "Why you?" Sabo laughed when Ace smacked Luffy in the head. Sometimes his brothers could be so funny. The late afternoon sounds of the forest were shattered by an earth-splitting scream. It was a scream of pure emotional pain that echoed throughout the forest, disturbing a flock of birds from their perch in the tree. "What was that?" Ace yelled, worried because the scream sounded so familiar. "I think it was coming from the bandit camp," Sabo replied, and they all exchanged anxious looks. They left the dead python behind and jumped back into the woods. Branches whipped at their faces and tore at their dirty clothes, but all 3 boys ignored the stinging pain. As they ran closer to the camp, raised voices could be heard. One of them was extremely recognizable to 2 of the brothers. "Is that Gramps?" Luffy asked Ace, slightly out of breath. Their training in the woods was improving his stamina bit by bit, and he could finally keep up with the older boys. "Sounds like it, but why is he here?" "Ace, isn't your birthday coming up soon?" Sabo called back. "Maybe he came for that." "The old man doesn't care about that." Ace scowled fiercely. He hated being reminded of his birthday. "But why is Dadden yelling?" When they burst from the woods, the 3 boys came across a curious sight. Curly Dadden, the bandit leader and foster mother to the 3 boys, was in tears on the ground. Her screams had dissolved into wails that the boys heard every now and then when they made too much of a mess. The other bandits were in shock around her, staring at the man in front of them. Vice Admiral Garp stood high above them with his thick arms crossed over his chest in the no-nonsense stance that Luffy knew so well. A large and very old crescent-shaped scar circled his left eye. He seemed to have grayed a little more from the last time he visited. "Boy, Gramps," Luffy waved from the edge of the clearing. Ace smacked him in the back of the head, but the damage had been done. "What did you say?" Garp yelled. His deep voice rumbled over the clearing. "Such a disrespectful grandson I have. Looks like you need more lessons to turn you into a respectable Marine." "But I don't." The rest of Luffy's words were smothered by Sabo and Ace's hands clamping tightly over his mouth. Garp raised an eyebrow. He knew exactly what Luffy was going to say, but he would ignore it. Only this one time, since he had much more important things to deal with. Regardless, no grandson of his would ever become a pirate. "Come over here, boys." They hesitantly joined the group in front of the bandit log house and ignored the sniffling Dadden. For such a large and tough-looking woman, she could sure be sensitive. Boys, I want to introduce you to someone. He looked down to his side and the boys followed his gaze, finally noticing two small figures that they hadn't seen before standing in Garp's shadow. One was a small boy with a large, furry white and gray spotted hat, although he had a large black coat on. Anyone could see how small and skinny he was. Dark bruises under his eyes made his eyes look much brighter, and strange white patches were spread across his visible skin, giving him a sickly look. His gaze was cold. His eyes looked dead, as if he had lost all interest in the present. Beside him was a small white polar bear cub. The boys stared. This is Trafalgar Law. He will be living here with you from now on. Garp went to pat the sickly-looking boy's head, but he ducked out of the way without looking up, and Garp's hand swung through thin air. And the bear? What about the bear? Luffy asked, his eyes fixated on the polar bear, which blinked back at him before slowly lowering its head. The light was playing tricks on them because the bear almost looked like it was blushing. But bears don't blush or get embarrassed. It's Law's bear. Don't try and eat it, you brat. Garp grabbed Luffy and picked him up so they could look in the eye. I don't want you three to speak a word of Law's presence here, understand? He has some very dangerous enemies. Ace scowled and glared at the new boy. This boy was apparently going to be even more trouble than Luffy. Law ignored him and continued to stare blankly ahead, unaffected by the idea of his dangerous enemies. Garp dropped Luffy to the ground, ignoring his protest. I'll be off then. I have to get back to my ship. And Daden, the woman's big fat crocodile tears long enough to hear Garp's next words. Don't let Law have any knives or sharp objects. I had to put my crew back together twice after he got into the kitchen. Daden started crying for real again. Ace and Sabo exchanged dark looks and eyed the new boy wearily. Something wasn't right about him. In fact, something about him was downright creepy. Perhaps it was his complete silence in response to all the commotion going on around them, or the way he stared right through them. There was something off about that boy, and Ace wanted nothing to do with him. Judging by Sabo's expression, the blonde felt as uneasy as he did. Apparently Luffy didn't agree. Hi, Luffy chirped. His invasion of the boy's personal space made everyone but Garp uneasy. I'm Luffy. Your name is Law, right? The boy's eyes narrowed at the casual use of his personal name by a complete stranger, but he didn't respond. Are you my new brother? What? Ace and Sabo were perfectly in unison, expressing their disbelief at the stupidity of Luffy's question. In no way did they want to have any contact with the creepy new kid. The boy blinked and gave the younger boy a look that clearly stated what he thought of Luffy's intelligence, or lack thereof. No, he deadpanned. Oh, then you will be soon. Luffy ignored the boy's decidedly deadly look and looked at the polar bear cub sitting behind Law. What's with the bear? He's mine. Don't talk to him. The words were meant to be threatening, but Law said it in such a deadpan tone that no one could figure out how serious he was. To clear the air about his intentions, Law continued in the same monotone voice. Try to eat him and I'll gouge out your eyeballs with a spoon. Everyone but Luffy and Garp felt a shiver go down their spine. Sabo's face turned 2 shades paler and he shuffled closer to Ace. Leaning over, he whispered, I think we might have to be careful around him. I think he might just try and slit our throats while we sleep. Ace could only nod in response. Luffy either didn't hear Law or didn't understand the threat. What's his name? Where did you get him? What can he do? Law stared at the chatty dark-haired boy and wondered if something was wrong with the boy's head. Maybe he could practice his gathered knowledge on brain surgery to see exactly which part of the boy's brain had stopped functioning. Ipo, North Blue, many things. Now go away. North Blue, cool. Is it cold there? Ace wanted to join Daden in tears at the stupidity of his little brother. Looks like you boys will be getting along well. Garp ignored the dirty looks everyone but Luffy and Bippo the polar bear shot him. I'm going now. See you boys. And then the mountain bandits and 3 boys dreaming of being pirates were left with the creepiest boy from North Blue and his pet polar bear. The clearing was silent for several minutes after Garp left. The mountain bandits and the boys stared at the new arrivals, not sure what exactly to do with them. Ace and Sabo had no desire to approach the creepy kid, and Luffy was far more interested in finding the runaway booger in his nose than helping out with the awkward situation. Law himself was rather fascinated with how far the shortest child had managed to stick his finger up his nose. He was subconsciously re-evaluating the physical limitations of booger picking. Finally, one of the mountain bandits named Dogra stepped forward. A beige turban had slipped slightly off his head and his hold on the dictionary in his hand was shaky at best. All right, Law-kun. You'll be staying with the B-boys. Can you boys show him your room? Ace and Sabo just glared at him, not moving. They didn't live in the log house anymore, so it wasn't their business. Apparently Luffy didn't get the memo. Sure, Luffy chirped and ran towards the log house. Come on, Law. Law picked up the old and worn black backpack at his feet and trailed behind the perky boy. The polar bear shuffled in behind him. One of the other bandits was brave enough to ask the bear to stay outside, but that was the extent of his courage. He quickly backed off at Trafalgar Law's dark glare, and the bear ambled comfortably into the log house. Are we really going to leave Luffy alone with that kid? Sabo raised an eyebrow at his brother. No, Ace grumbled. The two barged inside the building and up to the rafters. Luckily, Luffy was still alive and in one piece, chattering away about sleeping arrangements. The bear was sniffing the floor and testing the rotting wood under his weight. Sabo sleeps there, Ace sleeps next to him, and I sleep next to Ace. You can sleep next to me, okay. And sometimes we get a bath, but we all have to go at once because there's not much hot water. And we have to hunt for food because the bandits don't have much money. But that's okay because it's good training and Dadden cooks what we bring back. Have you ever hunted before? I want the animals to be my pets, but if they become meat then I'm happy. Law was staring at Luffy like the boy was a puzzle just waiting to be solved. Were you dropped on your head as a child? I don't know, Luffy shrugged, still with a giant smile. But Gramps hits me a lot. He says it will make me a good Marine. But I don't want to be a Marine. Luffy paused and seemed to be waiting. Ace shook his head in exasperation. He knew exactly what Luffy wanted Law to do. Apparently Law got the message, and in a tone of voice appropriate for an exasperated adult humoring a child, asked, what do you want to be? A pirate. Luffy cheered. I'm gonna be a great pirate like Shanks. Law chuckled, and it wasn't a pleasant tone. The darkness in his laugh made the hairs on Sabo's arms stand up on end. A pirate? Huh. Law's smirk had years of knowledge twisted into it. There was a cruel twist to his lips and his eyes were shadowed by his hat. If they could see his eyes, all three boys would be terrified by the unpleasant-looking hat. Yeah, just like Shanks. Luffy's non-stop babbling about Shanks the pirate got old very quickly, but Ace and Sabo hadn't heard him talk about the man in a while. You mean red-haired Shanks? You know him? It finally seemed as if Luffy had something of worth to tell the creepy new boy. He gave me this hat. Luffy patted the worn and frayed straw hat on his head. I promised to give it back to him when I become a great pirate. He's one of the strongest rising pirates in the world. They say he could be on par with Whitebeard. Law was amused by the boy's ambitions. It would take a lot to impress him. I know, but I'm not giving up. Luffy smiled brightly. Law blinked at the smile that stretched from ear to ear. He seemed almost surprised about something. Ace nudged Sabo, and they both nodded at each other in understanding. Law-kun, how about we let you get settled? Come on, Luffy, let's go. Sabo tugged on Luffy's rubbery arm. But I want to play with Law and Bippo. Luffy whined, eyeing the fluffy white bear he had yet to pet. It stared at him suspiciously. Bippo knew exactly what the boy was thinking. They must be tired from traveling with Garp-san. Just let them rest today. Ace joined Sabo, and together they pulled their stubborn little brother from the log house. They darted past the bandits outside, still dragging Luffy behind him. Good luck. They called back and disappeared into the forest. They didn't stop running until they reached the tree house. Luffy whined and protested the entire way, complaining about leaving behind his new friend. Ace and Sabo sat him down in the middle of the house and glared at him with their arms crossed. What? Are you an idiot, Luffy? Ace started, his temper getting the better of him. In case you didn't notice, that kid is dangerous. You need to stay away from him. Not true. He's a good person. He has a pet bear. Luffy yelled back, his hands clenched into fists on his knees. He and Law were going to be friends, and he didn't like anyone saying bad things about his future friend. I don't see what the bear has to do with this, Sabo murmured in thought. He shrugged. Ace is right. Something about the boy isn't right. Why don't you like him? He didn't do anything to you. He gives us the creeps. Ace snapped. He always let his temper take over whenever Luffy didn't listen. It's the way he talks. He's not right in the head. Luffy's brow furrowed in anger. You're just jealous of him. Jealous? Ace laughed. Why would I be jealous? Because he has a polar bear and you don't. Ace and Luffy stared at each other in silence. Snapping out of his confusion, Ace asked again, I don't see what the bear has to do with this. No, Ace, Sabo interrupted the quarrel. Luffy has a point. What is it about the bear that has everyone going crazy? It's not the bear. Sabo shook his head, smiling slightly. I think you and I might be overreacting. We could be just a little jealous. I'm not jealous of the bear. No, I mean of having another kid here. Sabo rested a hand on Ace's shoulder. Garp did say he has some enemies. I don't think he had an easy life. Maybe we should try to be nicer to him. How about you try and tell me how it goes? Ace snapped and stalked to the other end of the treehouse. I'm not going near him. Sabo and Luffy both sighed and shook their heads at Ace's stubbornness. I don't care what you say, Ace. Luffy poked Ace in the chest and glared back at him. I just know Law and I will be friends. How do you know that? Sabo asked. He was always amused by how Luffy could so quickly and easily make up his mind about someone he just met. I don't know. I just know he's a good person. And he has a bear. Ace promptly gave up all hope about talking sense into his little brother. Just shut up about the damn bear. The sun had set long ago when they finally returned to the mountain bandits' log house. Ace was against returning at all, but Luffy refused to stay in the treehouse all night while his soon-to-be friend slept alone with the bandit. The windows were dark and the house was silent. We're going in quietly, okay, Luffy? It's a game. How long can you keep your mouth shut? Sabo whispered, mimicking zipping his lips shut. Okay, got it, Luffy whispered loudly back. Ace slapped his forehead. They crept in past the snoring bandits and up the ladder to the loft. The patched-over hole where Luffy had fallen through months ago still groaned dangerously whenever someone stepped on it. In the dim lighting from the moon, the floor of the room looked empty. A white mass of fur glowed in the far corner of the room, but there was no sign of Trafalgar Law. Where's Law? Luffy whispered loudly, completely forgetting about the silence game he was supposed to be playing. He shuffled around on the floor in the dark, searching for a human body. Law, where are you? Just leave it, Luffy. You can look in the morning, Ace muttered. He crawled onto his futon and pulled the ratty blanket over his head. Good riddance. Now I can sleep in peace without that creep around. But he's not on his futon. Where is he? Luffy whined. I'm sure he's fine. Sabo yawned and pushed Luffy towards his futon. Now go to sleep. Luffy pouted and moaned. But what if he left? Would you shut up? A voice drawled from the far corner where Bippo the polar bear was curled up. Some of us were sleeping. Ace jumped out of his bed in complete surprise, his lanky limbs tripping over his blanket. Sabo and Luffy were equally shocked, but Luffy's shock was more on the pleased side. Using Bippo as a pillow, Law was snuggled up in a warm fuzzy blanket that looked much more comfortable than any blanket Luffy or Ace ever had. His white spotted hat was off, but the boys couldn't see much else in the dark. Bippo's dark eyes stood out amongst his white fur, watching them with a startling amount of intelligence. Law, you're still here, Luffy cheered before Sabo slapped a hand over his mouth. A bandit grunted loudly downstairs. Obviously, Law drawled. He turned over to face away from them. Now let me sleep. Gross. Sabo snatched his hand away from Luffy and wiped his palm on his shorts, smearing saliva everywhere. He glared at Luffy, who ignored him and put his tongue back in his mouth. Night, Law. Luffy chirped and he bounced under his blanket. Ace and Sabo exchanged weary looks. Neither one was particularly comfortable about sleeping in the same room as the new kid, but Luffy wasn't going to move and the boys wouldn't leave him behind. So they lay down under their blankets, promising themselves not to sleep and leave themselves vulnerable. They would ignore the softness of the futon beneath their bodies and the warmth from the blankets that melted right into their bones. They would be strong, manly guardians over their overly trusting little brother. They promptly passed right out. Law rolled over and stared at the three snoring boys, all lined up in a row on their worn futons. He was going to have a hard time sleeping from the racket they were making. He buried a hand in Bippo's soft fur and listened to his rumbling breaths, grateful for his friend's presence. They're like a family, he murmured quietly. A low whine sounded from Bippo's throat and Law rubbed him behind the ears. But we don't need to lose another one, right, Bippo? All I need is you. Bippo leaned into his friend's touch. A loud snore from Sabo made him jump. I'm not going to get much more sleep tonight, Law sighed. But in a few hours he would eventually pass out from his body's exhaustion and the comfort of his only living friend under his head. When morning dawned, Law watched dispassionately as the older two boys, Ace and Sabo, dragged the overly friendly Luffy into the forest. Law had pretended to be sleeping as the other three boys moved around to leave, his eyes opened to a slit so he could watch their movement. The youngest had come within inches of touching him but had been pulled back by the blonde one. He had no interest to interact with any of them. As the boys disappeared into the forest, Law turned around to face the shortest bandit. If he remembered correctly, the man was named Dogra. Tell me about the forest. Law kept his voice monotone and his facial expression perfectly flat. From his time with the Doflamingo pirates, he had discovered how terrifying maintaining a constant facial expression could be. It kept people on their toes, completely unable to read a person until it was too late. He would practice and test his hypothesis on these bandits. It's the Mount Corvo faux forest. There's all sorts of dangerous animals. Dogra managed to stutter out. Apparently testing his hypothesis meant that it would be difficult to gather information from terrified sources. Perhaps he should tone down the creepiness. I understand. Law tilted his head up a bit so his eyes could be seen. He tried to make his face seem less threatening. Apparently it didn't work. The man was still quaking in his boots. Cowards. Is there a town or village nearby? Why, you might be able to get to G Gray Terminal in a day. It's to the end north. Ju just beyond is Goa Kingdom. Fufusha village is further to the south. Thank you, Law nodded. He considered trying to smile but decided against torturing himself like that. The memories were just too painful. You have been helpful. Dogra slid down to the floor when the boy turned away and shuffled backwards. Law turned to his friend who was sitting patiently by the door. Let's go, Bippo. Unlike the other three boys who were yelled at about chores until they disappeared into the woods, no one said a word to Law. He didn't mind. Having the bandits quiet was enough. He knew what would happen if they tried to give him orders. It wouldn't turn out pretty for them. They leisurely strolled west for a couple hours until they came upon a stream. The water was slow-moving and calm, but Bippo's head lifted up and he sniffed the air. He eyed further upstream and Law followed his gaze to the large brown masses that looked like rocks in the water. Crocodiles. Good thing I came prepared. In his hand, Law twirled the knife he had pickpocketed off a bandit before they left. Just this one little knife should be enough. When he grows taller, he would like to get a longer sword, like an adachi or something similar with a good reach. Beppo turned towards him and stared with his big, black, sorrowful eyes. Fish, he said. Now, most people would be shocked to hear a bear speak, and at first, Law was a little surprised. But he had lived with the unusual and freaky Doflamingo pirates for almost 3 years, so very few things could surprise him anymore. Beppo struggled to say more than a few words, but the ones he used were the most important. Of course, Law smiled just a little. He pulled some wire and hooks out from his pocket and made 2 fishing rods out of broken branches. Beppo dug up some worms and the two grilled up a lunch of fresh-caught fish. Although the fish were decent, they were nothing like the delicious fish from the pure and clear water of North Blue. Beppo seemed to agree if Law judged correctly from his lack of enthusiasm over his second favorite meal. Not much we can do about that for now, Law shrugged and stood up. He packed away the extra fish and tied it to his makeshift fishing rod with a large piece of cloth he had stolen from the Marines. We'll have a feast when we get back to North Blue. No more of this fatty red meat and bread they eat around here. And we'll get you a seal. That's your favorite, right? Beppo nodded. Yes, Captain. Law turned away and smiled. For some time Beppo had started calling Law Captain. He hadn't told Beppo of his desire to captain his own pirate ship and find One Piece, but somehow his friend seemed to know. Perhaps it was the way Law refused to take orders or the way he felt most at home sailing on the sea. Although he was a polar bear, Beppo wasn't stupid. Law didn't have patience for idiots, so he wouldn't hang around one all the time. But after several months together, he had found his first true friend in Beppo at a time when he never thought he would be able to love again. Law knew everything about Beppo, and Beppo knew everything that mattered about Law. It was a friendship to last decades, and they would be pirate captain and first mate, only if they managed to escape this stupid island. We'll keep going along the river for a while more before heading back. I want to know the area better before setting off for Goa Kingdom. I'd rather not get stuck in this forest at night. Beppo grunted his agreement, and they followed the river for another hour. They passed by a wolf pack and a large bear, but none of the animals seemed too interested in hunting them. A bridge appeared in the distance. It was a rickety old thing made up of rope and rotting wooden boards with a well-worn path leading to the other side. The bridge faced north-south, so Law wondered if it was used by anyone other than the bandits to cross the river. Looking up, Law analyzed the position of the sun. If my suspicions are correct, this bridge will help us get to Goa Kingdom. However, I'm unsure of the distance from here to the city. Let's look for a shorter route from the bandits' cabin to the bridge, and we'll take that tomorrow. Beppo nodded in agreement and sniffed the air. He began to lead Law back to the bandits' cabin in the shortest but safest route he could find. Although Law was decent with navigation, Beppo was the best at finding things within about 30 kilometers. After all, he had a bear's nose, not a weak human nose. His navigation skills were superior to Law's own. For once, Law didn't mind relying on someone else's abilities because he knew Beppo would never lead him wrong. The bandits glowered at the duo when they walked in the door but said nothing. Rice was already cooking in the pot over the fire pit, meaning dinner would be starting soon. Law spread out their stash of vegetable and fruits Beppo managed to sniff out and went to work on preparing them. Some of the bandits gave him a revolted look as he sat down to wash and cut up the fruits and vegetables, but stayed far enough away. Apparently they had forgotten that moron Garp's warning about Law and sharp objects. Not his problem. Meat. The front door opened with a bang and a deer carcass flew through the air, smacking the large, orange-haired bandit woman in the face. 3 exceptionally dirty and smelly boys trooped in demanding cooked meat promptly. Within an hour, the deer was cooked. The boys and bandits drooled over the red meat that was piled high in the middle room before launching at it like the animals they supposedly evolved from. As meat and spit started flying, Law turned away in disgust and sat in a far corner with Beppo. They each had a bowl of rice with grilled fish and the prepared fruits and vegetables. It was a dinner fit for a person and a bear that cared for what they put in their bodies. Ace, Lego, that was mine. It's mine now, dumbass. Don't touch my meat. Thief. Amusing, isn't it, Beppo? Law smirked. He looked his friend straight in those deep black eyes that seemed endless. They worried over you being a wild and vicious animal. But in reality it was them who have yet to complete their evolutionary cycle. You are a far more intelligent being. Beppo's head tilted to the side and he stared questioningly at his friend. Law, knowing exactly what he was confused about, Law smiled. It was a compliment to you. His furry white head bowed and a pink tinge appeared over his nose. Thank you. The ruckus had died down across the room as the meat had quickly evaporated. Meat and rice was splattered everywhere. It was on the floor, walls, and ceiling. Honestly, it was amazing how messily just a few people could eat. Law and Beppo finished their dinner and began to clean up their mess. The bandit Danton was yelling at the boys to go take a bath as the bandits began to clean the room. They ran off to the bathroom, tripping and sliding over each other. The woman turned to face the 2 quiet ones in the corner. They stared back at her with identical dispassionate looks. You too, kid, and your pet needs a bath. Law's disinterested face immediately morphed into a glare and the temperature of the room dropped 3 degrees. Don't give me orders. Her face paled and her knees shook. Honestly, the woman was a fright to look at, mostly because of the cancer stick she always had in her mouth. Please, she whispered. Very well. Law had no desire to be in the same room as those rambunctious boys, but he didn't want to make a scene. Not yet, anyways. They trudged into the bathroom. It was already foggy from the steam of the hot water. Ace and Sabo were splashing each other in the small tin tub. Luffy sat naked on a stool next to the tub scrubbing himself with soap. Their clothes were messily piled up in a dry corner of the room next to some towels. A straw hat sat on top. They all stopped when Law and Bippo walked in. Ace gave him a fierce glare and Sabo sunk down into the water as if trying to hide by drowning himself. Unlike the other 2 boys, Luffy seemed excited to see them, judging by his erratic hand waving. Hi Law. Perhaps he should try to be a little friendlier. Luffy seemed to have a loose tongue, and by playing nice with him, Law might be able to learn some things about the island. It seemed that he wouldn't even have to separate the boy from his friends, as neither older boy was able to control the loose cannon. Hello, Law nodded back. He removed his hat and his clothes, carefully folded and placed them away from the other boys. Bippo went and filled up a small pot of water and grabbed a bar of soap. Luffy was watching him in fascination, but the other boys didn't notice the strange sight of a bear preparing for a bath. There's no more room in here, Law. Come back later, the hothead Ace snarled. Being friendly was too exhausting. He was going back to being an asshole. Don't tell me what to do, Law countered with ease, unaffected by the other boys' menacing looks. Compared to the pirates on the Grand Line, the boy was a mere insect, an ant that would be crushed beneath Doflamingo's pointed-toe shoes. How does he do that? Luffy asked while he pointed at Bippo, who had already got himself wet and started lathering the soap in. It was as if he had never seen a bear cub wash himself like a human. Bippo visibly deflated at the youngest human's question, his shoulders and head slumping in depression. The same way you do. Law rolled his eyes and decided to ignore the children to the best of his ability. He dumped some water on Bippo's back and helped the bear lather the soap into his fur. The fingers running through his snow-white fur helped perk Bippo up, and a low rumble of pleasure echoed from his chest. It was going to be an awkward bath. Luffy stared in amazement at the bear that washed himself like a human, and Ace's glare was trying to burn a hole into Law's forehead. But the blonde-haired Sabo seemed to be staring for an entirely different reason. Why does your skin have white patches? Sabo asked quietly. Law knew the question would come at some point, but he didn't expect it so soon. Perhaps the children were less scared of him than he thought. He may have to remedy that in the future. He rubbed Bippo's fur some more, feeling the texture of his friend underneath his palms. You look kind of like a cow. Luffy tilted his head. Ace laughed at the statement, but his mouth promptly snapped shut when Bippo started growling. The freckled boy gave Bippo a wary look. Law washed the soap out of Bippo's fur and started cleaning his own skin. His friend turned around to help him wash his hair. Bippo's claws scratched gently at his scalp in a soothing manner. I was very sick, Law started. He had no interest in divulging much information, especially for something so incredibly personal. The illness removed pigment from my skin. It is in remission, so the pigment is starting to return. Sabo's brow furrowed. How sick were you? Days from dying. His calm reply seemed to upset the boy a little. It was a curious reaction to his statement. It's not contagious, so you don't have to worry about catching anything. It was a type of poisoning. Bippo dumped fresh water on his human friend's head, and Law shook the droplets from his hair. Bippo followed suit and splattered water and fur all around the room. While the other boys complained, Law started drying himself off and dressing. A fast bath and then he was gone. The less interaction with people, the better for his sanity. Who poisoned you? Again, it was Sabo. The boy seemed to have a bit of a bleeding heart. That bleeding heart could get him killed in the future. Law looked at them from the corner of his eye. I guess you could say that the world government is responsible. Why would the world government want to poison you? Ace's eyes were distrustful. He was a boy who had seen some hardships in life, just like Law. However, his tone of voice suggested he believed the teenager to be bullshitting. Not that Law could blame him for his disbelief. After all, why would the world government go through the effort of poisoning one puny kid? But he was just a victim of the greed of humans. He and all the dead citizens of Flevens, the White City. Not me, directly. They just didn't care who got hurt as long as they made a profit. The Marines helped them cover up. Law debated putting his hat on, but his hair was still wet and he didn't want his hat to get messy. He paused at the door and looked back at the boys still soaking in the water. They seemed to be waiting for something, perhaps for Law to elaborate. Law smirked. If you sit in there any longer, you'll turn into prunes. Ace yelled something at him, but Law didn't hear as he had already shut the door behind Bippo. The boys were amusing, but they had such innocence about them that Law didn't want to get too involved lest he infect them with his darkness. Ace's eyes showed enough distrust and anger that Law could tell his life wasn't sunshine and butterflies. But he hadn't been terribly hurt by the people he trusted. The boy was wild like a fire, just seconds away from burning out of control, and Law could see that he had lived nearly his whole life in the woods. The blonde-haired Sabo had a certain level of maturity, but he seemed to be living some sort of savage fantasy. His way of speaking and dialect gave him away as having an upper-class education, but what he was doing in the woods with a group of bandits was a mystery. What an interesting duo. Luffy was a little harder to read. His face was constantly in a state of innocence, smiling and laughing with his brothers. But whether it was a mask or not, Law couldn't tell. The minimal scarring across his body indicated some sort of physical abuse. It was too deliberate to be caused by an accident. Yet the boy didn't let his darkness show. How interesting. Curled up against his soft pillow of Bippo, Law listened as the boys shuffled around the room. They tripped and stumbled over each other and the futons, with minor arguing before the room fell silent except for light snoring. When the breathing of all three evened out to a steady pattern, Law finally allowed himself to drift off into a restless sleep. The next morning all three boys had vanished. They never returned to the log house. 2 weeks after Ace, Sabo, and Luffy had left the bandits behind and retreated to the comfort of their tree house, life returned to normal. Or as normal life could ever be for a pack of savage children that lived by themselves in a forest. Luffy argued and pouted about leaving Law behind, but allowed his brothers to drag him away from the log house without much protest. Ace liked to think it was because Luffy finally realized that Law was dangerous and they shouldn't be around him. On the other hand, Sabo knew it was because they promised Luffy first dibs on meat after the next hunt. Ace should have known that his distraction technique would only work for so long. For the next 2 weeks they hunted food, stole money, and terrorized gangs like normal. But Luffy slowly grew more and more depressed as he was unable to take his mind off his worries. Finally, Ace and Sabo couldn't ignore his melancholy any longer when Luffy took 3 bites out of his portion of meat and put it back down. Ace and Sabo exchanged startled looks. Never before had Luffy put down meat. "What's wrong, Luffy?" Sabo asked, his cheeks still stuffed with venison. "I'm wondering how Law is doing." Luffy shrugged and picked at the meat on the thigh bone. Ace snorted and tore into his meat viciously like the carnivorous creature he was. "Forget about him. The creep is fine. No one will go anywhere near that freak." "That's not nice. Take it back," Luffy shouted. He jumped to his feet and raised his fists in what he thought was a threatening manner. Instead, Ace turned away and swallowed his mouthful. It was his duty as an older brother to let Luffy know when the younger boy was being an idiot. He would never apologize for speaking the truth. "Why are you so defensive, Luffy?" "He never really spoke to us," Sabo asked. He was curious about Luffy's concern over the mysterious new boy. Law doesn't seem to be the friendly type. Still glaring at the back of Ace's head, Luffy crossed his arms over his chest with a huff. "I know he's gonna be my friend. But how can we be friends if I never see him? What if he forgets about me?" "That's an interesting way to think about it," Sabo mused. He smiled softly at Luffy's despondent look and shrugged his shoulders. "We're going crocodile hunting tomorrow, so how about we go back to visit the day after tomorrow?" "Yeah," Luffy cheered, but promptly fell down when Ace kicked his legs out from underneath him. The older dark-haired boy loomed over the younger one with his fists planted on his hips. "We're not going anywhere near that creep," Ace yelled. He glared fiercely at Sabo for suggesting such a thing without consulting him first. How was he supposed to protect his brothers when both of them actively fought him every step of the way? "You don't have to come," Luffy yelled back, getting right up in Ace's face. "Law won't like you anyways because you're always mean." "I don't care if he likes me. And you're not going alone, you big baby. Bippo will be there. That's Law's bear, not yours." "I'll go with him." Sabo smiled at Luffy's pleased look and ignored Ace's glare. "If Luffy thinks he's a good guy, I believe him. I don't think Law will hurt us, so you can relax, Ace." "Whatever," Ace grumbled. He wiped meat grease off his face and flopped down on his futon. Turning away from them, he pulled his covers over his head. "I'm going to sleep. Sabo's the best big brother ever." Luffy stuck his tongue out at the dark-haired boy hidden under the covers. "He's way nicer than Ace." Unbeknownst to the other boys, Ace's face was a steamy, embarrassed red under the blanket. Sabo smiled at Luffy as the smallest boy danced around the treehouse. "Are you happy now, Luffy?" "Yup." Luffy plopped down in his previously abandoned seat and finally devoured his portion of meat as his worries dissipated. "I can't wait to see Law and Bippo again. Remember how Bippo washed Law's back? That was so cool. I want a pet bear." "Luffy, you can't have a bear." The next day after lunch, the 3 boys pulled a dead crocodile on a wooden cart behind them and passed the walls into Goa Kingdom's main city. Covered in a gray cloak, Ace was sitting on Luffy's shoulders as neither boy was tall enough to pass as even a short adult. Sabo, who was in the midst of a growth spurt, could at least get away as a short teenager by using his top hat and was wearing his own gray cloak. They traveled past the guards and into the main city for the first time in a few weeks. The dirty alleys and shifty people of the outer walls didn't intimidate the boys, and they continued past the leers and glares. The farther they moved into the city, the more space people gave them. It seemed to be a mix of suspicion of the cloaked figures and disgust for the foul crocodile carcass. Within an hour they had sold the dead crocodile for a decent pile of bullies and exited the trader's shop with their money bags significantly heavier. All three boys had large grins stretched across their faces at the amount of money Ace carried in his hands. Ace chuckled as he counted the money they managed to bargain for the crocodile skin. A good one today. We got lucky. That old man was a lot more generous than before. Maybe because the crocodile wasn't as beat up this time around. You two are way too rough. Sabo rolled his eyes. Ace shrugged and laughed, but Luffy moaned in annoyance. Ace, can I be the head now? You're too heavy and my shoulders hurt. Suck it up. Ace patted Luffy on the head. I'm older and smarter, so I get to be the head. But your feet are really smelly. Luffy moaned again and peeked out through the divide in the cloak. He perked up at the sight of a fuzzy spotted hat that he'd been wanting to see for a long time. Whoa, Luffy, what are you doing? Ace could barely stay upright when his costume's bottom half decided to run in the opposite direction they were meant to go. With the money clutched tightly in one hand, Ace gripped Luffy's straw hat with the other hand. Where are you going, you moron? Technically, he is the legs, Sabo called from behind him. Luffy stopped and spun around in a circle when the person he was chasing disappeared. Ace was yelling something in his ear, but he ignored the older boy. A white mass disappearing down an alley caught his eye and he grinned. He sprinted down the alley and turned the same corner that the white thing disappeared behind. Finally he spotted them. A short boy and a polar bear cub were several feet in front of them. Law, Bipo, Luffy screamed. Ace groaned and slid off of Luffy's shoulders. He didn't want to be off balance around the freak. Sabo skidded to a stop behind them. Law stumbled slightly and jerked around at Luffy's scream. Although more subdued than most people, his surprise was still evident by his wide eyes and shaky breaths. The teenager took 2 calming breaths before speaking. Hello. His voice was still the same drawling monotone, and it set Ace's teeth on edge. The white spots continued to be visible on his face, but seemed to have shrunk slightly in the past 2 weeks. However, the thick dark circles under his eyes were still exceptionally prominent and gave him the image of a chronic insomniac. Bipo's fur was a brighter white than the last time they saw him, and the sun glinted brilliantly off his head. He carried a thick black bag in his mouth and was squatted comfortably next to his human friend. What are you doing here? Luffy asked. He bounced forward like a rubber ball and rubbed Bipo's fur behind his ear. He didn't notice the bear glance at his human friend for instructions on what to do with the little human petting him. I thought you were still with the bandits. I left a while ago. They hold no interest for me. Sabo pulled his hood down. Where are you living? Gray Terminal or the forest? A smirk spread across Law's face. Neither. I have boarding in the city. Boarding? You mean a room in the city? How'd you get that? Ace grumbled. He never got boarding in the city. Well, legal boarding anyways. I'm an apprentice. My employer is paying me in room and food. Law glanced up at the sun's position and turned back towards his original destination. I must go back now since I have a job. Don't ever bother me again. Come, Bipo. The bear snapped out of its stupor and jerked away from the hand behind his ear. He trotted after Law on all fours, a poor attempt at pretending to be a dog. Okay, see you later, Luffy called. He ignored Law's cringe and smiled at his brothers. Now we know where Law is, so we can visit. Not really. We don't know his address, Sabo pointed out. Right. Hey Law. When Luffy turned around, Law and Bipo were gone. They had taken his temporary distraction to escape and were long gone. Damn, don't worry, at least we know they're doing all right. Sabo rested a hand on Luffy's shoulder in an effort to comfort the younger boy. We'll see them again. You're right, I'll see them again. Luffy smiled with complete faith that things would work out in the end. Sabo flipped the hood of his cloak back over his head. I wonder what kind of work he's doing. He doesn't look like someone who does a lot of physical work. Ace snorted and pushed Luffy's head down, forcing the smaller boy down so he could climb on Luffy's shoulders. With those twigs for arms, he looks like a strong breeze could blow him over. Those white spots on his skin look smaller, but he still looks really sick. Or maybe he's always tired. Sabo smiled at Luffy's disgruntled huff as Ace made himself comfortable. He's really small for a teenager. Ace flipped the hood over his head. What kind of illness did he say he had? He said it was poisoning, Sabo replied. His lips quirked into a slight smile and Sabo gave his brother an amused glance. Is this concern I hear, Ace? No, I just don't want to catch whatever illness he has, Ace huffed. Sure, whatever you say. It's true. Shut up. Stop laughing. I'm not laughing at you, Ace, Luffy grunted under his brother's weight. Beside them, Sabo's shoulders shook from trying to hold in his laughter. Sabo's just being a jerk. Sabo could feel Ace's glare through the back of his head. His brother could be so touchy whenever Sabo pointed out that Ace may actually care a little. Okay, whatever you say. Sabo hummed a little tune to drown out Ace's grumbling. What should we do now? Let's go to the port. Luffy piped up from deep within the gray cloak. I want to see the ships. Good idea for once. Ace patted Luffy on the head like a little dog. We can grab lunch at that fish and chips shack. Remember that one, Sabo? The one that looks like it hasn't been cleaned in years. That place was delicious. All right, let's go. We can spend some of today's earnings. Down at the port they shed their cloaks and Luffy was finally free of Ace's smelly feet. They dashed from ship to ship, admiring the tall masts and massive sails. They stopped to drool over a small but well-built caravel. The wood was dark timber and the craftsmanship was better than anything the boys had ever seen among the fishing boats. Ace laughed over the peculiar choice of a figurehead. Sabo and Luffy had to agree that a pink flamingo was an unusual choice. After staring at all the ships they wanted but couldn't afford, the three boys stopped in at the small snack shack next to the port. The building was poorly built and the wood was rotting from the salt air. Inside, the tables and chairs were mismatched collections and stained with grease, beer, and something that looked suspiciously like blood. The clientele matched the restaurant. Fishermen, sailors, and the working class frequented the shop, so the boys felt no need to hide under their cloaks for the meal. They were in no danger of being recognized by anyone who would turn them into the local government or Sabo's wealthy parents. The owner stared at them suspiciously when they walked in but let them be when the boys paid up. All the other customers ignored the slightly smelly, wild-looking boys and went about their business. "Oh man, this is so good." Luffy moaned around a mouthful of fried fish. He shoved another forkful of the delicious fish in his already stuffed mouth. "Can you even taste the food? You're eating so fast." Sabo laughed and munched on another fry. Luffy said something in reply, but neither of his brothers could understand what he said as his mouth was stuffed with fish and chips. Rolling his eyes, Ace pushed a glass of water towards the younger boy and waited for Luffy to guzzle the water and clear his throat. Luffy sighed and set down the empty glass. "This is amazing. I want more." "Hold on and let us finish," Sabo laughed. "We'll order some more in a minute." But Luffy was already gone. He banged on the worn-stained counter to get the owner's attention. "I want more fish." Ace and Sabo sighed as the owner glowered at the demanding little brat, but he passed over a plate of freshly fried fish and chips and snatched the money Luffy tossed on the counter. "You're going to get us kicked out." "Luffy," Sabo moaned and depressingly shoved a fry in his mouth. "We'll be banned from another restaurant." "HN?" Luffy asked with an entire fried fish hanging out of his mouth and his hands busy smothering his fries in tomato ketchup. "You're impossible." Sabo slapped his hand over his eyes. He glanced over at Ace, who had been rather quiet. The other boy was staring at something in the crowded restaurant. "What are you looking at?" "Check out this guy." Ace jerked his chin towards a man who had just walked in. Sabo and Luffy followed his gaze and immediately found who Ace had been referring to. The man was tall, but much of his height was made up of his pale hair that stuck straight up like spikes on his head. His black clothing consisted of gears, buckles, and other random metal bits that made the man look like a piece of machinery. But the most interesting thing was the tight mask that covered his lower face and the circular goggles that hid his eyes. The man was probably one of the most unique individuals any of the boys had ever seen. The boys were not the only ones fascinated by the new arrival. Almost everyone was looking at the strangely dressed man, and not just because of his unusual clothing and hair. The way he held himself with confidence suggested this man was strong and knew how to use his strength. Ignoring the eyes on him, the man stepped forward and nodded at the greasy-haired owner behind the counter. "Hello," he greeted. His deep voice was muffled by the mask over his mouth and nose. "What can I get ya?" the owner asked. The owner's suspicious look was more subdued than when he glared at the boys. Perhaps the man, like everyone else, could sense that the stranger was not someone to mess with. "I'm looking for someone. Perhaps you've seen him." The owner waved a hand for the man to continue. "He's a rather short teenager with dark hair, but he normally wears a white hat. He's a little sickly looking and might have white spots on his skin." Both Ace's and Sabo's faces paled at the man's words. They remembered the warning Garp left them when he dropped Trafalgar Law off at the bandit log house. "I don't want you three to speak a word of Law's presence here, understand? He has some very dangerous enemies." The owner was shaking his head before the man had even finished. "I don't get many kids coming in here. Have you tried inside the city?" "Yes, but no luck. Thank you for your time." The man turned away from the counter but paused when he spotted the three boys sitting in the corner. The steps he took towards their table were careful and calculated. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances, and Ace looked at Luffy, who was staring at the man curiously. If Luffy said anything, there was going to be trouble. This man was dangerous, and Luffy had a loose tongue. "Luffy," Sabo hissed under his breath. Apparently he had the same thought as Ace. "Don't say anything." "Hello," the man greeted. He was even taller up close, and he towered over the boys. Ace felt a bead of sweat roll down the back of his neck. "I'm looking for my friend's little brother. He normally wears a white hat and is around your height. His name is Trafalgar Law. Have you seen him?" Sabo quickly shoved a fistful of fries into Luffy's mouth to prevent the idiot from saying anything. The older dark-haired boy quickly answered the man before he noticed Sabo and Luffy's unusual actions. "Afraid I haven't," Ace shrugged. His palms felt sticky and his stomach was turning over, but he fought to keep his face straight. We're not actually from the city, so we don't know many kids around here. The man looked over at Sabo and Luffy. Sabo's face was perfectly set into a poker face, but Luffy was hiding his unease about lying beneath his chipmunk cheek. His eyes were turned towards the wall and a bead of sweat rolled down his forehead, with the stranger's face so completely covered. They couldn't tell if he believed them or not. Well, thank you for your time. The man politely nodded and left the restaurant. All three boys sighed in relief and slumped down in their seats. Luffy swallowed the mouthful of fries and wiped his mouth. Who was that? The youngest boy asked. That, Ace's eyes narrowed at the door the strange man had disappeared through, was one of Trafalgar Law's dangerous enemies. A week later, after meeting the three wannabe pirate boys again, Law and Bippo strolled past the city gates, through Grey Terminal, and into Mount Corvo's forest. The sky was overcast again, with a typhoon moving north 100 miles to the west. The smaller trees swayed in the wind, their branches creaking ominously. The deeper parts of the forest off the trail were dark and dreary. It was beautiful. Law double-checked the map the old doctor had given him. For the past 3 weeks, Law had been serving as an apprentice to a grizzled old doctor in Goa Kingdom. Dr. Adair Charles was rough around the edges and gruff with both his apprentice and his patients. But the man knew exactly what he was doing and recognized some amount of talent in Law. Dr. Adair ran a small clinic in the outer city and limited his patients to the poor who could normally not afford medical services. It was the ideal place for Law to practice his medicine. Unlike doctors in the wealthy district, Dr. Adair treated a wide variety of illnesses and injuries. The poor never went to the doctor until it was almost too late, and Dr. Adair had to perform what everyone else considered miracles. But Law knew better. There were no miracles in science. One day a week, the clinic was closed. But while Dr. Adair rested his old tired bones, Law and Bippo were sent on a scavenger hunt for a herb with medicinal properties that grew on the southwest coast of Mount Corvo. According to his medical encyclopedias, witch hazel was used as a salve to disinfect a wound and speed healing while acting as an anti-inflammatory. Dr. Adair used it on young children with cuts and bruises and often sent home a small amount for continued use. Law never cared for painkillers and anesthetics, but he understood the necessity with sobbing, snot-nosed brats. He would rather watch them squirm, but that was a personal preference. His companion huffed and pulled up the backpack that slid down his shoulder. He paused to squeeze his other paw through the second strap. It resulted in Bippo's arms sticking up as the straps pushed at his armpits. That doesn't look comfortable, Law mused, although he normally enjoyed others' discomfort. Watching his only friend in the world struggle pulled at something in his heart. He adjusted and lengthened the straps so Bippo could move his arms freely. Better, thank you, Captain, Bippo said. Once upon a time, those eyes full of idol worship terrified Law, but now he felt comfortable under his friend's gaze. Bippo believed that he could take on the world and win. He had started to believe that he could match up to those expectations. We should be close to the location. Law looked around at the foliage and fauna, noticing the subtle changes. Do you remember the description? Yes, Captain, Bippo nodded. Good, but just in case. We want a large shrub with stringy yellow flowers. Just a few branches should do, since Dr. Adair wants to try growing them himself. They walked a little further until Bippo stopped and stood up straight. His ears wiggled forward and his nose sniffed the air wildly. It was not a defensive position, so Law relaxed his grip on the cheap katana he managed to procure illegally. What is it, boys? Here, Bippo grunted. Law did not acknowledge the new word but appreciated his friend's growing vocabulary. You mean the three idiots, right? Law hummed at Bippo's nod. They do live in the forest like a pack of wild dogs, so that doesn't surprise me. Perhaps we're close to their base. Do keep your ears open for any sound of them. I don't want to test to see if stupidity is contagious. They set to work, and just after noon they had accumulated a decent pile of the herb Dr. Adair needed. The sky had cleared slightly, with the sun forcing its way through the cloud coverage. The birds began to brave the weather, and several of them were swooping over the sea searching for their next meal. A break was needed after all the searching, and the friends sat on the cliff with a beautiful view of the sea. Law could imagine North Blue just over the red line. But more than that, the Grand Line was waiting for him. It called out to his heart, begging him to return to its treacherous waters and islands of adventure. And at the end of the Grand Line was the mysterious island of Raftel, where One Piece lay waiting for the next pirate king. We'll get out there, Bippo. The bear followed his gaze to the horizon. We'll conquer the Grand Line and be free. Together. Law smiled at how innocent the question sounded, but to Bippo it meant everything. Of course, I need the best first mate to watch my back. A pink tinge spread across Bippo's nose. Thank you. We'll find One Piece and I'll become Pirate King. Law smiled at the thought of the one man he knew would be proud of that dream. But first I'll stop Doflamingo. Only after he's gone will I be truly free. After a light lunch of onigiri, smoked fish, and pickled vegetables, Law and Bippo packed up for the trek back to the city. They were a half hour into their walk when the ground shook beneath their feet. Law glanced at Beppo, but the bear was searching the woods with his ears and nose. So it wasn't an earthquake. What is it? Law hissed at his furry companion when the bear wasn't quick enough to explain. Unable to explain with words, Beppo ran off the path into the heavy foliage with Law on his heels. The ground trembled again beneath their feet and Law struggled to remain upright. Beppo stopped at the tree line and stared at the sight before him. The dark-haired boy with the white spotted hat came to stand beside him, also in awe. The three idiots galore were attempting to fight a giant grizzly bear. The scar over its eye and ferocious roar indicated the bear was in its prime and possibly one of the most dangerous creatures in the forest. The three bruised and bloodied boys were trying to swarm the massive bear, and they were fighting it with metal poles that looked like they were ripped from someone's shoddy plumbing. Their level of idiocy is amazing, Law mumbled in awe. He got excited when the bear almost decapitated the older boy Ace. Instead it managed to nick the leg of Sabo, who yelled in pain. The boys struggled to get close enough to hit the bear even with all three working together. I didn't know anyone could be so stupid. They have no chance against that thing with its adrenaline pumping like that. No, Beppo sighed. Wisdom of their fates glowed faintly in his eyes. They die. I agree. So why aren't they running? Luffy managed to get caught by the bear's massive claws and smashed into the ground near Law and Beppo. He sat up, rubbing his head and complaining about something. Cocking his arm back for a punch, Luffy threw his fist forward and Law watched in fascination as his arm stretched like a rubber band. He completely missed the bear and nearly hit himself in the head when his arm returned to its regular shape. The idiot had apparently eaten a paramecia devil fruit that looked to be rubber-based. Law still considered him an idiot. After all, who knowingly eats a rubber devil fruit? What a useless power. What are you doing? Law drawled, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Luffy jumped at the sound and whirled around to spot the two observers in the trees. Hi Law. Hi Beppo. What are you doing? Law repeated, rather exasperated with the boy's short attention span and memory of a goldfish. Oh, fighting a bear. Luffy smiled. Law stared at the boy while waiting for further explanation. When none proved to be forthcoming, he figured he should prod out the explanation. Why are you fighting a bear? To see who will be captain. The one to beat the bear gets to be captain on our pirate ship. I see. And what if you die? We won't die. You will have your throat ripped out by his teeth first, and then he will gorge on your intestines while your body's still warm. Of course you will die. Luffy stared at Law in confusion. I don't understand. The bear roared, and with one swipe of its paw, Ace and Sabo were sent flying towards where Luffy, Law, and Beppo stood. Law brushed dirt off his hat and stared as all three boys struggled to stand. You're exhausted and much too weak to fight that bear. Why don't you save your energy and live to fight another day? Law asked. Ace snorted when he realized who it was asking the question, but Sabo did his best to answer through his gasping breath as he tried to stem the flow of blood from the wound on his leg. We don't run, ever. Law thought about the man who changed everything in his life. How much Kora-san sacrificed so Law could run away to have his freedom and fight another day. If he had gone after Doflamingo that day for revenge, he would have thrown away Kora-san's sacrifice for nothing more than pride. Pride could make a man stronger in many situations, but it was more likely to be a man's downfall. There is no shame in running, Law said, but the boys ignored him. They threw themselves at the grizzly again. But they were no match for the massive bear in their exhausted states. While their energy had run its course, the bear was still pumped full of adrenaline and hungry if Law was right. It looked a little like Beppo when he really wanted to eat some fish. The grizzly growled and bared his sharp teeth. Saliva dripped down to the ground below and the bear tensed, ready to move in for the kill. All three boys were too exhausted to run. Once the bear was done with them, he would go after Law and Beppo next. Law justified his next action by telling himself he was just jumping a couple steps and solving the problem early. A blue sphere spanned out across the field, covering the three boys and the bear. Beppo was used to Law's powers, having watched at the teenager experiment with his abilities before. However, the other three humans and one grizzly bear were surprised to be enveloped in the humming blue sphere. What is this? Ace yelled as the blue film passed over his exhausted form. Law held up his hand with his index pointed towards the boys and his thumb sticking up. The bear, having lost interest in the strange dome, lunged at the three distracted boys. Ace and Sabo clued in fast enough to find time to scream. Law flipped his hand. Shambles. The boys appeared behind Beppo and the grizzly lunged face first into a rotted log. It roared in frustration and anger, locking its pitch-black eyes on Law, who was closest to him. In a way, Law could understand the bear's frustration. It had been minding its own business when three idiotic morons decided to attack it for no reason. Yet he had no choice but to eliminate the problem. The katana at his hip slid from the sheath almost silently and he held it upwards in the air, ready to begin his operation. What are you doing with that sword so far away? You need to. Whatever Sabo was going to say trailed off at the sight before him. Ace shared his astonishment and Luffy began babbling excitedly about fruits. Law's katana slashed through the air with a grace neither boy had seen on the island. At first it seemed the boy was just warming up, But then the bear separated into 3 pieces. The head floated away from its torso and the legs remained quivering on the ground. The bear's sounds turned panicked as it noticed the unusual state of its body. Foam dribbled out of its mouth as it fell unconscious, unable to rationalize the situation. The bear lasted longer than some humans. I guess that makes me the captain. Law smirked at his own joke. What the hell? Ace screamed out and scrambled back to his feet. That ridiculous pole was waved threateningly in Law's face. A small smear of blood was on the rounded end. What did you do? Remove that thing from near my face or I will decapitate you, Law drawled, not at all feeling threatened as his figurative operating table was still humming above them and his katana was gripped tightly in his hand. That was so cool. How'd you do it? Luffy cheered. He knocked Ace out of the way in his enthusiasm and smiled brilliantly at Law. Once again, the boy from North Blue was taken aback by the familiarity of the smile. It looked just like Khorasan's smile. I ate the op fruit. I'm a modification man. Is it dead? Sabo asked. His hands were putting pressure on the cut the grizzly left on his leg. At least he had some basic first aid knowledge and the blood seemed to have stopped seeping through his fingers. No, merely unconscious. I don't need to kill to incapacitate. Wow, Law is so strong. Join my crew. Ace and Sabo's jaws dropped at Luffy's demand. Neither one thought he would be so quick to attempt to recruit the creepy new kid. What? Law raised an eyebrow. When I get older I'm going to be a pirate captain. I want you and Bippo to be part of my crew. Ace and Sabo already are. Luffy nodded sagely, ignoring his brother's growing irritation. No, we're not. Both older boys recovered enough to whack him on the head with their fists, sending him face first into the ground. Luffy spat out a mouthful of dirt and smiled at Law again. Okay, they haven't agreed. But you can be my first mate. No, Law deadpanned. He turned and rolled his eyes at Bippo who shrugged in response. Neither one could figure out this boy. Awa, why not? Luffy's hands reached out to grab Law's arm, but a suddenly loud snarl from Bippo sent him backpedaling away from the boy and the bear. The boys were not the only ones surprised by Bippo's unexpected outburst of aggression. Law had not heard the bear make that sound in months. Being a weak pushover by nature, Bippo rarely could work up the nerve to try and intimidate something unless he felt Law was in danger. But he had crouched down into a tense, aggressive stance and continued to make that vicious noise from the back of his throat. The other boys were babbling something about controlling his bear, but Law ignored them. He followed Bippo's gaze to the dense foliage of the woods. Law raised his sword and solidified his stance with his other arm outstretched, ready to use his power. Something dangerous was obviously in there. Come out and show yourself, Law yelled into the forest. The younger boys had quieted down and were searching the tree line for whatever Bippo had noticed. Finally, from the bushes emerged a tall man dressed in a long black coat with gold detailing designed in shapes of gears. His face was covered with a mask and goggles, and his hair defied gravity like no other, sticking straight up. Law felt the blood drain from his face and his hands shook with tension. He knew this man well. There was no way he was ready to face this man yet. Look at you, Law, the masked man drawled. Learning how to use your new power. You always were a fast learner. Gladius, Law hissed through gritted teeth. Gladius was one of the executives in Doflamingo's crew. Like almost all the executives, Gladius had the power of a devil fruit. He was a rupture man and was one of the crew members Law spent a great deal of time with when he was part of Doflamingo's crew. Hey, that's the guy from the fish shack. The straw hat boy pointed a finger at the tall man, but Law hardly noticed. All his attention had zeroed in on every little movement Gladius made. When you were captured by Garp the hero, the young master almost gave up on you. Gladius stopped several meters from the boys. Bippo had shuffled over to stand in front of the younger boys who were still injured and exhausted. But Virgo suggested that Garp was too soft-hearted to bring you into headquarters. After all, 13 years old is awfully young for an execution. Even if you are a pirate, you're a pirate, Luffy gasped from behind him. But Law paid no attention to the boy. Gladius continued as if the interruption had never happened. So we considered the option that perhaps he would try to hide you. We're better to start looking than his home island. What do you want? His hands were stiff from the tension of trying to keep them from trembling, and the katana's handle was slippery from sweat, as unfriendly as ever. I had expected you to be happier to see someone from the family. If they could see his face, a severe frown would be slashed across Gladius's face. Is that any way to speak to your teacher? I'm not his puppet, Law snarled. His temper flared at the reminder of his former life with the Donquixote pirates. I won't die for him. Sharp, focused eyes narrowed from behind the tinted goggles. What did Khorasan say to you? He told me enough. That Doflamingo wants the op fruit because of rumors that the user can grant immortality. And Khorasan was supposed to eat it, not you. Gladius removed his hands from his pockets and rested them at his side. The casual stance was meant to make Law relax, but it did the opposite. From his marksman training with the man, Law knew that the rupture man never relaxed. The young master was so upset to learn that his own brother had betrayed him. You do know that he was a spy for the Marines. You hate the Marines. Of course, Law swallowed down a lump in his throat. His memories of Corazon's last day alive were still vivid in his mind. The smell of the wooden chest he had hidden in, the sound of gunshots from a revolver, the feel of his chest gasping in silent cries. Nor could he ever forget Corazon's apology to him, days after Law had stopped caring that the man worked for his hated enemy. He would never forget. The young master was so disappointed that you ate the fruit instead. He had such big plans for you. The harshness in the man's voice softened, but his stance didn't relax at all. He's been considering ways to work around this little mistake. He really would rather if you lived. Law. Doflamingo, the warlord, was known as the charismatic devil. However, Gladius had never picked up his captain's charisma. Neither was he very good at lying. Law narrowed his eyes and tightened his sweaty grip on the katana. Don't lie to me. But Law never got to finish his refusal. A blast with the force of a cannon forced him reeling backwards. His shoulder hit the ground hard, sending a shock of pain throughout his upper body. Several feet later he skidded to a stop and quickly assessed his injuries. His shoulder, although bruised and aching, had not been dislocated in his fall. Otherwise there appeared to be no serious injuries, just various scrapes and bruises. His throat was sore from accidentally inhaling a mouthful of dust. The teenager stood up on shaky feet and assessed the situation. The other 3 boys had been in the radius of the blast but were not victims of the full-on attack. All 3 looked dazed and confused as to how they came to be sprawled on the ground, surrounded by dust and chunks of earth. Beppo was near them, shaking his head to get rid of any dizziness. Other than Beppo, not one of the others would be able to run fast enough to escape. Teenagers, Gladius hissed through the dust. His shadow moved ominously towards Law. Such temperamental beings. Law couldn't respond to the comment as he was too busy trying to clear his throat of dust and debris. He shuffled backwards, away from the approaching devil fruit user. I remember how 3 years ago you came to us, desperate to destroy everything. Gladius stopped outside the cloud of dust and intertwined his fingers behind his back. The action set Law's teeth on edge. He felt like a weak little puppy cowering under a powerful Rottweiler. But as much as he hated to admit it, he was weak and powerless compared to an experienced devil fruit user like Gladius. I still want to, Law snapped. His eyes narrowed in concentration. He would have to move fast to catch Gladius off guard. The man had already entered his attack range. For him, Law swung his katana, but Gladius had already ducked the attack and shot a counter-attack right back at the dark-haired boy. The blast hit a chunk of upturned earth as Law switched places with it, succeeding in getting a different angle. His next attack managed to take off Gladius's hand and forearm in a mixture of speed and pure luck. He could already see the veins popping out in the man's forehead. Normally, Gladius was calm and collected, but his temper was explosive and dangerous. You little shithead, he growled, eyeing the hand that had floated away from him. You've been practicing. Not really, Law smirked, although he wasn't as confident as he pretended to look. I just had a good teacher. He was just stalling, anything to avoid getting captured and taken back to Doflamingo. He wasn't ready to kill the monster yet. He wasn't even strong enough to beat an executive, let alone the captain. Flattery will get you nowhere. Gladius tilted his head down and jumped forward, releasing a blast of energy right at Law's feet. Although he managed to complete a switch with a rock at the far end of his sphere, Law still got some of the blast. His leg burned from the force of the blast and sent Law to his knees. The blue, humming sphere vanished with his loss of concentration. I can see you're going to be difficult about this, so let's try something different. Gladius raised his remaining hand and pointed in the direction of Beppo and the 3 savage boys. Can you stop me before I blow their bodies to pieces? The vulgarity that Law's mind spewed would be enough to make a sailor blush like a schoolgirl. He was so focused on Gladius that he had forgotten about Beppo. The older of the 3 boys were yelling something, and the youngest was screaming with tears running down his face. But Law could only focus on Beppo and his sorrowful gaze. His friend's eyes told him that whatever happened, he had already been forgiven. It made his heart catch in his throat. He couldn't do it. He couldn't take the chance. Law tossed the katana several feet from him and knelt down into the dirt. He didn't say anything but threaded his fingers together behind his head. Well, isn't this surprising? Gladius mused. He bent down and picked up the limb Law managed to detach. I never thought that you, of all people, would have a bleeding heart. Shut up, Law growled. He ignored Beppo's whimpering and focused harder at the ants running through the blades of grass. Such attitude. You should know better, Law, Gladius chuckled. There was a ruffling of clothing and the other boys started yelling again. Their voices merged into a melody of fear and panic. Law's head jerked up to find Gladius aiming his hand at them, the forearm already swollen with energy. Perhaps I'll just kill them anyways. No, the scream tore out of his throat before he could fully comprehend the situation. Beppo and the other boys were scrambling away, but they were too slow. But so was Gladius. A large figure grabbed Gladius's head from behind and slammed him face first into the earth. The explosion from his arm shot harmlessly into the woods and sent a flock of birds into panic. When the dust cleared and the mysterious figure was revealed, Law let out a sigh of relief. It was an unusual feeling to be thankful to see a Marine. Even if he was an idiot, he was a strong idiot. "Don't hurt my grandsons, you bastard," growled Garp the hero. "Gramps," Luffy gasped. Ace made a similar noise of astonishment from somewhere behind him. The appearance of his grandfather was entirely unexpected. One second he was in tears from almost having his head blown off by the crazy spiky-haired man. The next second his equally crazy grandfather jumped the man from behind and drilled his face into the dirt. Honestly, Luffy was really confused about what was going on. "I don't know what the hell is going on here, but no one hurts my grandsons but me." Garp apparently was equally clueless to the situation. He stood up tall and cracked his knuckles menacingly. "And I only smacked some sense into the rascals." Luffy and Ace exchanged bewildered looks. Garp could be almost as dangerous as the strange man who just tried to blow them to pieces. From the ground behind them, Sabo attempted to push a large rock that had landed on his leg, twisting it in an awkward position. The other man, Law had called him Gladius, got to his feet and brushed dirt off his long coat. "I didn't expect to see you, Vice Admiral Garp." "Why the hell not?" Garp snorted. "It's my home island." Gladius drawled. His tone was amused and deprecating. "No reason. But now you've made things complicated. I'm sure you know what I'm here for." "Of course, I'm not an idiot." Garp pounded his fist into his open palm. The action was meant to be intimidating, but his opponent looked unaffected. Of course, no one could actually see the man's face. "Good, then perhaps we can come to an agreement. Let me take him and no one else will get hurt." "What makes you think I'll just pass him over?" Garp growled like an angry dog. "He's my responsibility." "Then one less responsibility for you to deal with." The explosive human crossed his arms over his chest. He looked annoyed with the conversation. Apparently he had never dealt with a member of the monkey family before. "Even if he's an idiot, I will never give him up to a pirate." Gladius looked taken aback and titled his head to the side. From behind the pirate the boys could see an extremely offended Law flip his middle finger towards Garp while he discreetly shuffled towards his fallen katana. Surprise was woven throughout Gladius's voice. "I may not be his biggest fan right now, but the boy is no idiot. He managed to elude us until you got involved and made us aware of his location." "What?" The older Marine scratched his head. "Who the hell are you talking about?" "Law, of course. Who are you talking about?" A light visibly clicked on upstairs in Garp's head and he snapped his fingers. Now that makes sense. I thought you were talking about Ace." "Hey," Ace shouted from where he was lifting the large, stray rock off Sabo's leg. "Who are you calling an idiot?" "I have no idea who Ace is." Gladius rubbed his temple with his fingers in an action that just screamed mental exhaustion. Any conversation with a monkey normally ended in exhaustion. "Regardless, stay out of our affairs, hero. I can't let you take Law either. I'm gonna turn him into a strong Marine." It started so small they weren't sure if it was part of their imagination. Ever so slowly, it grew louder and louder until the old man, 3 boys, and a bear were staring at the scary explosive man doubled over in laughter. From behind Gladius, Law rolled his eyes and flipped the bird again, this time at his former marksman teacher. "Law, a Marine, you're shitting me." When his laughter finally died down, Gladius stood up and adjusted his coat again. "You obviously don't know what happened in his past." "I know enough, but the kid had Rocinante's approval, so I'm sure he'll do fine." "Ah yes, the traitor." If his face were visible then everyone would be able to see the enormous smirk adorning Gladius's face. "Tell me, Law, was Corazon enough to convince you that the world government and the Marines are the good guys, even after they cooperated in the slaughter of your entire family and hometown?" Law froze in slow shuffle towards his fallen katana, but Gladius didn't turn around. Ace couldn't read the older boy's face because of the shadows of his hat, but Law shook his head and continued to reach for his katana. Gladius couldn't see him, but Law's silence spoke volumes. "As I thought, now if you'd excuse us." Shit." The glowing blue sphere passed over Gladius's body. He turned just in time to see Law swing his required katana. Gladius's body separated into 3 distinct pieces. "You little bastard. I'm going to blow your guts out through your nose, Law." "That's physically impossible," Law drawled. His left hand was held up with the thumb, index, and middle finger pointing forward to maintain control of each part of Gladius's body. "My esophagus is simply not big enough for my intestines. Even if you liquefied them, I'll enjoy trying." The conversation was making Ace nauseous. The forearms of Gladius's torso expanded like balloons, one arm aiming at Law while the other was directed at Garp. Law's eyes narrowed. The explosion made Ace jump. He grabbed the back of Luffy's head and shoved the younger boy face first into the dirt while joining the boy on the ground. The radial blast from the explosion, full of small rocks and pebbles, passed over their heads, knocking Sabo's hat clean off his blonde hair. Through the disturbed dust and grass, Ace could see one tall figure and a shorter one still standing. The pirate's body parts had switched positions, but they were still floating. "Fast reaction, as expected," Gladius hummed. His arms had deflated with the blast but were quickly growing again. "Diamante trained you well. You switched yourself and the Marine with boulders to escape." "Biwahaha. He got you good." What a clever little bugger. Garp chuckled and pulled a set of sea-stone handcuffs from somewhere within his violently colorful floral shirt. Garp darted forward and raised the fist not holding the sea-stone handcuffs. With a swing of his massive fist, the Marine clocked Gladius in his detached head, knocking the man out. Gladius's arms dropped as the man fell unconscious, and his massive forearms deflated quickly like a popped balloon. Law let all 3 parts of the separated body drop to the ground for Garp to cuff. If only my grandsons were as smart. Shut up, old man, Ace yelled. He kicked a small rock towards his adopted grandfather, but it fell short of the man. Luffy was laughing loudly at Ace's violent temper. What the hell are you laughing about? He just called us idiots. He does kind of have a point, Sabo muttered under his breath as Ace and Luffy started tussling in the dirt. There they all were with a psychotic pirate what had just threatened everyone's life to get at Law, and his 2 brothers were far more concerned with winning an argument about who was the bigger idiot. Movement out of the corner of his eye caught Sabo's attention. The polar bear straightened up from its crouched position and loped over to join Law at the other end of the clearing. It nudged the teen's hip with his head and sat down patiently beside him. Well, that was interesting. Garp scratched his head, reminding everyone strongly of a confused monkey. Guess I should clean this guy up. Watch out, he's a tricky one, Law muttered. He sheathed his sword and walked away from the battle scene, past the unconscious grizzly bear still in separate pieces, and stopped at the edge of the woods. Beppo sniffed the unconscious bear briefly before joining the teenager. I'll be going now. I'm gonna get this pirate down to the ship. Garp looked quite ridiculous with legs swung over his shoulder, a torso dangling from one hand and a head clasped in the other. Go back to the cabin. I'll sort this out. Law's smile was so utterly dishonest that Sabo and Ace cringed. Of course, I will see you there. Good, Garp grunted. He turned and waved goodbye to his grandsons. Gladius's head swung back and forth like a pendulum. See ya, boys. The boys were too disturbed by the sight of a man waving a detached head to properly respond. Law, that was crazy. Luffy stumbled and tripped over a pile of debris, but he eventually latched himself to Law's side. His rubbery limbs wrapped around Law's torso and gripped him tightly. Most likely he didn't even see it, but Luffy ignored the irritated twitch to Law's eyebrow. Join my pirate crew. You'll be my first mate. I think we've been replaced, Sabo whispered to the growling Ace. No, Law snapped. It seemed his never-ending patience had finally snapped. Ace suspected it was more the stress of that pirate's appearance than Luffy's irritating insistence. But you're so strong. The way you took that man apart was so cool. Please. Law was unmoved. The emotionless mask he constantly wore was sliding down his face. Both Sabo and Ace could see his patient composure fracturing. Anger and rage was slipping through the cracks. No one orders me around. Not anymore. You're just a pain in my ass. Luffy laughed loudly. It seemed he hadn't noticed the older boy's growing irritation. That's what everyone says. Are you going back to the cabin? Sabo pressed at the large gash on his leg caused by the grizzly bear and made worse from the battle. Luckily, the blood had started to clot, but there was still a bloody mess all over his pants and hands. The older boy snorted and bowed his head. The shadows from his hat were cast over his face, hiding his steel-gray eyes from view. Of course not. Monkey created this situation. If he hadn't stuck his oversized nose in my business, this entire situation could have been avoided. What the hell are you talking about? Ace snapped. A muscle jumped in his jaw as he fought to keep from lunging and strangling the ungrateful bastard. He was trying to help you. And that is the start of many problems, Law murmured. He turned to stare directly at Ace, his frosty eyes glaring through the shadow of his hat. No doubt Vice Admiral Monkey couldn't keep his big mouth shut and blabbed about me around Marine headquarters. Luffy glanced back and forth between his brothers and his new friend. He knew they were talking about something important, but Law wasn't giving straight answers and Luffy was feeling a little lost. Law roughly detached the rubber limbs from his body and let the youngest boy fall to the ground. What does that have to do with anything? So what if he told the Marines? Sabo shrugged and laid a bloody hand on Ace's shoulder. It was partly to calm the other boy and partly to hold him down so that he wouldn't launch himself at the older boy. Ace was fast and strong, but as Law had proven that day, the older boy had the advantage of experience and a devil fruit. Sabo really didn't want to put his brother back together. A slow, cruel smirk spread across Trafalgar Law's face, which sent the fine hairs on the back of Ace's neck straight up. He wasn't going to like whatever came out of the boy's mouth. The Marines spend so much time and effort infiltrating powerful pirate crews with sleeper agents. I wonder if they've ever thought the same could happen to them. Sabo's eyes narrowed in contemplation. You think the Marines have a pirate spy? I don't think I know. The smirk widened, which just pissed Ace off even more. Well, why didn't you tell him, you idiot? Gramps could have done something about it. Ace growled. Luffy nodded along beside his brother, still unsure as to what he was agreeing with. Some things are simply beyond your understanding until you've lived with a man like Don Quixote Doflamingo. Sabo, yeah. Make sure you disinfect that leg before you get an infection. Sabo jumped in shock that the older boy actually said his name. Law turned and gestured to his polar bear. Let's go, Bippo. Bippo looked at him and back at the grizzly bear still lying in 3 pieces on the destroyed forest floor. His black eyes were wide and pleading. Fine, but only because you asked. Law waved his hand at the bear, rearranged itself back into 1 piece. Now we go. The blue humming sphere faded and the boy with his polar bear friend disappeared into the forest. Luffy waved them goodbye. See you, Law. Not 30 seconds after Trafalgar Law and Bippo the polar bear disappeared into the forest, the massive grizzly grunted loudly. All 3 boys jumped at the sound and eyed the fallen bear that had been put back together. Let's get out of here before he wakes up, Sabo said. His fingers gripped the pole and his hands uncomfortably tight. They sprinted from the clearing, dashed through the forest. Branches and bugs whipped at their faces. Sabo used his pole as extra support when the gash on his leg stung painfully with movement. Ace kept to the back, making sure his injured brother managed to get out of the way. Although all 3 boys were exhausted and injured, they only slowed down when their treehouse came into view. Law was so cool. Luffy cheered while climbing up to the house. He just waved his sword and bam. The man was done. He didn't even kill the pirate. You're joking, right? Ace shoved the younger boy over so he could get through the door. That was the creepiest thing I've ever seen. I thought he was bad before, but that power is just downright freaky. It is a very strange power. Sabo acquiesced from below them. He was struggling to climb with an injured leg. The gash had pulled open again and begun to bleed. He would have to keep off it for a few days to let it rest and heal. And that pirate had a very dangerous power too. He also just didn't sound stable, normal. The man was creepy. Well, I doubt we'll see him again. Ace helped Sabo up the last bit of the climb to the treehouse. Sabo sat down and started pulling down his pants to deal with the wound. He gritted in pain his teeth when the newly formed scab pulled off his skin with the fabric. He flopped down heavily on his futon, holding the bloody leg up so that it wouldn't mess up his bed. We'll have to talk to Trafalgar the next time we see him. If dangerous men like that are after him, I doubt this will be the last one we see. Ace poured the clean drinking water into a bowl. Luffy, get me the cleanest cloth we've got. Ace held out his hand expectantly. Luffy shuffled through the spare cloths and tossed one at his brother. The older boy began to clean Sabo's gash with the wet cloth. It's not that deep, so luckily, no stitches. I'll just wrap it up. What are you, a doctor? Sabo gritted out. Ace wrapped up the wound and put a small pillow under the leg. No, but let's hope you don't need one. Anyways, Sabo leaned back and crossed his arms over his chest. Did you see that sword work? No, Ace rolled his eyes. I was a little too busy watching the floating body parts. Sabo ignored his adopted brother's attitude. All I'm saying is that Trafalgar had training. Those were not amateur moves. Huh, what? Luffy tilted his head to the side and searched his nose for hidden treasure. Sometimes people said things in complicated ways. He wished they would just say what they meant. Sabo sighed and held up a hand, counting down all the things he noticed. The way he remained calm in the situation. His control over his devil fruit abilities is far superior to our own Luffy. And everything with the sword. I've seen older nobles training under sword masters, and his technique was better than anything I've seen from the noble. Like you're a sword master, Ace snorted in amusement. So what do you think? I think he's been trained by several masters, including the pirate we just saw. Sabo exchanged a look with Ace. I also think he has more experience than us. Why do you think he has more experience? Ace mused. I just thought he wasn't right in the head. Well, he could be insane. Sabo shrugged. It was a distinct possibility. The boy was rather unnerving with all the talk about intestines and body parts. But think about how calm he remained and turned the situation around. He's confident. He knows his abilities well. That tells me that he's anything but an amateur. Well, that settles it. Ace turned to stare at both the injured Sabo and the nose-picking Luffy. From here on out, no one is to go near Falafel. What's his name? Right, Trafalgar Law. Stay away from him. Ace directed the last order to Luffy, who he knew was too friendly for his own good. Luffy flicked off the booger he found and glared back at Ace. But he's gonna be my friend. No, he's not, you idiot. The guy will cut you into pieces if you piss him off. And you can piss people off really fast. So stay away from him. You're not my boss. Don't tell me what to do. I'm your big brother, so that gives me the unspoken right to boss you around. Luffy, Sabo's calm voice cut through the argument. Ace is right this time. I don't trust Trafalgar around you or us. We can't predict him, so for now you should just give him some space. Luffy glared at both his brothers and stomped out of the treehouse. He stretched his arm up to the watchtower and pulled himself up using his rubber abilities. The sun was starting to set and the city of Goa Kingdom was illuminated in a warm orange glow. That was where Law and Bippo lived. They're wrong, Luffy muttered to himself. He's not a bad guy. Just like he knew Shanks and his crew were not bad people, although they were pirates. Luffy knew Law wasn't as mean as he seemed. He had helped them against the grizzly even though he didn't have to. He slept in the same room as them at the bandits' log house and nothing happened. And he had a bear cub for a friend. No one who had a bear friend could be bad. 3 days later, the issue of becoming friends with Law was wiped from Luffy's mind and overtaken by something far more serious. "Hey, Sabo," Ace called over to the lump hidden under the ratty blanket. "Get up, it's time for breakfast." Breakfast for the day was a variety of fruits and nuts Luffy and Ace had managed to collect the day before. Sabo hadn't been feeling well with a stomachache he blamed on undercooked meat and spent the day resting. After seeing his pale and sweaty face, Ace had quickly agreed that Sabo rest the day. A short nap later and the blonde had looked better but still tired. Sabo groaned in response and curled further into a ball. "I don't feel good." "What's wrong?" Luffy crouched over Sabo's head and pulled back the blanket. His eyes widened at Sabo's pale and clammy skin. His feverish blue eyes blinked tiredly up at the youngest brother. "You really don't look good." The blonde's sea-blue eyes were glazed over and unfocused, his breathing shallow. "It hurts." "What hurts?" Ace also knelt down next to Sabo's futon, hovering over his brother with worry. He definitely had a fever, but Ace felt helpless with his lack of medical knowledge. He should have worried more the day previous. "My leg. It really burns." Ace unwrapped the bandages around Sabo's leg that he had changed yesterday morning. The skin around the wound was an angry red and the wound itself was oozing fluid that wasn't there the day before. The calf of his leg was swollen to an unnatural size. "Hello." Ace glanced at Luffy, who fell into a screaming panic at his older brother's shock, then back at Sabo. "Your leg's infected." Ace lightly rewrapped the wound with new bandages and yelled at Luffy to stop freaking out. "Go get some money from our fund. We'll need it for the doctor." Luffy took a deep breath to calm down. He could deal with this strange subject of illness better if he had orders. "Right. How much?" Although normally goofy and carefree, Luffy was surprisingly serious with his brother's health in jeopardy. "I don't know. I've never been to the doctor before." "Take as much as you can carry." Luffy shoved wads of bills in his shorts pockets and helped Ace tie Sabo to his back so he could carry the older boy to the city. The journey was slow and seemed even slower with Sabo's uneven breathing and painful grunts. Luffy distracted the guard at the gates from Grey Terminal with his elaborate monkey impression, and Ace sneaked Sabo through with only a few curious looks. The boys ran about the inner city, looking for a doctor to treat their sick brother. The wealthy citizens gave them disgusted glares and stayed far away from the ill-looking boy who was extremely pale and sweaty. The doctors they could find refused to treat the boy without his parents' permission. "But he doesn't have any parents," Ace would shout, ignoring that yes, Sabo did have living parents. Not that anyone would call them caring parents. "That's not my problem. Now leave, you're disturbing my patients." The healthy-looking patients would stare aghast at the feverish boy in growing pain. 3 hours after they started their search, Ace struck a fist against an alley wall in frustration. The youngest brother was teary-eyed and rubbed at his eyes. Sabo had fallen unconscious on Ace's back, his ragged breathing and fast heartbeat the only sign he was still alive. "Why won't anyone help Sabo?" Luffy cried. "We have money, we can pay." "It doesn't matter if we have money," Ace growled. "We weren't born in a high-status family, so therefore we're not worth the time. No one cares for orphans in this world." "What do we do?" Luffy asked, his eyes hopeful that his older brother would have the answers. Ace avoided his gaze. He didn't know what to do. Are you looking for a doctor?" A small, skinny girl shuffled out from behind a dumpster. Her scraggly brown hair was lanky and her clothing dirty, but her green eyes were wide with hidden courage. A little boy equally dirty who toddled behind her had a healing scar on his forehead. "I know a doctor," she mumbled. "Really?" Luffy jumped up into her personal space. Startled, she shuffled back but didn't run. "Can you take us? My brother's really sick." The girl looked at Sabo's condition and nodded. "Follow me." She picked up the little boy who gurgled happily and walked down the alley. Ace and Luffy followed several steps behind. "My name's Yukina and this is my brother Toshiro," the girl introduced. The little boy waved at them when he heard his name. "I'm Luffy, this is Ace and Sabo." "Where's the doctor?" "His clinic is in the poor district," Yukina replied. "Dr. Adair doesn't care who you are, he'll treat you anyways." "See my brother's scar?" He fell down the stairs and hit his head. Mama thought he was gonna die, but Dr. Adair and Dr. Torau fixed him up. "Dr. Torau?" Luffy scratched his head. "Who's that?" "Oh, that's Dr. Adair's assistant." A pink blush spread across Yukina's cheeks. "He's really young but really smart. He helped Dr. Adair with Toshiro's treatment. His name is difficult to pronounce, so I just call him Dr. Torau." "Sounds like a good place," Ace said. He looked at Sabo's white, sweaty face pressed against his shoulder. "Are we close?" "Just around the corner." Yukina pointed down the street. They had entered the working-class district where the unlucky majority population were squished into an area made for half as many people. Rotting buildings and makeshift homes were everywhere. Curious but weary eyes glared out from behind broken windows. A skinny dog of bones and skin sniffed at their heels for food. Little Toshiro gurgled in happiness and dropped a piece of stale bread for the dog. It gulped the hard piece quickly and sniffed the boy, looking for more. They turned the corner and Yukina pointed at the best-looking building on the block. It was a 2-story house with clean windows and not a shingle missing from the roof. The red cross above the door indicated it was a medical building. That one there. I'll come with you. A bell jingled about the door and the boys glanced around the crowded waiting room. Men, women, and children were squished into the room with the weakest sitting down of the few chairs. People with broken limbs or open wounds shuffled uncomfortably in their place while crying children with running noses were wailing on their mothers' laps. One hassled-looking nurse was running back and forth among the patients. She greeted them after giving a patient his prescribed medication and taking a few bullies in payment. "Yukina, is something wrong with Toshiro?" she asked kindly, but her eyes looked tired and her voice was rough and scratchy. "No, Toshiro's fine. But this boy looked really sick." She pointed at Sabo, still unconscious on Ace's back. "My word, what happened?" Snapping on a pair of white gloves, the nurse helped untie Sabo from Ace's back and gently laid him down on the floor. She looked him over carefully. "Infection, I think," Ace said. Medical knowledge was way out of his league and Ace felt the sinking feeling of embarrassment standing in the clinic. He was unable to take care of his brother because he couldn't clean the wound properly. How could he protect his brothers from things like infections and diseases? He couldn't beat those demons with his fists. Ace wasn't an idiot, regardless of what anyone said, but he wasn't Dr. Smart. The nurse checked his temperature with a thermometer and looked at the new bandaging around the wound that was already soaked through with blood and fluid. "This is not good." "No, it's not," drawled a monotone voice from behind them. The children jumped and turned around to face the speaker. But the nurse continued her examination as if used to it. "Dr. Torau." Yukina blushed brightly at accidentally using the nickname she came up with. However, said doctor pretended not to notice the butchering of his family name. "You." Ace gaped like a goldfish and Luffy perfectly mimicked his brother's face, because right in front of them was Trafalgar Law dressed in a small white lab coat with a stethoscope around his neck and holding a clipboard like a real doctor, although he still wore the white, spotted hat. Law knelt down and examined the swollen and infected leg. "This is the same injury he got from the bear. Did you not disinfect it like I told you to?" "We cleaned it." Ace's hands were clenched tightly into fists, and he gritted his teeth. He didn't need to have his temper explode in the only clinic that would treat his brother, but he couldn't stand the older boy's tone of voice. He hated anytime someone spoke to him like he was a moron, regardless of whether he deserved it. "Water is not a disinfectant, you idiot," Law snapped. Luffy blinked at the change in tone. He had never heard Law's voice be anything other than bored and monotone. The young apprentice doctor turned to the nurse. "Ready a bed. I'll have to treat this immediately before the infection progresses." Of course, the nurse disappeared into the back room to ready a bed for Sabo. Law lifted up the blonde's shirt and placed his stethoscope on his chest. He listened and moved the device around Sabo's chest, jotting a couple notes on his clipboard. "How long has he been out?" Law didn't look up as he strapped a blood pressure monitor to Sabo's arm. The other two boys stared as he pumped the monitor and watched the numbers. He released the air and glared at the boys. "Well, how long has he been out?" "About a half hour ago he fell asleep," Ace snarled. "Why are you doing this? Where's the doctor?" "I thought you were just a kid." "He's busy with another patient. You'll have to deal with me. And I'm actually 13. Ace did a double take and tried to see exactly how a person slightly taller than him and so young looking was 13. 13 was still not old enough to be a doctor, and he was about to say so before Yukina piped up from behind Luffy. "Dr. Torau is really good. You can trust him to help." She blushed again when Law glanced at her. "My name is Trafalgar," Law grumbled under his breath. "His breathing is clear and his blood pressure is fine, if a little low. The fever is his body trying to fight off the infection. I'll clean up the wound and put him on antibiotics and painkillers. He'll have to stay overnight so we can monitor his health." The nurse came back out from the back with a bipedal polar bear cub waddling behind her. A stretcher was clenched tightly in his paws and resting on his shoulder. "A bed is ready for him." "Good. Thank you, Hitomi. Bippo, help me lift him." Together they rolled Sabo onto the stretcher. He woke up just as they were lifting him up. "What's going on?" Sabo mumbled. His hand reached out and grasped Luffy's arm. "What happened?" "Don't worry, Sabo. Law's gonna fix you up." Luffy chirped and smiled at Sabo, who grinned back a little dazed. "Law?" Sabo stared unfocused at the boy with the white hat who was holding one end of the stretcher. "You're a doctor." "No, I'm a rock star," Law drawled sarcastically. "Of course I'm a doctor. Now relax or I'm going to have to knock you out. You're pissing me off." "'Kay, sorry." Sabo leaned back down and stared up at the polar bear holding the end of the stretcher with his head. "There's a bear. The fever is worse than I thought. Stay out here." Law snapped at Luffy and Ace. "You already screwed up once. I don't need you bothering me while I work." Sabo disappeared into the back rooms with Law and Bippo, leaving Luffy and Ace waiting impatiently in the clinic waiting room. Ace couldn't believe the health of his brother was in the hands of a 13-year-old psychopath who could chop things up and keep them alive. Luffy was excited because his future crew member was a doctor. An hour passed while Luffy and Ace sat in the waiting room. Yukina and her brother Toshiro had left after wishing the brothers luck. Every now and then, an elderly man with wild, wispy white hair would come out and call another patient to the back. Ace figured the man must be the Dr. Adair that Yukino was talking about. He seemed much older than Ace thought he would be. The man looked ready to keel over at any moment. Ace went up to the man the next time he stepped out. "Excuse me, do you know anything about my brother?" "Sorry." The man's pale blue eyes were a stark contrast to his wrinkled tan skin. Dr. Adair looked over to where Luffy was doing a handstand with his feet stretched up to the ceiling and sending the other children into fits of giggles. "He looks fine to me, but I've never treated a rubberman before." "No, my other brother. He had an infection and Trafalgar took him back in." "Ah, that brother." Dr. Adair waved him back to the ratted old couches. "Relax, kiddo. Law's got it. I've never seen a more talented kid. Your brother is in good hands." "But he's only 13, Ace said, his voice raising as he finally expressed his worries. "He's not a real doctor and he's in there alone treating Sabo." "He's not alone." The doctor blinked behind his round glasses and smiled in amusement. "He's got Popo helping him. The bear doesn't count." Several patients looked over at Ace's yelling and shushed him. "You need to quiet down, kiddo. If I didn't think the little genius could handle it, I would have taken over. But he's got steadier hands." Dr. Adair showed his own withered and shaking hands. "He's better at stitching than me. And that boy needed a couple stitches." Dr. Adair patted Ace on the shoulder and called in the next patient, a little boy with a rash and his frantic mother. Law stepped out from the back and exchanged a few words with the doctor. He looked at Ace and jerked his head towards the back room. "Luffy, come on." Ace grabbed the back of Luffy's shirt and dragged him after Law. They followed the older boy up a flight of creaky old stairs to the second floor. In the first door on the right was Sabo asleep on a bed, tucked under sterilized white sheets. Although still pale, he looked much better than before and far more relaxed. "I've cleaned and stitched the wound, but that doesn't mean the infection is gone. He'll be on antibiotics for the next week to help his body fight the infection. But I can't keep him here for the week, so I'll show you how to care for the wound." Law glared at the two medical morons. "I assume one of you can learn quickly." "I'll do it." Ace slapped a hand over Luffy's mouth before the boy could volunteer. Although Ace didn't know much about medicine, he didn't want Luffy anywhere near Sabo's wound. "Good. We'll go over how to sanitize materials so you can disinfect the wound. When he wakes up, I'll show you how to wrap the wound properly and tell you the schedule you'll need to maintain for a week." Ace huffed and crossed his arms but didn't complain. The younger brother picked at his nose. "In fact, I'll write it down. You can read, right?" Ace's face turned bright red under his freckles as he fumed in silence. It would do him no good to strangle the shithead. "Can we see Sabo now?" Luffy asked. Law watched the pinky finger buried in its favorite place. "No, go get something to eat and let him rest. He's sleeping off his fever right now, so he's okay, right?" "He'll be fine." "Okay." Luffy turned to Ace and smiled. "Let's get some food." "But Sabo." "Law will look after him," Luffy chirped. Law rolled his eyes at Ace's suspicious glare. "I just saved his leg. I have no interest in reversing my hard work. He's safe." "Fine," Ace ground out. "We'll be back after dinner." Law shrugged and walked down the hall and into another room. They could hear him asking someone else about their breathing. Luffy pulled Ace down through the nearly empty waiting room and outside. "Law's really cool. He made Sabo all better." Luffy nudged his brother with his shoulder. "Don't you think it's neat that he's already a doctor?" "Yeah, whatever," Ace grumbled. Luffy did have a point though. Trafalgar was really young to be so knowledgeable in medicine. Luffy put his hands behind his head and looked up at the darkening sky. "I'm gonna ask him to be the doctor for my crew." "He's not going to do it," Ace laughed. "Why would a guy like him listen to someone like you as captain?" "Because he's my friend." Ace raised an eyebrow in amusement. "Does he know he's your friend?" Luffy seemed to think over that question. "Nope. You better tell him soon then, and I want to watch. I have his feeling his face will be hilarious." They wandered back to the clinic an hour later just as the nurse was sending the last patient out the door. She let them in with a smile. "Staying with your brother for the night?" she asked. She looked exhausted and worn out but smiled kindly when Luffy began to babble about a sleepover with Law and Sabo. "We brought some food as a thank you." Ace held up the basket of hot takeout they got from a shabby ramen restaurant where they ate for dinner. The building was run down and old, but the food was delicious. The nurse took the basket from him. "That was very kind of you. You didn't have to." "I know." Ace didn't really want to, but Luffy made him. The squirt thought Law and Bippo would be hungry, so Ace got food for the doctor and nurse as well. It was probably the first time he and Luffy had willing shared food with anyone else. They followed the nurse into the kitchen at the very back. Although clean and spotless, the kitchen looked several decades old and well used. The chairs were mismatched and not a single one matched the table, which had suspicious burn marks. Nurse Hitomi pulled out a mismatched collection of silverware and plates. Ace and Luffy helped her set the table, but Luffy was only allowed to handle the plastic cups. Ace pinched Luffy's mouth closed when she asked if they were going to eat too and told her they already had. "Something smells good." "Hitomi." Dr. Adair shuffled in and slumped down in a seat at the table. "Who got all of this?" "That's us," Luffy chirped. Dr. Adair's eyes twinkled in amusement. Thank you, ramen is one of my favorites. Mine too. Luffy watched hungrily as the ramen was served among 4 bowls and the tempura appetizer was divided equally. His little fingers itched to swipe some food for himself. Ace flicked his forehead to snap him out of it. Now where's my cute little apprentice? Law, Bippo, come here. There was some shuffling on the stairs and muffled footsteps before the diminutive doctor and his pet bear slouched into the kitchen. The white lab coat and stethoscope had been discarded in exchange for a yellow t-shirt and faded jeans. Law's hat was missing and stray white bear hairs were mixed in with his bedhead. Bippo blinked tiredly at them. What do you want? Adair. Law stifled a yawn and ignored the 2 other boys in the room. The dark circles under his eyes looked even more pronounced. Oops, were you sleeping? These boys brought some food over. I thought you would like it warm. Ramen. Law raised an eyebrow. All that sodium isn't good for you. You planning on getting a heart attack soon? You can dissect my heart when I die. Dr. Adair slurped up a mouthful of noodles and grinned at Nurse Hitomi's exasperated sigh. Now hurry up and eat. Hitomi's got her new hubby to go home to. Oh shush, Hitomi blushed, her dark eyes dancing away from their amused looks. Law munched on some tempura and seemed to be fighting to stay awake. Bippo had finished his food but Law had yet to touch his ramen which Luffy was eyeing appreciatively. Mujiwara, finish this for me. Law shoved his bowl across the table towards and stood up. Not hungry? Dr. Adair asked. I'm going to bed. Thanks for the food. Law shuffled back upstairs with Bippo trailing behind him. Hitomi sighed and started gathering up the dishes. That boy works too hard. It's not good for his health. He seems really good at medicine for someone who just started. Ace's statement was more like a question. He didn't like the guy but it was important to gather information on freaky people like him. I found that boy reading a highly advanced medical textbook on the brain's anatomy while hiding in a doorway from the rain. Imagine my shock when I realized a 13-year-old actually understood the information. The kids had training before. Dr. Adair laughed and leaned back in his chair. Someone was training him to be a doctor before he came here. I'm not surprised considering his devil fruit. His devil fruit, Luffy mumbled through a mouthful of noodles. The ope fruit is highly sought after. It's considered the perfect devil fruit for a doctor. The ability to manipulate the human body is hugely beneficial for any surgeon. A well-trained doctor could perform trauma surgery in a matter of seconds. Pirates and Marines alike would kill to have that boy on their ship. Ace's eyes narrowed in suspicion. How do you know this? I haven't always been a land lover. Years ago I used to sail North Blue and the Grand Line. I never met the last ope user but I heard rumors about him. He was quite the dangerous opponent. Dr. Adair chuckled and tapped his finger on the table. I heard he used to dissect his opponents while they were still alive. A terrifying ability to be sure. Luffy forced himself to swallow his last mouthful and slammed his hands on the table in excitement. You sailed the Grand Line. Yes, but not my most successful adventure. Our crew had better luck in North Blue. Crew, you were a pirate. Luffy had stars shining in his eyes at meeting another nice pirate like Shanks. A long time ago. I'm originally from North Blue and that's where I learned my trade. Dr. Adair took a sip of a glass of water that Nurse Hitomi placed in front of him. Trafalgar's from North Blue, Ace said. I knew the moment I saw him. The old man's eyes became hard and angry. Only someone from Flevance would have that skin condition. He said it was a type of poisoning. Yes, he must be the last survivor from the White City. At Luffy and Ace's confused looks, Dr. Adair smiled. I assumed you wouldn't have heard of it in East Blue, but it was once considered the most beautiful city in the world. Everything was pure white from the houses to the roads to the lampposts. I stopped there once on my travels. It was stunning. Sound nice? Luffy nodded. I'd like to see it. It looked nice, but all that white was from a special type of amber lead only found in the ground beneath Flevance. The government knew that it was killing the citizens, but because they made so much money from it they didn't tell the citizens and continued digging it up. The citizens' life expectancy slowly declined every generation until they began to realize something was wrong. Several years back the citizens began to show the white patches on their skin and died slowly and painfully from lead poisoning that couldn't be reversed. Nurse Hitomi held a hand to her mouth and stifled a gasp. How awful, she whispered. The worst thing is what happened next. The old doctor's face turned even grimmer as he mulled over his next words. Someone had spread rumors that the poisoning was a contagious illness. The neighboring kingdoms blocked all exits to prevent the citizens from escaping and seeking medical attention elsewhere. The Marines moved in saying they would solve the problem. You know what they did. What did they do? Luffy asked. His eyes were hard and angry, defensive over the boy he considered a friend. They sunk boatloads of children and killed off the adults one by one as part of an extermination program. Ace felt the blood drain from his face. Luffy's straw hat was shadowing his eyes, but he could see that his little brother was just as upset. How Law escaped, I don't know. I don't intend to ask because I know it won't be pretty. Trafalgar hasn't said anything. Ace asked. No, but I know one thing. Dr. Adair leaned forward and grinned at them. It wasn't a friendly smile, but one that said he knew something bad was going to happen and would watch with pleasure as all hell broke loose. He's out for revenge, and that kid would be a dangerous enemy to have. Ace mulled over how Law was able to incapacitate an adult pirate and privately agreed with the doctor. The teenager wasn't overwhelmingly powerful, but he was smart and knew how to use his ability. The doctor stood up and nodded to the boys. I'm going to bed. There's some spare blankets in your brother's room. Be quiet because we have other patients. Good night, boys. Good night, Hitomi. Good night, they replied. Hitomi finished cleaning up and shooed the boys upstairs so she could lock up and go home. Tiredly, the two brothers shuffled into their third brother's room. Ace and Luffy snuggled into the pile of blankets left on the floor. Sabo was snoring lightly on the bed, far more comfortable than he had been all week. Luffy yawned and sleepily closed his eyes. Law's my friend, so I'm gonna make sure he's happy, Luffy mumbled. I'll help him fight the Marines. You're an idiot, Ace snorted. Luffy didn't reply, so Ace glanced over to find the boy fast asleep. He turned back to stare at the ceiling, deep in thought. Maybe Trafalgar Law wasn't so different from him after all, but he was still a creepy little shit. And make sure you don't tie the knot on top of the wound. It doesn't need any more pressure, unless you want to cause Sabo you more pain. No, I didn't think so. Law finished his demonstration and examined his own handiwork. It was a perfectly done masterpiece which would promptly be ruined the moment they stepped outside the clinic's sterile environment. Thanks for your help, Trafalgar-san. Sabo seemed less weary of Law but still very reserved. His face was back to its usual color and the boy looked much more alive. I feel much better, as long as these two idiots don't screw up. Ace bristled indignantly when Law jerked his thumb in his direction. You should be fine. Keep the wound clean and use new bandages. You'll have to come back so I can take out the stitches in 7 days. So come back next week. Right. Sabo slid down from the bed and tested his weight on the injured leg. That feels way better. Okay, let's go home. Finally, Ace slung an arm around Sabo's shoulder and smiled. I wasn't gonna carry you back, so at least you can use your leg. Oh, my leg hurts. Ace, I need your help. Shut up, you little liar. For once, Luffy ignored the playful brotherly banter. He smiled brightly at Law. Law's really smart. Being a doctor looks hard. It can be fun. Law's smile was a little twisted, but Luffy didn't notice. Understanding the inner workings of the human body can be extremely beneficial. So there is something Law likes. Luffy adjusted his hat. You have to come live with us. We live in a treehouse in the forest and we hunt for food and we train every day to get stronger. We're gonna be pirates. You can be on my crew, K. No, Law rolled his eyes and pushed the boy out the door into the waiting room. I can't be a doctor living like a barbarian in the jungle. And I won't join your crew. But you have to. I need a doctor. Congratulations on figuring that out. But find another doctor. Law pointed at the door in the gesture to leave. Ace and Sabo had already disappeared outside and were waiting impatiently for the youngest brother. Now leave. I have house calls to make in the mornings and you're making me late. You'll join my crew. Luffy shrugged and ignored the vicious glare Law shot him. He went outside to join his brothers. I'll see you later. The older boy snorted at the idea of ever taking orders from the idiot named Monkey D. Luffy. After everything Korra-sen sacrificed for him, he won't ever give up his freedom. No one will ever tell him what to do. Dr. Adair seemed to understand that Law would never accept being ordered around. Everything was said in a suggestion, like Law had a choice on what to do. Law took over the morning house calls, not because he was told to but because it was suggested to him. Law-kun, would you like to do the house calls? It would give you more experience. And Law agreed to do the morning rounds. He knew it was complete manipulation, but the old man was right. He did want more experience, and observing the patients how they did self-care and the rate of healing was most fascinating. It also kept his mind too busy to worry about what happened to Gladius and how close Doflamingo was getting. So Law went about his day. But Poe trailed him for the house calls in the morning, carrying his medical bag and stolen katana. It was back to the clinic for lunch and then an afternoon of never-ending patience. By the end of the day he fell in bed exhausted with Popo curled up at his feet. He had already learned all he needed to from Adair, whose medical knowledge was decent but still somewhat limited. He would gain experience at the little clinic before moving on to expand his knowledge. The Grand Line had a vaster and superior selection of resources to choose from, but it was too dangerous to return there yet. Instead he would return to North Blue, where medical knowledge was superior to the East Blue. But Poe grunted and jerked in his sleep, his leg kicking out and brushing Law's feet. He made a small whining sound and his feet twitched repeatedly in reaction to his dream. The 13-year-old smiled and ran his fingers through the soft hair on Poe's head. The bear instantly relaxed at the feeling and groaned. He always got extremely pleased at being petted, but only would let Law have the honors. Not that many people have tried to pet his friend. Most sane humans avoid coming in close contact with carnivorous wild animals. Not that Law considered himself particularly sane. With his friend relaxed at his side, Law finally allowed himself to doze off. He had more patients to attend to the next day, and it was imperative that he get as many hours of sleep that he could. The next morning when he opened the clinic's front door, Law realized that he should have tried to get a little more sleep. After all, a few hours of nightmares wasn't nearly enough rest to deal with the person standing outside the door. Monkey D. Luffy smiled that big, dopey grin. Law wanted to punch his face. "What are you doing here, Mujiwara-ya?" Law deadpanned. He knew exactly what the boy was doing. "I want to hang out with Law today," the younger boy chirped excitedly. Law sighed and motioned to Beppo to follow him. They passed Luffy, who immediately trailed after them with the huge grin still stretched across his face. "I told you that I have work today. In fact, I have work every day. I have no time to entertain you." It seemed that Law's words went in through one ear and out the other. "I know Law's busy, but I want to watch Law work. Nothing I say will get you to stop following me." Luffy shook his head in the negative vigorously. "Then keep quiet and don't bother the patients. If they tell you to leave, you leave. Understand?" Luffy nodded his head and smiled. Once again, Law doubted he even listened. The first stop of the morning was old Mrs. Nadama, an elderly woman with a flair for dramatics. Apparently she became a regular at the clinic after her husband died and would complain about phantom aches and pains. A tumble over one of her cats had sprained her ankle last week and Law was stopping by to see how it was healing. She always insisted on seeing Dr. Adair, but had recently found great pleasure in cuddling Law and Beppo. Although he was a bit of a sadist, even Law wouldn't do anything cruel to an old civilian lady. He knocked on the door of his second-story apartment and checked the handle. It was unlocked. He opened it a crack and called into the tiny home. "Nadama-san, it's Trafalgar Law. I'm here to do a checkup." "Law-kun, come in, cutie. Is that adorable bear of yours here too?" A wavering voice from the other side of the sitting chair called. Mrs. Nadama peeked around the chair and smiled at him. She looked just as old as Dr. Adair with thin white hair and wrinkled skin. Her amber eyes twinkled at him from behind her glasses. "Beppo is here, along with an acquaintance. I hope you don't mind, he's very persistent." Law stepped aside to let his assistant and the annoying shadow into the apartment. The little room seemed so much smaller with two more people and a bear. "And who's this little cutie pie?" Mrs. Nadama beckoned Luffy over to her chair. The straw hat-wearing boy bounced over to her. "Hi, I'm Luffy. What an adorable little boy. Are you Law-kun's friend?" Law shook his head in the negative behind Luffy. Mrs. Nadama's eyes twinkled in amusement at the sight. "Yup, he's my friend. You seem like such a nice boy. I hope you're a good friend to Law-kun." The old woman leaned over and stage whispered into Luffy's ear, "Kami knows that boy needs a friend." Of course, the woman reached out and pinched one of Luffy's cheeks, squealing about how cute he was. Law decided to cut in before the conversation went ways he didn't want to deal with so early in the morning. "Nadama-san, how is your ankle? Has the swelling and pain gone down?" Law dropped to the floor and gingerly examined the joint. "It hurts at night and those damn pills don't do much of anything," the woman grumbled. She lifted up her long skirt so Law could get better access to the taped ankle. He unwrapped the tape and examined the slightly swollen ligaments. "Do you ice it when it's painful?" And the tape wasn't tightly wrapped. "Is it always like that or did you have trouble this morning?" "I ice it when I remember. And I don't like it too tight, it feels weird." Law sighed and resisted strangling the old hag. "If it hurts you need to rest and ice it. Otherwise it will be painful, especially at night. The reason the tape needs to be tight is to provide stability and support blood circulation to speed up the healing process. You need to let it heal. At least tell me you've been using the crutches Adair lent to you." "Of course, I use whatever Charles gives me." The woman was mildly affronted. She turned and winked at Luffy. "That doctor is one fine piece of ass. Then I hope you will give me the same honor of following my directions." Law ignored the comment about Dr. Adair's behind and held out a hand for Beppo to pass over the medical bag. The young doctor rummaged through and pulled out a small tube. "This is an anti-inflammatory gel, but it will only work if you don't aggravate the injury. I will not be giving you more painkillers, so use what you have left. You need to stay off this leg before you do any permanent damage." Law often liked to threaten his patients with the possibility of permanent damage if they didn't follow through with his care plan. Most people feared the unfixable. After all, medicine was a science, not a miracle. But the girls wanted to do a get-together in a few days. Mrs. Nadama whined. Law snorted and ducked the hand that swiped at his spotted white hat. "If you had followed my original instructions, you would have been fine to participate and your ankle would be much better. But since you ignored my instructions, you will be on house arrest for the next 3 days. Rest, you crazy old bat. That's no way to talk to your elders." Mrs. Nadama reached out to poke Law with one grizzled finger, but he stepped out of her reach. "If you respected me as a doctor, I would respect you as an elder. Respect runs both ways. But you're such an adorable child, even with your know-it-all attitude and smirky face." "I am not a child. You are to me." Mrs. Nadama managed to snag Law's jacket and drag him into a smothering hug. From within her grasp, Law glared at Beppo and Luffy, who seemed to find a great deal of amusement in his suffering. "Okay, now let me go." Law adjusted his hat and glared sullenly at the old hag. Adair can deal with her next time rather than pushing the crazy patients onto the younger doctor. He packed up the medical bag and moved to the door. He gestured Popo and Luffy to join him. If that's all, we'll take our leave now. Mrs. Nadama laughed and waved at them. Come visit any time. And tell Charles I said hi. Luffy was laughing as they started down the stairs back to the road. She was funny. What a crazy old lady. She's not normally that bad, Law mused. Maybe she's in withdrawal from the painkillers. But soon Law found that old Mrs. Nadama wasn't the only one acting stranger than normal. All of his morning patients were clingy and cuddly. The less brave ones would go straight for a smiling Luffy while the others would make surprising grabs at Popo or the more intimidating Law. Children, normally subdued and quiet while being examined by Law, were far more excited and happy than he had ever seen them. They oohed and awed over Popo and cheered with Luffy as best as their bodies would allow them to. It seemed that Luffy's presence had ignited some sort of spark within the hearts of his patients. Getting them so excited would probably backfire later, but for the time being Law was content that he didn't have to deal with long appointments of patients complaining about every ache and pain. Luffy was laughing on the walk back to the clinic for lunch. Shishishi. Hat was fun. You're so busy every morning but you get to meet so many interesting people. It's the burden of being a doctor, Law shrugged. The smell of freshly baked bread wafted from a storefront. Law cringed at the smell. How he hated bread. But Hitomi asked him to pick up this week's bread order so he was going to have to stomach the stench. He stopped and went into a bakery belonging to one of Adair's former patients. Popo and Luffy ambled in behind him, Luffy gazing excitedly at all the food. Law-kun, welcome. What can I get for you today? The middle-aged baker greeted. His dark brown hair was slowly receding from his forehead and the man looked more tired than normal. Just the usual. Fujita-san. Law glanced over at the drooling boy who was excitedly sniffing the air. He would have to carefully watch the food allowance if Luffy was going to stop by often to bother him. Actually, if you could double the order for today, I would appreciate it. Expecting company, Mr. Fujita chuckled and began packing up the bread and buns to fill the order. Just one, and he's quite the glutton. Law tilted his head in Luffy's direction. Ah, I see. The baker laughed and added up the total. Is the baby keeping you awake? Mr. Fujita's wife, after years of trying, had finally given birth to a new baby girl 3 weeks ago. Law had helped with the delivery and swore that he would never get involved in maternal health ever again. It was just too noisy. Yeah, the little tyke sleeps all day and cries all night. I'm not sure what we can do about that. And your total is 21 obelis. Law handed the money over and took the bag of food. He decided to hang on to the food rather than give it to either of the hungry animals behind him, both of whom were starting to drool. I'm afraid baby's sleeping patterns are not my expertise. Other than forcing her awake during the day for feedings and such, I can't suggest much more than hoping she'll grow out of it. I hope so too. I really miss my sleep. Law nodded to the man. Good day. Please come again. Luffy hovered over the paper bag of food Law was carrying in his arms. That smells really good. I suppose it would to most. Law shrugged. He stopped at a street vendor and bought several prepared bentos. I despise bread so you may have my share. Really, thanks Law. You're the best. Luffy chatted the entire way back to the clinic about food. He spoke about how he was going to get a musician and a cook to join his pirate crew and they would sail to the Grand Line. Luffy was an incredibly animated speaker. His arms waved all over in large sweeping gestures and his face was exceptionally open in his excitement. The boy would be a horrible liar. The problem for Law was the topic he chose to obsess over. Sounds fascinating, Law drawled. He would quickly get annoyed by the boy's elaborate fantasies about pirates. Nothing about pirates was fantasy-worthy. It was a life of danger and hard work. At some point the boy would learn the hard way. Nurse Hitomi looked up from the desk when they entered the clinic. Welcome back, she called out. She did a double take having noticed the extra figure entering the clinic. Hello again, Luffy-kun. Hi, nurse lady. I helped Law today and we brought food. Can we eat now? Hitomi ignored Law's angry muttering and smiled kindly at Luffy. Certainly. Would you help me set the table? Then we can eat. Okay. Luffy helped Hitomi set the table, but most of the time succeeded in screwing up and once almost dropped a knife on Law's foot. Law channeled his inner grump and glowered fiercely at the younger boy for his dangerous near slip-up, but Luffy didn't notice, being too busy trying to carry 2 glasses full of water at once. Lunch was of fresh-baked bread, cheese, cold cut meats, a mixed garden salad and bentos for Law and whoever else didn't eat bread. Just as they finished setting up the small rickety table, Dr. Adair shuffled in. Looks good. Are we ready to eat? With no help from you, Law mumbled under his breath. Diggin' boys, Hitomi clapped her hands. We still have half a day left, so get your nutrients. It took 2 minutes after sitting down and filling up his plate, but Dr. Adair finally noticed Luffy's presence at the table. You were from last night. Yup, I came to hang out with Law. Luffy tore apart the bun he was eating like a starving animal. Popo, who was sitting beside him, covered his own plate with a furry paw. But he was doing house calls this morning. Adair raised an eyebrow at Law, whose deadpan look spoke volumes. That can't have been very interesting. It was. The Straw Hat Boy swallowed his mouthful of food and guzzled down some water. Law's a really good doctor. He's gonna be the doctor on my pirate ship. Law resisted slamming his head down on the table when Adair managed to wheeze out a laugh around his mouthful of food. Good luck with that, kiddo. He chuckled. Thanks, Luffy chirped, completely missing the sarcasm. Luffy-kun, Hitomi smiled when he turned his attention to her. How is your brother? Much better. He slept like a baby last night. Dr. Adair took a sip of his coffee. Did you leave your other brother to take care of him while you spent the morning following Law around? Yup. Luffy completely missed the hidden message in the doctor's words, which Dr. Adair seemed to find extremely humorous by the smile twitching at his lips. Mujiwara, he's saying you need to go back and help. Law rolled his eyes. Why? Ace is there. He's better at that stuff than me. The bottomless pit shoved another hastily made sandwich in his mouth. You can't stay this afternoon. Law emphasized his point by rudely gesturing at Luffy with his chopsticks. It was fine for the house calls, but you're too much of a distraction for the clinic. And we can't afford to feed you for dinner. This clinic survives on donations. We don't have unlimited funds for a food garbage disposals like you. Huh. A piece of ham was dangling out the corner of Luffy's mouth. What do you say? Law slapped a hand on his face and groaned in frustration. Hitomi giggled and rubbed the top of Luffy's head, for once not covered by his old straw hat. You must go home this afternoon, Luffy-kun. Law-kun needs to focus on work. Oh, okay. Luffy shrugged and cleaned off his plate. His stretchy, rubber fingers reached for the last rice ball on Bappo's plate but quickly retracted when the bear growled at him. Bappo was extremely possessive over his food. Thanks for the food. Luffy jammed his hat back onto his head and smiled at the people and bear around the table. See you tomorrow, Law. Bye. No, don't come. But he was already gone and out the door before Law could tell him to stay away. Damn it. Dr. Adair burst out in a cackle of laughter. Law debated the pros and cons of dissecting the old man and rearranging his body parts. Ace scowled as once again his younger brother Luffy disappeared down the path towards the city. Every morning for almost a week, Luffy had been running to the city to follow Trafalgar Law around the city's slums. He would return in the afternoon with a sheepish grin and a shrug. Sabo was exceptionally forgiving, but Ace was getting extremely annoyed with the daily disappearances. Did he leave again? Sabo asked as he folded up his futon. The blonde was looking much better compared to the week before. The infection had been beaten by antibiotics and Trafalgar's cleaning directions, and the wound was healing nicely. They were supposed to go back to the clinic this afternoon to have the stitches removed. Yes, that kid's really starting to piss me off, Ace grumbled. He helped Sabo fold up Luffy's futon, which he forgot before running off. He was used to cleaning up after the youngest brother, but this was starting to get ridiculous. Sabo laughed good-naturedly. Luffy's just excited because he thinks Trafalgar-sen will actually join his crew. You can relax, he's enjoying time with his new friend. While he's having a grand time with his new best friend, you and I are stuck doing everything. He needs to start pulling his weight again or I'm gonna throw him over a cliff. Sabo raised an eyebrow at the annoyance in Ace's tone. Geez, Ace, you're really bothered by this. I just don't like people shirking their job. Ace huffed and folded his arms over his chest. The blonde glanced over the annoyed, huffing boy. His face was pulled into a deep frown with his eyes glaring in the direction of the city. His leg was jittery and anxious as if he wanted to run after his loose cannon brother. Oh, I see. Sabo chuckled and sat down to unwrap his leg. The wound was closed up nicely. Law would probably be pleased to see they had followed his instructions. He didn't want to think about what Law would have done if they hadn't done as he said. What's so funny? Ace snapped. He was in a good mood a few days ago, but had grown progressively moodier the more his younger brother ditched them. I never thought I'd see it. Sabo shrugged. There was still a smile twitching at the corner of his mouth. Considering how much you hated him at first, it's funny how things have changed. What are you babbling about? You're jealous. Sabo laughed and fell onto his back when Ace aimed a kick at him. You're jealous that Trafalgar-san is stealing your little brother. I am not jealous of that freak. Ace snapped. He kicked the empty water bucket and slammed a fist into the wall of the tree house. He just pisses me off. He's a rude, pompous, know-it-all and I have no idea why Luffy likes him so much. You are so jealous. Sabo shook his head and tried to smother his laughter. He didn't want to aggravate Ace any further lest he send the boy into his raging hothead mode. It was never fun trying to get him to cool off. We need some more water and fruits. Come with me. Ace and Sabo spent the next hour without their little brother again. They gathered up ripe fruits and some vegetables they could find growing in the woods. Later, when Sabo washed and prepared the fruits and vegetables, Ace would leave him in the treehouse to go hunting for their real dinner. When they returned to the treehouse, Luffy's voice reached their ears. Isn't it cool? We built it all by ourselves. Another voice answered, which made the older brothers worry. They couldn't hear much as the other speaker was not nearly as loud as Luffy. Exchanging looks, they both started to creep up the side of the tree to get closer. We made it to look like a pirate ship. There's a mast and Jolly Roger at the top. It has a really good view. You want to go see? No, thank you, a drawling voice replied. Ace snorted when he recognized the voice. Figures that Luffy would bring his new best friend to their secret tree house. So much for it being secret if he goes around telling all the creeps about it. I would prefer to finish my morning appointments, so if Sabo you would please come in here so I can remove his stitches, I would appreciate it. Sabo and Ace peeked through the curtain door of the treehouse to make sure it really was Trafalgar Law and not some copycat. But it really was him relaxing on the floor of their treehouse looking perfectly at home. His pet bear Beppo was even there being used as a backrest for the young doctor. Sitting across from him was Luffy, who looked surprised to see Ace and Sabo back so soon. Hey guys, Law's here, see? Luffy waved at them with a bright smile. He's gonna be Sabo's doctor today. Goody. Ace rolled his eyes, began putting away the nuts, fruits, and vegetables they collected that morning. His rude greeting was ignored by everyone else. Sabo dropped the bucket of stream water in the corner for them to boil later. Nice to see you again, Trafalgar-san. You want to take out my stitches? Yes, Law nodded and sat up from his relaxed position. I need to see how it's healing. It's looking good. Sabo sat down in front of the young doctor and rolled up the leg of his pants. He had taken to wearing pants with his leg bandaged up. No need to let any enemies know that he was injured. It doesn't really hurt much anymore. Law leaned in closer to look at the wound with Luffy hovering over his shoulder. The snap of rubber echoed in the treehouse as Law wiggled on a pair of white, sterile gloves. He poked the skin around the wound that was turning back to its normal skin tone. The irritated redness had faded except for in the immediate area of the healing wound. The stitches had helped the two sides of the wound heal together well, and Law was confident that the wound wouldn't reopen if he removed the stitches, unless they decided to go poke a sleeping grizzly bear again. There was no cure for stupidity. It's healing well, so I'm going to remove the stitches. I will use an antiseptic to clean the skin before and after I remove the stitches. I will put on an adhesive which is like a band-aid to help the wound finish healing and wrap your leg again. Sabo nodded as if he understood fully what Law was saying. However, Ace had gotten distracted by his inner grumblings and missed most of the instructions. Law began pulling his materials out of the black bag Beppo held out. He wiped an antiseptic over the wound with a cotton sponge. Sabo flinched but didn't show any other signs of discomfort. The apprentice doctor hovered over the wound with small tongs in one hand and surgical scissors in the other. I will begin now. You will feel a slight tug on the skin which may be uncomfortable. Let me know if there is any severe pain. Sabo nodded in understanding and watched as Law lifted up one of the stitches with the tongs so he could cut it. The tugging was a little strange but not particularly bothersome. Law's face was completely focused on his task as he removed each perfectly aligned suture. Beppo was waiting with another cotton swab when he was done with the stitches. When the wound was clean, Law carefully taped the wound with an adhesive tape and then wrapped bandages around the leg. He pulled off the rubber gloves with a final snap. There, now keep the adhesive tape on for 5 more days and continue to keep the wound clean. I will give you a roll for when the tape inevitably loses its grip to reapply when needed. I'm sure you don't want another infection. Law stood up and brushed dirt off the knees of his jeans. The wound should be fully healed within a month. Don't push it. I have no interest in helping people who refuse to follow my instructions. I understand. Sabo smiled and nodded his head. Thank you for your help, Trafalgar-san. I've learned some new things about taking care of injuries. I will be more careful in the future. Good. Law's eyes were back to their bored look. The dark circles under his eyes were darker and bigger than last month from weeks of acting as a doctor. Truthfully, he looked exhausted and ready for an early nap. What you doing now? Luffy adjusted his hat and jumped to his feet. Law sighed and rolled his shoulder as if to relieve tension. Back to the clinic for the afternoon. Unlike you, I have an actual job to do. I'll help. Luffy pumped his fist and bounced around Law and Beppo. Sabo watched as Ace's eyes got darker, and his fists trembled at his sides. Actually, Luffy, Sabo interrupted before Law could turn the boy down again. He just hoped that the boy would accept his request rather than setting off his hothead older brother. Ace had been fuming all morning about Luffy and Sabo was afraid he would snap. Could you help us this afternoon? We need to go hunting. Oh, but that's so boring, Luffy whined. He then perked up and grabbed Sabo's shoulders. Come to the clinic. The people are really funny and they have food. You can eat some too. We can't afford to feed any more Luffys, Law deadpan. But it's still interesting. Like there was the crazy old Obasan who wouldn't let go of Adair and the baby with. Why don't you just go? Ace snapped. His brow was dangerously furrowed and his fists clenched tightly at his sides. Just go with your new best friend and don't bother coming back. Wah. Luffy's enthusiasm came to a grinding halt and has tilted his head in confusion. What do you mean, Ace? Sabo sighed dejectedly as his attempt to smother the flames failed fantastically. A young doctor looked thoroughly bored and uninterested in the brewing argument and was debating how to sneak out without getting caught by Luffy. You spend all your time with the freak. Why don't you just go live with him? Ace threw up his hands into the air and turned his back to Luffy. Ace doesn't mean that. Sabo laughed breathlessly. The situation was getting dangerous. Both boys were stupidly stubborn and Sabo couldn't see either one backing down. "Don't call Law a freak," Luffy yelled, his own hands clenching into fists. Law raised an eyebrow at the progressing argument and Luffy's adamant defense of him. But he noticed that Luffy didn't deny Law's freakishness. "But he is. You saw his power." Ace pointed a finger at the teenager who shrugged in response. He could understand people's aversion to his abilities. "And he's just creepy. And you're mean," Luffy yelled. "You're always mean to people. Law hasn't done anything to you but you're always calling him names. I don't like it when people are mean to my friends. You're such an idiot. He's not your friend, he's just using you. Just grow up." In his anger, Ace's temper got the better of him. He stepped forward and shoved Luffy's shoulder, knocking the smaller boy to the floor. Luffy stared up in shock at the boy he considered his brother. The way he pushed Luffy was so different from every other way they've fought. It wasn't friendly annoyance or brotherly irritation. There was a callousness behind the action that everyone, including Luffy, noticed. The blonde brother was shocked into silence by Ace's actions. Law raised an eyebrow and exchanged looks with Popo. The polar bear bent down and helped Luffy stand up. Ace was shocked by his own actions. He stared at his shaking hands and desperately wondered why he would react that way. But the rage was still flowing and he couldn't bring himself to apologize. The youngest boy's eyes were shadowed by his hat as he brushed off the bottom of his shorts. All 4 other occupants of the treehouse were waiting to see what the rubber boy would do next. Law's eyes narrowed when Luffy's lips twitched and the boy rubbed at his mouth. This was going to be different from what he expected. "Fine," Luffy whispered. His voice was shaking as he tried to hold back the tears that everyone could see were brimming in his eyes. Luffy turned to Law but his face was still hidden beneath the shadows of his straw hat. "Can I stay with you, Law?" Law glanced at the shocked Sabo and the furious Ace. This was quite interesting. "Sure, Mugiwara, I think we have room for you." "Okay," Luffy choked out. Law climbed down the tree, closely followed by Popo. Luffy joined them at the ground and all 3 walked away from the tree house. The youngest boy ignored Sabo's shouting at him to come back but his shoulders were far too tense. Sure enough, halfway to the city, Luffy broke down and cried all over Law's hoodie. It was messy and disgusting. Law was not impressed. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Sabo snapped at his remaining brother. The other boy was sitting cross-legged on the uneven floor, his back to the blonde. "Do you realize what you've done?" "Yes." Ace's voice was weak and shaky but Sabo plowed on. "Because you've just done the one thing I know you didn't want to do." "What did you expect? Luffy to come back begging on his knees for forgiveness?" Ace shook his head in the negative. "Good. Because we all know that Luffy won't ever apologize for making a new friend." Sabo threw his hands in the air. "So what exactly were you trying to accomplish?" The dark-haired boy shrugged his shoulders. Sabo huffed at the lack of response. "Come on, Ace. Answer the question." The blonde looked closer when Ace still failed to respond. The slight quiver of his shoulders and a hitch in his breathing gave away the boy's inner turmoil. With a long exhale, Sabo let his anger and frustration out in a puff of air. It would do him no good to be the middleman in his brother's fight, but neither would it help to yell at anyone. It seemed that Ace was already beating himself up over the argument. He stepped around the boy to face Ace and sighed in amused exasperation. "Oh, Ace." The dark-haired boy wiped at the stream of tears dripping down his cheeks. "Shut up," he snapped and rubbed at his moist eyes if only to avoid looking his disappointed brother in the face. "Why'd you do it?" Sabo asked, his voice softer than previously. He would do no puppy kicking while said puppy was down. "I don't know," Ace choked out. He sniffed and wiped his running nose with his t-shirt. "I just got so angry. You are so green with envy that I could mistake you for Murimo." The blonde rolled his eyes. "Luffy's not replacing you with Trafalgar-san, you're still his big brother. He's just excited about having a new friend, especially a friend who used to be a pirate when he was so young, which isn't safe." Ace snapped and slammed his hand on the floor. "Trafalgar's got too many unknown factors. Why can't Luffy see that?" "Aren't you worried?" Sabo shrugged and sat down next to his oldest friend. "Of course I'm worried. If you think I'm not scared that next time we see Luffy he'll be sailing out to sea with a murderous pirate group, but you're forgetting one very important thing." "What's that?" Ace grumbled. "Luffy's impeccable judge of character." Sabo smiled and pointed at himself. Then he poked Ace in the chest. "And his persistent determination to make friends. That's different. Luffy just..." "No, it's exactly the same." Sabo poked his brother again, except this time in the forehead. "Except you actively tried to kill him and he still followed you everywhere. Trafalgar-san hasn't done anything to hurt us or Luffy. He's just different. You're not exactly someone who can blame another person for being different, Mr. Son of the Pirate King." "Whatever." Ace had begun to pout, his eyes still a little red. "Why do you keep calling him Trafalgar-san? He's not that much older than us." Sabo shrugged. "He's just really mature. It makes him see that much older. Plus, he probably saved my life. Even if you don't like him, I still respect him. Plus, he's kind of scary. I don't want to get him angry." "Well, that's your opinion," Ace grumbled. "I still think he's creepy. And that's fine, we all know you're stubborn." but don't forget that not everyone shares your opinion, including myself and Luffy. Sabo knocked his shoulder against his brother's. Anyways, maybe you should think about apologizing to Luffy and Trafalgar-san. Why should I apologize to him? Maybe because you called him a freak to his face. You know that freak can chop you up into little pieces and keep you alive while he tortures you. Why would you antagonize him? Because I have a death wish. Ace rolled his eyes. I could take him. I could, Luffy, and I would be digging up your decapitated body parts all over the island. Or he might have Beppo eat you alive. Stop it, Sabo. Now you're being creepy. What? That bear always looks hungry. Law's fingers were turning white from his straining grip on his pen. All day he had been followed by a morose 7-year-old boy who kept his presence known with regular gloomy sighs. At first he had agreed to the boy's presence if only to antagonize the hot-headed older brother. He had quickly realized his error in judgment. Another sigh. Law felt the cheap plastic crack under his fingers. The young doctor put down the pen and took several calming breaths. In and out, in and out. Losing his calm would do nothing to improve his situation. But if the straw hat-wearing brat didn't shut up soon, Law just might cut out his tongue. What is it this time, Mujiwara? Law didn't look up from completing a report on a dislocated shoulder. He also didn't reach over to grab another pen. Chances were that he might practice his marksmanship with office supplies. That would wake up Beppo, who was snoozing at his feet. I'm so bored, the boy whined. There was some shuffling and a heavy thud. Law presumed that the younger boy had flopped down on the ratty couch like a dead fish. I want to do something fun. Then go and do something fun. Law rolled his eyes. Come with me. No, it wasn't his job to entertain bored children. I'm working. But you're always working. Law could practically hear the pout in his voice. You never do anything fun. I do too. Law snapped and spun around in his chair to face Luffy. He paused to think exactly when the last time he had fun was. He had to go far back in his memory. Sometimes I dissect frogs or do neurological experimentation on rats. The boy made a disgusted face. That's gross. That's science. Science is fun. Only for losers. Law raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Did Monkey D. Luffy, of all people, just call him a loser? Who was the idiot to judge him? School is boring. Let's go outside and do something. He's right, kiddo. Both Law and Luffy jumped in surprise when Dr. Adair stuck his head through the open office door. Beppo jerked at Law's movement and looked up sleepily. His eyes barely open. You need to get out. That doesn't mean a lot coming from a workaholic like you. Law snorted and turned back to his report. When was the last time you left the clinic? Dr. Adair gave a wheezing laugh. Don't compare yourself to a tired old man like myself. I'm not the one with decades of living ahead of me. Get out there and do something. Take your bear for a walk. Law ignored Luffy's bright smile at having someone agree with him. It looked a little too smug. I still have to finish all of my reports. And Beppo isn't a dog. The reports can wait. And Beppo is an animal. Look at the poor thing. He desperately wants to go outside. Beppo blinked and rubbed his eyes. He looked more like he was ready to finish his nap. Now, out you go. The old geezer doctor grabbed Law by the neck of his shirt and hauled him out of the office chair, ignoring the manhandled teenager's growling. Luffy cheered and skipped after the two with Beppo lumbering behind them all, still half asleep. Dr. Adair tossed Law out the side door like one would a sack of potatoes. The disgruntled and extremely irritated teenager sat on the ground like a misbehaving toddler. A yelp followed after him and Luffy landed face first beside him with a shoe print on his rear end. Glancing behind him with the scariest face he could muster, Law glared at his employer. The man ignored him and patted a confused Beppo on the head. Now don't come back until dinner. The crazy old man gave a cheerful wave and slammed the door behind him. Luffy shot up out of the dirt and brushed his clothes off. The older boy ignored his movements, pulled his fuzzy white hat low over his eyes and laid down on the ground. He clasped his fingers behind his head and made himself comfortable. Well, as comfortable as one could get lying on the ground. What are you doing? What does it look like I'm doing? It was a rhetorical question. Sleeping. Law fought the urge to roll his eyes. His eyeballs were getting a workout. I would be if you shut up. Why are you sleeping? We're supposed to be having fun. There was a thump on the ground as if the boy had jumped in excitement. I am having fun. The greatest time of my life. Sleeping was more of a special treat than an everyday occurrence, so Law could technically consider it fun. You're so weird. Luffy laughed. Something poked Law's shoulder and he hoped for the younger boy's sake that it wasn't the finger he constantly picked his nose with. Let's go do something. With great effort that seemed to take all of his remaining energy, Law sat up. He glared at the Straw Hat Boy through half-lidded eyes. Perhaps he could use this to his advantage. If I spend the day with you, will you promise to talk to your brothers, and possibly go back to living like a savage in the woods? The straw hat-wearing individual was exceptionally proficient at the pout. He was able to manipulate not just his mouth but his entire face and body into the ultimate sullen look. Law felt the pangs of guilt in his emotionally stunted heart. Don't give me that look. That's my condition. Resist. He must resist the puppy dog look. but I don't want to talk to them. They were mean to you and you're my friend, so I don't like them. Luffy plopped down on the dirt and crossed his arms as if to emphasize his pout. There was something in his words that made Law pause. Why would anyone defend a stranger against their own brother? He was a stranger to Luffy. The boy knew next to nothing about him yet consistently called him a friend. Even Kora-sen had learned more about him before ever trying to trust Law, which was foolish because Law was so close to selling Kora-sen out to the captain that he had Doflamingo waiting patiently for what he wanted to say. Instead, Law found himself asking for a book on poisons and antidotes. At the time, Law had rationalized his decision by saying that he owed Kora-sen a favor for not selling him out. It was only later, when Law found himself alone again, did he finally recognize the real reason. He was afraid. Although he knew Doflamingo was perhaps the cruelest person in North Blue, he simply did not want to know if that cruelty expanded to his own brother. Almost a year later, Law would find out that yes, it did. And so he learned the hard way that blood did not always build family. However, Ace and Sabo were not Doflamingo. Their anger towards Luffy was a result of distrust and jealousy towards Law. But Law was not under the illusion that they would actually hurt their younger brother. Although Doflamingo and Kora-sen were brothers by blood, Law could clearly see that the three boys shared a much stronger bond. It reminded him of the bond he once had with his sister, Lamy, the sister he failed to save. The boys were fools to let their younger brother so far out of their sight. If Law had his sister back, he would never let her go. He would always make sure she was beside him. She might have hated him for it, but she may have been safe. But Lamy was gone. However, Luffy was still here, both in the meaning of still being alive and physically sitting in front of Law, impatiently waiting for him to sort out his thoughts. Law had done a lot of bad things since the genocide of Flevens. Perhaps it was time to do something nice for once. They were just trying to protect you, Law drawled, rubbing at his eyes to remove any trace of emotion that may have built up while he thought about his past. The past was the past. You can't change it. But you sure as hell can get revenge for it. I don't need protection, I can take care of myself. If possible. Luffy's pout grew even more pronounced. Mujiwara, Law sighed patiently, or as patient Law could ever be. Although he tried his best, with this boy his temper just bubbled to the surface, rippling the calm waters. Almost all big brothers worry about their siblings, especially the younger ones. Luffy furrowed his eyebrows and contemplated the words. Perhaps no one had ever explained the symptoms of being a brother to him. How do you know? Because I was once a big brother. Law glanced away and studiously examined the crumbling brickwork of the apothecary next door. The things he put himself through for other people. He could feel the boy's eyes searching his face and resisted the urge to hide. I couldn't protect her. Luffy was silent for a short time. One thing Law could appreciate about the younger boy was that he never asked for more. The short explanation he was given was enough. He seemed to be thinking about what Law just said. It looked to be quite a painful process, judging by his furrowed eyebrows and scrunched nose. Finally, he opened his mouth to speak. If Law says so, then I believe him. Luffy nodded and smiled as if he had reached a conclusion. Perhaps in his mind he had. So, you'll go back to bothering your brothers and leave me alone. Luffy crossed his arms and the disgruntled pout was back. Only if they say sorry. They're probably thinking the same thing. Law muttered under his breath. He groaned and slowly got to his feet. His bones were starting to creak like an old man's worn body. Perhaps the regular nightmares were finally starting to take a toll on his body. All right, what do you want to do? Luffy jumped to his feet. Excitement zinged through his body like an electrical current. Woohoo, let's go eat. Law smacked a hand to his face and glared at the boy from the shadows of his hat. I should have known. Fine, whatever, let's go find a buffet. 30 minutes later found Law and Beppo staring in disgusted awe as the boy consumed unimaginable quantities of food like he had been starving on an iceberg island. Perhaps, if this was what he normally ate, they had been starving him. But Law knew such consumption was unnatural. Perhaps the boy had a chemical imbalance that allowed him to consume large quantities of food without gaining an inch on his waist. Law glanced down at his own meager meal and pushed the overcooked spaghetti around on his plate. When he glanced to his left, Law noticed Beppo's empty plate and the way the bear eyed Luffy's mountainous plate hungrily. He would have to go and fill another plate for his friend. It was difficult enough to get the bear inside the restaurant. He had to do some creative lying involving a very large guide dog and debilitating panic attacks. It would ruin his effort if Beppo were to stand up and fill his own plate at the buffet. Here, finish this for me. Law shoved his plate towards Beppo. The bear's mouth curved up into a smile. It was something Beppo had been practicing for a while. Bears don't smile, and Beppo would never bare his teeth at Law because such an action would be considered a sign of aggression. But a closed-mouth smile was something he desperately wanted to perfect. Beppo gripped the fork awkwardly in his paw. It was amusing and, dare he say it, rather cute to watch a bear cub attempt to eat with a fork. But then the plate disappeared from under Beppo's nose and the spaghetti was dumped into Luffy's open mouth. Beppo growled and the metal fork bent under the pressure of his paw. Mujiwara, That was Beppo's spaghetti. The boy looked disgustingly innocent even with his mouth full of stolen food. Law knew he would never get a proper apology from the human garbage disposal. Don't touch other people's food. Law stabbed at the rubber fingers reaching for his glass of water with his fork. The boy retracted his hand and looked confused for a moment, before he shoved a large bun in his mouth. I'm getting some more food for Beppo. Don't go anywhere. Law left the table without waiting for a response. He ducked and dodged frantic servers and hungry customers to slip into the line at the buffet table. He quickly filled a plate with cooked fish and meat as well as salad and vegetables, but paused at a familiar voice. A thick hand reached in front of him for the serving spoon and the beefy body knocked Law out of the way. The teenager growled but reined in his homicidal urge to cut off the man's hand. He backed away from the table but again stopped when his ears picked up a familiar voice again. Discreetly glancing around the restaurant, Law spotted the source of the voice. Luffy's older brothers, Ace and Sabo, were greedily consuming plates of food at a similar rate to their younger brother. Food was flying left, right, and center as the boys attempted to fill their bottomless stomachs. It was perfect timing. Law could shove the straw hat-wearing boy back to his brothers and return back to the clinic to finish up his work. Perhaps he could even sleep in his bed without having a rubbery body attempt sneak into his bed from the floor. His foot often dealt with the problem when he planted it right in the boy's face, but the sleepwalking boy was getting on his nerves. Law already used Beppo as a pillow. He had no need for Luffy to be a blanket. Swerving around a morbidly obese woman with 2 large children waddling behind her, Law paused at the danger zone near Sabo and Ace's table. A piece of bread, disgusting little thing, missed his ear by a hair. He could feel the breeze as it passed by. Watching you eat is almost as morbidly fascinating as surgery on infected intestines. Law drawled as piece of cheap steak missed landing on his shoe by 5 centimeters. Both boys paused in their gluttony at the sound of his voice. The blonde's eyes were wide with surprise, but his companion looked more irritated than anything. I was hoping you wouldn't see us. Ace grumbled around a mouthful of mashed potatoes. He had a direct line of sight to the buffet table and so probably saw Law wandering around. You knew he was here. Sabo forcefully swallowed down the food in his mouth. Ace ignored his brother and raised an eyebrow at Law. What do you want? I've come to steal your other brother over your decaying corpse. Law quickly reevaluated, joking in such a manner when the boy's face turned bright red and his grip tightened around the fork in his hand. Having a first-class temper eruption in a third-class restaurant might cause too many problems. Relax, it was a joke. It was a horrible joke. Ace growled and released his grip on his fork. The handle was bent out of shape. Personally, I find corpses amusing, but that's beside the point. Law waved aside the younger boy's anger. You need to take back the Homo neanderthalensis. The what? Sabo raised an eyebrow and tilted his head. Law couldn't figure out if the boy was confused or trying to be cute. Probably a bit of both. The ape human. Your younger brother who hasn't completed evolution. The one with the rubbery body. You mean Luffy? Why didn't you just say so? The blonde snorted. Homo what now? Why can't you speak like a normal human? I am. However, your savage monkey brains make you slow on the uptake. Law completely ignored the 2 boys' growing irritation and moved on to reiterate his point. Your little brother is right over there. I highly recommend that you apologize to him, make disgusting displays of brotherly affection, and then take him back to his natural habitat. Natural habitat. Sabo mumbled and scratched at the short blonde hair behind his ear. On the other side of the table, Ace ignored majority of what Law just said. I'm not apologizing. He needs to apologize to me. Idiot. Law rolled his eyes. You're the big brother, so you need to apologize first. What kind of rule is that? The one of many rules involved in being a big brother. Law popped a carrot stick in his mouth and chewed thoughtfully. He worked hard to find that vegetable at the buffet table. What would you know about that? Ace snorted and leaned back with his hands clasped behind his head. I bet anyone related to you ran the opposite way the first moment they had. Let me give you some advice. Law flicked a piece of dry chicken off his plate and watched as it bounced off the idiot's forehead. He tilted his head to the side as the chicken meat whizzed past his ear. Yes, big brothers always look out for their younger siblings, but they also should know that they have to apologize first. After all, the older sibling needs to teach the younger sibling when to apologize. Don't butt your ugly nose into our business. The words were angry, but the boy's face looked more ashamed than anything. The redness around the bridge of his nose and his shifty eyes were testament to Law's suspicions. I didn't want to, but you dragged me into your insufferable mess. Taking aim, Law flicked another piece of dried chicken at the young boy. Now it's your turn to fix it. So grow up. I should grow up. What about you? Ace scrambled out of the booth and jabbed a finger in Law's chest. Law felt the familiar tension of his anger in the tightening of his neck and the pounding in his head. All you do is criticize. Is your life that miserable that you just have to go out of your way to make everyone else feel like shit? Law's vision went red. Who was this insignificant little worm to criticize him? Law wasn't perfect. He never pretended to be. He was rude, sarcastic, blunt. and so severely broken that sometimes it just hurt too much. How dare the wretched waste of space start pointing fingers at him? It was not my choice to be dragged into your disaster of a family, Law snarled. Sabo looked worried and rested a hand on Ace's shoulder. I once had a family of my own with a younger sibling. I would do anything to have them back. Yet I see you throwing away the only family you've got over a little jealousy and a petty squabble. Ace's eyes widened in surprise at Law's confession. He didn't know the young doctor was an older brother. The teenager was so reserved and ice-cold he couldn't imagine Trafalgar Law being a loving older brother. But hearing the confession and seeing the wall the boy built around himself, maybe Ace could understand how he came to be that way, even if he didn't know exactly why. All he understood was that Law had lost his parents and sibling in most likely a horrific way. The teenager snapped his mouth shut and swallowed harshly, realizing he had said too much. A muscle ticked in his jaw as he mulled over his next words. He couldn't be too bossy if he wanted Ace and Sabo to what needed to be done, especially since the morons couldn't see that solving their family drama was needed. I suggest that you fix this, Law finally ground out through clenched teeth. His tone of voice said that it wasn't actually a suggestion and they better do as he said or else, because you never know what the future may hold. Law turned his back on them and walked stiffly back to the table where Luffy still sat with a sleepy Beppo. Luffy had obviously not seen Law speaking with his brothers and greeted the teenager as usual. You're back. Did you bring more food? Law slapped the boy's hand which was stretching for the plate he held. Hands off, you glutton. This is for Beppo. Beppo perked up and eagerly accepted the plate of food much to Luffy's chagrin. But he was quickly distracted by the two boys who appeared behind Law. His face quickly morphed into a pout and he looked down at the table, drawing nonsense pictures with his finger on the wood. Law slid back into his seat and busied himself with a glass of water. He already got involved far too much and preferred to remain a silent observer henceforth. Luffy, the blonde, glanced nervously at Law before squaring his shoulders. Ace and I have something to say to you. Ace especially. The youngest boy looked with a massive pout on his face, but surprisingly didn't say anything. We're sorry, the brothers said in unison. Luffy blinked and his mouth dropped open. Law had to hide his smirk behind his glass. Ignoring the human drama, Beppo continued to eat. I was wrong. Ace rubbed the spot his blonde brother had just elbowed. It wasn't right of me to say those things to you. Luffy's resolve seemed to be wavering. And what about Law? Ace inhaled and exhaled slowly as if he was gathering his wits. I have to admit that maybe Trafalgar isn't that bad. He looked like he just swallowed a lemon. But apparently it was enough for the youngest boy. So I can be friends with him and brothers with you. You won't get mad. Of course not. Luffy, Sabo smiled toothily and discreetly stepped on the freckled boy's foot. Law Kun saved my life so I have no problem with him. Yeah, I won't get mad. Ace was a little huffier with his response but at least sounded honest. Not that Luffy would be able to tell if he lied. Really? A giant smile lit up the boy's face and Law felt like he'd been socked in the gut. There was something so incredibly familiar about his smile. Yeah, and Luffy threw his rubbery limbs around his older brothers, pulling them into a rib-crushing hug. Law quickly took a sip of water, hiding the beginnings of a smile that threatened to form. Beppo, oblivious to the family drama, munched loudly on a carrot stick. After Luffy's overly dramatic reunion with his brothers, things went back to normal. The three boys went back to living like savages in the woods. Law continued his studies and work at the clinic, and Luffy irregularly stopped by to annoy him. It was a comfortable understanding. Law couldn't get rid of the rubber boy completely, but he could force him off onto his brothers. Ace and Sabo, in turn, tolerated Law unwillingly spending some days with their younger brother. The young doctor was slightly concerned about how easily he fell into routine. He was never one to have patience for youth, but somehow he developed a toleration for the younger boys. The days when it was just him and Beppo at work somehow seemed so much longer and a real struggle to get through. Perhaps he was starting to lose his mind. That was the only logical explanation for his reluctant attachment to the Straw Hat Boy. But the other thing that worried him was how quiet life had become. How easily he had settled into a routine on an island that was only a temporary stop for him. If there was one thing he had learned from his time on the sea, the calm always came before the storm. The sky was a bright and vibrant blue with not a cloud in the sky. The sun bared down on Law's neck as he worked at the free clinic. Dr. Adair, Hitomi, and he had set up for sailors at the port. Dr. Adair had taken the lucky work position within the tent they set up, claiming he had a headache. Law and Hitomi weren't stupid. They knew it was much more than a headache that was bothering the elderly man. But it was a struggle to verbalize his feelings, so Law chose to silently accept the situation and did basic checkups out in the sun with Beppo panting beside him. Law-kun, Nurse Hitomi quietly appeared behind the young doctor as he finished up with a patient. It was several hours after they had begun and just past lunchtime. As usual, Law hadn't noticed the hours pass, so caught up in his work. Just a moment. Hitomi-san, Law scribbled on an information sheet used to give patients guidance on basic health. The sailor across from him had seen better days. Collingwood-san, I need you to reduce your alcoholic consumption. You are slowly killing your liver, and without a good liver you will wither away and die like seaweed in the sun. No more than 1 beer a day, and you must go alcohol-free every 4th day. This will help your liver start to heal. The sailor stared glumly at the slip of paper and nodded. Figured you'd say as much. Nelson's been telling me for months to cut back. I highly recommend you listen to Nelson-san. Good day, Collingwood-san. I wish you the best. Thanks, Dr. Trafalgar. Collingwood tipped his black hat and shuffled off to where his friend waited. It's kind of funny to see such large sailors treat a little doctor like yourself with so much respect. Hitomi giggled and patted Beppo's head. The bear was starting to look uncomfortably hot. Because I terrify them. Beppo, go for a swim and cool off. Law pointed at the rocky shore that was undeveloped near the port. The water wasn't particularly clean, but it was still cool enough. The bear perked up and happily trotted off to the shore. What was it you wanted, Hitomi-san? Dr. Adair isn't managing very well in this heat. Hitomi's honey brown eyes showed her maturity to the situation. She was acknowledging it, unlike Law, who really wanted to pretend it wasn't happening. I'll be taking him home to the clinic and get him settled. I will stay and clean up here. Law shuffled a few of his notes distractedly. Of course, Law-kun. Hitomi patted his hand. Law packed up all the paperwork he had created that morning and wandered down to the shore. Beppo was frolicking happily in the water. His fur would be a pain to clean all the salt out of, but Law didn't disparage his friend of the enjoyment he was having in the cool water. If Law was going to be grumpy about his mentor's aging body, then at least Beppo could be excited about a little water. Beppo stopped in his splashing and swimming to look at Law. Perhaps he saw the sweat dripping down the human's face or the tension that strung his body tight. But his friend offered what the bear considered a fabulous offer. Swim. No, I'm not getting in the water. The polar bear continued to stare earnestly and held out a paw. Absolutely not. You know I can't swim. Beppo waded closer in the shallow water. His claws and rough pads prevented his feet from slipping on the algae-covered rocks. A wet paw was held out within reaching distance. Trust me. Those words made his heart skip a beat. He remembered when he first uttered those words to the bear as he tried to stitch up a gaping wound on the struggling baby polar bear. Attacked by a large male bear and separated from his mother, Beppo was sure to die if Law hadn't stumbled across his bleeding form in North Blue. He said many things in those hectic hours of spontaneous surgery, but the words "trust me" stood out as the moment the baby polar bear stopped struggling to actually see him. Not just look at him, but see him. The paw was still there, waiting for him. His stomach churned in fear. Stepping into the water would mean putting his life in the hands, or paws, of someone else. Law stripped off his yellow t-shirt and black shorts, right down to his navy blue boxer shorts. He grabbed the paw tightly. Fine, you better not let me drown. If a bear's face could smile, he was sure Beppo's would be making such an expression. The bear was perfectly content letting Law lie feebly on his back while Beppo paddled around the rocky shore. The water was cool and refreshing on his skin, if uncomfortable from the soul-sucking weakness it gave him. He barely had enough strength to hold on to Beppo's slippery wet fur. But it was comfortable, even with uncomfortable feeling of his weakness. Feeling the movements of Beppo's strong muscles as he lay on the bear's back was reassuring. For all of his failings and imperfections, Law knew he could rely on Beppo to never let him drown. Commotion in the port caught their attention. Law weakly lifted his head to try and see what everyone was fussing about. The large white sails caught his attention and made his stomach drop like a rock. A marine ship, but not Garp the hero's ship, was cruising into port. This could only mean trouble. Law ducked behind a wooden barrel as another pair of Marines marched past his hiding place. Beside him, Beppo sniffed the air and nodded when the men were far enough away. The stench of beer from the barrels they were hiding behind was almost overwhelming. Law had no idea how Beppo was handling his sensitive nose. How Law and Beppo came to be hiding from Marines behind Scotty's bar was not a particularly interesting story. It was more of a precaution. Although he had been a member of a prominent pirate crew for almost 3 years, Law had yet to get a bounty. That did not mean he wasn't wanted. Doflamingo had his strings everywhere, including the world government and the Marines. There was no doubt in Law's mind that Doflamingo was still searching for him, simply because of the devil fruit he wasn't supposed to eat. It was better to be safe than sorry. They slipped out from behind the barrels and dashed across the street into a narrow alley. Beppo led the way on all fours, which left the human boy constantly looking over his shoulder, a physical reaction he had become familiar with over the past year. Beppo stopped and sniffed the air behind the bakery they frequented for Dr. Adair's disgusting bread craving. There was a loud rumbling, and Law smiled reluctantly at Beppo's bashful blush. "We'll get you something to eat soon." Law ruffled his friend's fuzzy, white head. "Sorry," Beppo mumbled quietly and ducked his head in apology. They both turned at the sound of a door creaking open. Law frantically searched the area for a non-existent place to hide but relaxed when Bepo perked up. The baker's wife slipped out from the back door, a dark bundle gathered in her arms. She jumped and gave a small squeak of surprise when she spotted the small teenager and his bear lurking in the alley. "Law Kun," she whispered and gestured them over into the house. "Honey, Law Kun is here. We were so worried about you." Law felt the bottom of his stomach drop right to his feet. "What do you mean?" "I'll explain." The baker poked his head out of the back door. He turned to look at his wife. Make sure you get help but stay away from the Marines and the city guards. It's become too quiet." "Fujita, yeah, what's going on?" Law whispered. His voice came out a lot harsher than he intended, but the baker ignored his tone and kissed his wife goodbye. "Come inside, I'll explain." Fujita looked up and down the alley before pulling the teenager and bear inside the building. Rather than go through the door into the bakery's kitchen, Fujita directed them upstairs into their private home above the bakery. Law entered into a very small but orderly kitchen and living room. The morning dishes were drying beside the sink and an unfinished yellow sweater was lying on the kitchen table. Tax papers were spread out on the floor like they had been swept aside and forgotten. It looked as if the morning activities had been stopped suddenly. "Over here." Fujita pushed the boy to the window and lifted the light blue curtain. Peeking through the small crack in the curtain, Law got a direct view of the clinic's front door. "It's the clinic." Law looked back and gave the older man a deadpan look. "What about it?" Fujita returned the look with one that reminded Law strongly of his own father's. It made him feel a little sheepish. Bepo was the one who ducked his head in regret. "A Marine was asking around, looking for a boy who looked like you," Fujita said. He glanced out the window and stared at the clinic's front door. "Yamashita-san. You know the old drunk that lives in the abandoned building down the road. He said you worked at the clinic and the Marine has been in there for the past 10 minutes. Law's face went so pale he looked like his lead poisoning had returned. "What did the Marine look like?" Fujita scratched at the fuzzy beard on his cheek. "Tall, dark-haired with weird sideburns." "Oh, he had a piece of bacon on his cheek. Didn't seem to notice it though." He trailed off at the look of horror that dawned on Law's face. "Oh shit." Shaking fingers reached under a fuzzy white hat to pull at thick dark locks. "Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit." Bepo gave his friend a worried look. He could hear the human's heart beating way too fast. Fujita recognized the panic the young doctor was going through. "You know the Marine?" "Yes." His mouth felt dry like sandpaper and his tongue heavy as a rock. "He's not a Marine, but he had the uniform and walked like one." "It's an act," Law whispered. He couldn't tear his eyes from the front door. Although he knew Fujita was telling the truth, he couldn't help but wish that some other Marine would walk out that door. At least that way there would be a chance that Dr. Adair was still alive. "That Marine is actually a pirate who has infiltrated the Marines. So you know him well?" "No." Law shook his head infinitely. "But I've met him once. He's a true pirate and one of the most vicious ones I've ever met. And now he's in there with Dr. Adair." Fujita took a deep breath and exhaled. "So what do we do?" Law's mind was working quickly over all the possible solutions. As brilliant as he was, the young doctor could find no solution that would get both him and Dr. Adair out of that clinic alive. Many of the options he developed and discarded involved massive collateral damage. There was only one choice he could make. Fujita was still staring at him. Perhaps the man didn't notice, but he was relying on a teenager to make decisions that no regular teenager should be forced to make. Good thing Law wasn't a regular teenager. "You need to get out of here." Law turned back to examine the clinic. There was no movement in the windows. The stillness could mean many things. Only one of them was good. "If he sees you and figures out you've been helping me, he'll go after you and your family." "Law-kun, I won't just abandon you." Law tried not to flinch when Fujita clapped a hand on his shoulder. He hated people touching him and now was definitely not the time. "What kind of man would I be if I left you to the mercy of a pirate?" "A smart man," Law snapped. "One who thinks about the child he has to protect." The baker grit his teeth and looked away. "Get out. Go somewhere safe and don't come back for a few days." Law mentally categorized all the items he had in his possession. Reports and documents he had collected that day, his pocket first aid kit, and the clothes on his back. Not exactly the best arsenal to face Doflamingo's right-hand man. But then again, he didn't plan on winning. "But what about you? If he's as horrible as you said he is, he won't kill me. Not yet." Law couldn't even pretend to force on a soothing smile. His nerves were wound tighter than Luffy's arms in a knot. "There is something his boss needs from me and he won't be able to get it if I'm dead. And after you give it to his boss he's going to kill you," Fujita growled. He certainly didn't approve of Law's idea. A sardonic smirk tugged at the corner of Law's mouth. Doflamingo wanted the Op fruit's ability to grant immortality, but it came at the expense of the user's life. "Kind of hard to kill a dead man," Law murmured under his breath. The teenager pointed at the stairs and gave the fully grown man a look. "Now go. Get somewhere safe far away from here. Protect your family." With one last look, Fujita scrambled down the stairs and out the back door. Law turned to the polar bear at his side. "You too, Bepo." The bear shook his furry little head side to side and grabbed Law's arm. His dark claws dug firmly into the boy's flesh, but never broke the skin. Law had to think quickly in order to get his friend to leave to safety. I need you to do something for me. The teenager rested his hand over the furry paw, feeling the coarse fur tickle his skin. I need you to go to those boys and protect them. Can you do that, Captain? Bippo whined. Just as Law suspected, it wasn't an order Bippo could easily refuse. I'm counting on you. Law looked up and met his friend's pitch-black eyes. Can you do it? It took the bear several moments, but he finally nodded. Yes, sir. Good. Bippo leaned forward and pulled Law into a crushing bear hug. The hair on his neck tickled as the bear inhaled deeply, memorizing his scent. Then his friend was gone down the stairs and out the door without a goodbye. Not that Law ever wanted to say goodbye. He patiently waited and counted to 120 while watching the clinic with a shrewd eye. There was a slight shadow of movement in the darkened window of the waiting room. Someone was still in there. Deep breaths, in and out. This was it. He had no chance against Virgo. Law was still learning how to control his powers, while Virgo was Doflamingo's right-hand man and a seasoned fighter. What he said to Fujita was true. Virgo would prefer to take Law back to his captain alive. But with their hands so firmly entrenched in the devil fruit trade, it wouldn't be completely impossible to secure the ope fruit if he was killed. Truthfully, Law would rather he be killed immediately. He had no hope of survival if he walked into that clinic. Instead, he would spend years of torture while Doflamingo waits for him to become strong enough to perform the final operation. But he could always not go. That thought made him pause and think. If he walked out the back door, he could always keep walking, find a merchant ship to board and island hop for the next several years. He would leave behind Bippo, but maybe the bear would be safer far from Law's disaster of a life. By walking away, he would essentially sentence Dr. Adair to death, but he could also gain a few more years of freedom. But what kind of freedom would that be? He would spend years always looking over his shoulder and worrying about the shady character sulking in the back of the bar. There was no hope for friendship or companions. His situation would just put them all in danger. Sure, he would be alive, but what kind of life would he actually have? Kora-san sacrificed his life so Law could live. But what would he think if Law sentenced a mentor to death just so he could escape? He'd be disappointed, but he would understand. No doubt he would kick Law off a building to express his disappointment, but the young doctor would be forgiven. But Kora-san wasn't around to be disappointed or condone Law's lack of action. So Law had to think for himself. What should he do? Run away or stay and fight pathetically? The bakery's back door shut firmly behind him, like he couldn't go back and change his mind. Law slipped down the alley and peered into the larger street where he could see the clinic's front windows. A large shadow ghosted into view and vanished. Measured steps and an easy pace. Virgo was either waiting or interrogating. Probably both. The young teenager skirted around the far side of neighboring buildings to go at the clinic from the other side. His paranoia was heightened as he slipped around the buildings and through alleys. In an otherwise bustling city, not a single person was out on the street in the neighborhood. Such silence was chilling. Perhaps they too felt the fear that was pressuring Law on all sides. Nature tended to pick up on danger before human logic could analyze the situation. He scrambled up the side of a nearby house by jumping off their woodpile to catch the rain gutter. Swinging from the cheap metal, Law was for once grateful of his malnourished body as the piping didn't collapse under his weight. He dangled precariously above the ground before struggling to pull himself onto the roof. Damn it, he gasped and rested his hands on his knees to catch his breath. I miscalculated my own strength, or lack thereof. After catching his breath, Law slipped along the metal shingles to reach the other side of the roof. From there, he was in jumping range of the clinic's overhang just above the bathroom window. It was always cracked open for fresh air and hadn't been closed since he left that morning. The thick ledge beneath the window was within his jumping range, but it was also a long way down. If he missed, he was certain to break his legs. However, if he used his power, Virgo was certain to notice. Law took aim and launched himself across the gap between buildings. For a split second, he was flying free in the air. His hands scrambled for the ledge and Law gritted his teeth for when he finally caught hold as his arm threatened to pop out of its socket. The sharp pain was almost enough to force him to lose his grip, but with a grunt he grabbed the ledge with his other hand to hold on. Deep breaths in and out. His fingers, bleeding and painful from all the climbing, struggled to find something to grip tightly. Eventually he got the edge of the window frame and pulled himself into the empty bathroom. He left bloody fingerprints everywhere he touched. Law exhaled slowly and listened for any noise. First he noticed his heart. It was thumping painfully against his ribcage in a fast rhythm. His blood was pumping too quickly to hear anything but the beat of his heart. It took over a minute for his heart to quiet down enough to hear the footsteps downstairs. They were evenly paced. One set of feet. They moved back and forth in a patient manner. A voice spoke calmly. He couldn't pick up the words, but the tone and smoothness of the voice was clearly not Dr. Adair. Sticking close to the walls, Law tiptoed down the hall towards the open closet door. He was aware of precisely where the noisy floorboards were from his late-night insomniac wanderings and avoided them with expertise. Passing by his and Beppo's bedroom, Law found the place ransacked, their few measly possessions trashed like they were worthless. From within the closet he pulled out his forgotten katana. Hitomi always glowered at him whenever she found it hiding behind the mop and brooms. She hated any symbol of violence, a pure pacifist at heart. But Law had to find some place to hide it after so many patients wandered into the room he and Beppo shared. The footsteps continued pacing downstairs. The stairs were a problem getting down. He used the back room stairs that exited into the kitchen and out of view from the waiting room. Still, they threatened to creak under his very lightweight frame. The kitchen was trashed. Mismatched chairs and dishes were strewn across the floor. The table had broken in half, a very distinct crater in each half where a fist had made contact. Definitely Virgo, so there was no hope of him ever getting out alive. The footsteps stopped. "Hello, Law-kun. I was wondering when you'd join us." Virgo's voice, deep and chest-rattling, called out from the clinic's waiting room. Law should have known that Virgo wouldn't be tricked or surprised. He felt like he might puke. Law stepped out into the room where Virgo was calmly waiting. He was tall and imposing as ever, dressed in a marine uniform and a pair of sunglasses. Dr. Adair lay at his feet in a pool of blood. "Virgo," Law spat out in disgust. He needed to check on Dr. Adair to see if the old man was still alive. But that much blood from such an elderly body was not a good sign. The slight movement of his chest was encouraging, but the man wouldn't last long with that blood loss. "It's Virgo-sen, you ungrateful ingrate," the man snapped. His face remained devoid of emotion even with the annoyance in his voice. "After everything Doffy did for you, you would still turn your back on him. He had high hopes for you, saw you as his future right-hand man. But look how that turned out. You do know how pirate traders are dealt with, don't you, boy? Probably just as bad as the Marines when they find out that you're a traitorous spy." Law's hands were trembling on the old katana. He knew he didn't stand a chance by himself against Doflamingo's favorite crew member. Virgo was the first Corazon and one of the executives. If Virgo wanted to kill him, Law didn't stand a chance. More likely, he wanted to capture Law alive, and that's where he might have a chance to escape. However, even if he tried and succeeded to escape, Virgo wasn't likely to chase after him. The man wasn't stupid. He knew Law had made personal connections on the tiny island. That's why he waited with Dr. Adair at his feet. Law's survival instinct conflicted with his overwhelming guilt at bringing the monster on his acquaintance. "But they won't find out, you stupid boy." A slight smirk curved the tall man's lips. "Because I'm going to kill you. With you dead, all loose ends will have been tied up. But if I'm dead, Doflamingo will have to initiate the search for the oak fruit all over again." Law tried to keep his voice calm and steady to distract the man from the fear he actually felt. He was just delaying the inevitable. The next time may not be so easy. After all, when a devil fruit user dies, the devil fruit can be reincarnated anywhere in the world. Doffy can't control where it will end up. "You're placing a lot of importance on your life, fool. You're more disposable than you think." Virgo's shoes made a squelching sound in the puddle of blood. There was splatter on the bottom of his otherwise pristine white pants. He would have a difficult time getting the blood out of the material without it turning pink. "Am I? Then I guess Doflamingo doesn't mind waiting a few more years for the eternal life operation." Law caught the tightening of Virgo's eyebrows. "So you know of the fruit's real power then? Good, that will make things easier." Virgo stepped over the doctor's unmoving body. "Then perhaps we can come to an agreement." "What agreement? I thought you were going to kill me." "Oh, you will die, one way or another." The psychopath's lips twitched again. He was probably thinking of the various methods he could use to kill the teenager. Law had no doubt Virgo was even more experienced than himself in causing painful deaths. "But whether others die along with you is your decision." Law felt the bottom drop out of his stomach like his intestines had just been pulled down by gravity. Virgo was threatening everyone he had ever come in contact with. The patients at the clinic, Hitomi who had just married the love of her life, the locals who gave him little trinkets and goods as he passed by, they would all be threatened. And if he looked deeper into Law's time on the island, he would eventually track down the bandits in the woods and the three boys whose treehouse was where Beppo was supposed to be seeking shelter. Aware that any twitch in his expression could give his fears away, Law schooled his face into the mask he used when doing medical work. Calm, cool, and collected was how Adair coached him to act like. "Don't let the patients know how you really feel." "What others? You mean my non-existent friends?" Law emphasized his fib with a snort of amusement. "I'm not a fool, you stupid boy." Virgo's tone didn't change, although it sounded like he was trying to reprimand Law like a child. "You're not the same soulless and suicidal child who approached Doffy. You actually care. It's amusing, if rather disgusting." "You are mistaken. I have no emotional connections." Virgo's head tilted to the side and he studied the small teenager through his shaded glasses. "Claudius thinks differently. He insisted that you had befriended 3 boys and a pet bear. Considering your emotional attachment to other children, I don't consider it a stretch to think you care for others. It's a poor weakness to have. You have been misinformed." This was leading somewhere. Law was certain of it. Virgo was trying to make a point. He was trying to teach a lesson and Law wouldn't like curriculum. Have I? But I won't take your word for it. The pirate shoved his foot under Dr. Adair's body and lifted up so the dying man was lying on his back. The old doctor's head flopped to the side with surprisingly clear eyes staring straight at the teenager. This was your mentor. Adair mouthed silent words at Law, flashing a bloody mouth. Internal bleeding, Law's analytical mind supplied. He had already absorbed the words Dr. Adair attempted to communicate and acknowledged what the old man was trying to tell him. The fake Marine unsheathed his standard-issue sword and raised it above Adair's body. The doctor closed his eyes and Virgo drove the blade into his heart. Law's stomach twisted and his heart stuttered violently in his chest. His eyes couldn't turn away from his mentor. A wet and bloody hacking gasp was the last sound the old doctor made before his head dropped back to the floor for the last time. Vroom! A scream of rage ripped from his throat and he raised the cheap sword to cut the monster into pieces. But he was just 13 years old going up against an experienced fighter who had successfully infiltrated the Marine. Faster than Law could move, Virgo's foot contacted with his stomach in a way that felt like every organ had just been turned to mush. Wood splinted at his back as he slammed painfully hard into the wall and landed with a thump on the floor. It took everything in his power to fight through the pain and keep his room operating. But the physical ache was enough to force him into a protective ball. His knees and arms curled around his stomach while Law fought to keep his meager lunch down. There was absolutely no way he could beat Virgo in a fight. Gladius was only possible because there were other distractions for the man. However, Law was alone to face Doflamingo's right-hand psychopath after he had just killed a defenseless elderly man. He needed to be very careful about his moves. Is that all you've got, Law-kun? I expected more from you. Each of Virgo's footsteps made the wooden floor tremble as he got closer. The sword was still clenched tightly in Law's hand, which trembled out of a mix of fear and pain. No matter, I will enjoy this. Virgo lifted a leg up in the air, covered in black haki. He truly meant to violently beat the teenager this time. But the man's other leg, of which he was balancing on, was haki-free and vulnerable. If Law debated his next action too long, Virgo would realize his plan. It was better to act first and worry about the consequences later. Law swung his katana and felt a slight bubble of hope at the clean cut he made in a diagonal line across Virgo's left femur. The man grunted and flailed awkwardly as his body slid off the leg's support and fell to the ground. Against any other opponent, Law may have hung around to smirk at the awkward movements, but the last words Dr. Adair tried to speak sounded in his head. Run, you idiot. So Law ran, through the kitchen and out the back door. His feet pounded on the dirt and gravel road as he forced his muscles to put every effort into running. It wasn't more than 150 meters into his sprint when he turned a corner and nearly slammed full speed into a small body. As it was, he tucked and rolled across the gravel before springing to his feet. Law, we found you, Luffy chirped with an excited wiggle. Sabo and Ace were resting their hand on their knees to catch their breath. Popo was behind them and he perked up in excitement at the sight of his friend. Here Bear seemed really worried for some reason. So we came to find you. Panic clawed at his throat. This was not what he wanted when he sent Popo away. No time to talk. Law snapped and grabbed the front of Luffy's shirt in a fist to drag the boy behind him. The old katana still held tightly in his other hand. Run, you idiots. But Gramps said we have to stay so he can find us. The Straw Hat Boy garbled out something else, but Law couldn't focus on his words. There was a loud crash and the sound of wood splinting from down the street where he just escaped from. Ace and Sabo yelled something at him, but the blood was pounding too loudly in his ears to focus. He could feel the vibrations from their running footsteps trying to keep up in the comfort of Popo's panting breath as the bear easily flanked his right side on 4 paws. Hey Trafalgar, what the hell is going on? That was Ace yelling from behind him. There was no time to explain. No time to say that because of Garp's interference, Law had brought his past to this quiet, redneck island at the far end of East Blue. How would someone even start? After my surviving family and friends were all annihilated by the Marines for being ill with a disease the world government was well aware was happening but too greedy to stop, I kind of got a little mad. Like, crazy, psycho, unstable mad. I joined a pirate crew in the desire to kill as many people as I could before the illness took my own life and was getting on fine. Until one pirate, who was actually a Marine spy infiltrating his older brother's pirate crew, had to go remind me that I was still a human with feelings and showed me so much kindness that he made me actually want to survive. He literally forces a highly desired devil's fruit down my throat, which gave me the tools to cure my illness but wasn't enough to save his life when the captain found out and killed him. Now I'm running for my life because a high-level member of my former pirate crew is a spy in the Marines and he's found me because Garp just couldn't leave me alone. Also, he just killed my mentor. Yeah, hard to express when you're running for your life. Don't stop. Law snapped and tightened his grip on Luffy's rubbery wrist, even over the blood pounding in his ears. He could hear Popo's panting, Ace's breathless complaints, Sabo's gasps for breath, and Luffy loudly asking useless questions that Law studiously ignored. But even over all the noise, it was the calm, steady footsteps Law was most aware of. Each step was measured and without hurry, as Virgo knew exactly where Law was and which direction he was moving in. Virgo was in no hurry. He had Haki and would be able to find the young teenager wherever he hid in the neighborhood. The objective was to get where Virgo would have a harder time beating the shit out of him. Some place where that marine uniform would be a hindrance. He needed to force Virgo to decide between his long-term mission undercover in the Marines or capturing a traitor. Luffy's wrists still held tightly. Law turned unexpectedly down a narrow alley. The change in direction had Luffy's rubbery body literally bouncing off the wall, but the others were able to keep up. Virgo's pace didn't change. Law-kun, where are we going? Sabo asked over Ace's grumblings in a politely confused tone. Law deemed it more acceptable to respond to. Somewhere a little safer. A few half-empty sake bottles littered the ground around a popular gambling game with dice. It looked like whoever was playing got up and left so quickly they forgot to hide the evidence of their law-breaking. But why they would leave so quickly was a curious thing. The few guards that patrolled the working-class neighborhoods were easily bought off and lacked pride in their job. So what had scared them off? He couldn't stop to think about it and instead jumped over the mess in the alley before turning down another alley shortcut. The homeless and scavengers that usually inhabited this particular covered alley seemed to have made themselves scarce, leaving behind their makeshift homes and meager possessions. Again, it was an odd scene, but there was no time to wonder. They were getting close. Law could feel the buzz of energy and hear a rising murmur of voices from a large crowd of people. Virgo had apparently picked up their direction and caught on to Law's plan because his pace quickened, but he was slower in the unfamiliar alleys. Law still had a chance. The alleys twisted and turned for several more meters as the four boys and a bear sprinted between the city and crumbling buildings. The smell in the alleys was overwhelming, but there was no time to enjoy the scent of rotting food and human piss, with a murderous lunatic quickly catching up. Finally, Law gasped out when the alley opened up to the busy neighborhood square. Used as a marketplace every day but Monday, the square was bursting with people. There were far more people than Law had ever seen before, and he worried about making it quickly through the crowd. He adjusted his katana so he'd be less likely to cut someone's artery unintentionally. He glanced back to the younger boys. We need to get lost in the crowd. Ace had sweat dripping down his forehead from all the running he had to do throughout the day. He did not look pleased to be taking more orders. Why? Because there's a psychopath who wants to kill me, and he'll happily kill you too just for the fun of it. Now let's go. The crowd was massive, with what looked like every person from the neighborhood crammed into the square. At the far end of the square, a few men and women were yelling and giving inarticulate orders. Getting through the crowd would require some serious maneuvering. But something happened as he started squeezing through the small gaps between bodies. Whispers and murmurs rose up around him, and the crowd pushed aside to let him through. Suddenly, the crushing crowd of people was a clear pathway to the center of the square. Friendly faces stared down at him and hands reached out to push him along. People were talking and murmuring in his ear, but there was too much noise to focus on one particular voice. The crowd closed in behind the boys and pushed and pulled them until the four boys and the bear were in the center of the crowded square. Luffy chirped out a loud question, but Law ignored the content in favor of gripping Beppo's coarse white fur. A pair of soft hands grabbed his cheeks and pulled him into a crushing hug. Law-kun, Hitomi's voice breathed into his ear. She loosened her grip so he could pull back but didn't let him go. Her hands felt hot on his already warm cheeks. A hand wiped at his forehead and pulled back fingers smeared in blood and sweat. Are you all right? You're bleeding quite a bit. It's nothing, I'm fine. Law tried to pull back, but he didn't get very far before the nurse pulled him back. Beppo stumbled a little when he accidentally pulled on the bear's fur. We heard someone was hurting you and the doctor. Hitomi's new husband, a gentle-hearted man by the name of Tatsuya who owned a glass-working studio, hovered over her shoulder. Law had only met the man a few times before, but he was always polite and treated the teenager more like an equal than a child. Furthermore, he doted on the hard-working nurse, which certainly gained Law's approval. The baker came running to tell us. He said it was a pirate dressed as a marine. There was a pirate, Luffy yelled, but everyone somehow managed to ignore him. Yes, is that why you're all here? Law glanced around at all the people hovering over him and the children. Stress lines pulled at their features, and many of them held makeshift weapons nervously. We hoped to scare him off with numbers. A large, burly man Law recognized as the local blacksmith Hiroshi waved a large hammer. Even if we're not the strongest ones in the room, we could at least slow him down until the real authorities get here. That's foolish. There was no other way to put it. He couldn't understand or see why all these people would risk their safety and possibly their lives to help two insignificant people. Why would you risk it? Dr. Adair has served our community for decades when no one else would spare us a second glance. A tall, middle-aged woman Law remembered as Yuki stepped forward. She was one of several prostitutes that came in for regular tests and was unashamed of her profession. It's called returning the favor. Hitomi pulled Law's face back towards her. Where is he? Where's Dr. Adair? A lump formed in his throat and Law tried to swallow it down, but it was painful and revolting. He could feel their eyes on him, waiting and judging. They would hate him. He brought Virgo to this island, unintentionally leading to the death of their eccentric and beloved doctor. He was the cause of everything that went wrong, and it was time to face the jury. Just because he had say it didn't make explaining himself any less terrifying. He's dead. Law could feel the mood drop and the whispers started up again. He felt the inexplicable need to defend himself. It was strange because he knew he was responsible. Virgo killed him. I swear, I tried to help Dr. Adair, but he was too strong. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I just wanted to get on with my life. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The doctor's dead, Sabo repeated, and there was a sniffling sound from behind him when Luffy grabbed onto Ace's shirt. What do you mean, Law-kun? Tatsuya frowned and thought. My devil fruit. He's after my devil fruit abilities. And revenge because I was once part of a pirate crew with him. The whispers grew around him. But you're so young. Yuki's two knowing eyes seemed sad for him. I was angry because I lost everything. Law glanced around at the people surrounding him. Ace and Sabo were carefully listening to his plea with Luffy still sniffling into his brother's shirt. The teenager found relief in Bappo's coarse fur beneath his fingers. But I finally found something to live for and I left. Someone very important died so I could live. I just want to make him proud. I'm sorry. People amongst the crowd exchanged glances, but Yuki smiled in relief and Hitomi mirrored her expression. Well, it's good to know little Law-kun isn't so perfect after all. Look people, not everyone is perfect. Sometimes people can make the wrong choice, especially when young and angry. Yuki turned her attention back to the bloodied and bruised teenager. Did the doctor know? I warned him before I even asked for a job. So he knew the risks and took a chance on you anyways. We can't blame you for that. Hitomi dabbed at his forehead with a cotton sponge and a kind smile. The doctor made his own choices. He told me to run. He always was a smart man. Raised voices sounded from the edge of the square where Law and his child followers had just run from. He could hear the anger and fear in the townspeople's response to who they were arguing with. But Law knew exactly who was stalking the edge of the town square. He could feel the killing intent. Law reached out and grabbed Hitomi's hand. Without thinking, his nails dug into her soft skin and left a deep imprint. He's here. Hitomi knelt down and kissed Law's cheek as the crowd closed in between him and Virgo. She took his face in both hands and looked him directly in the eyes. We will try to stall him as best we can. Take that time to run as fast and as far as you can. And when you've gone as far as you can, go a little further. I don't want you to get hurt for me. Law choked and grabbed Hitomi's thin wrist. Her husband, Tatsuya, knelt down to join them. He didn't touch Law but did give him a kind smile. We can make our own choices, Law-kun. Allow us the dignity of our choice. But you don't know. We did not make this choice without considering the consequences. Hitomi scolded lightly. She reached out to rub Bappo's ear. Now take your friends and go. Law hesitated, but Sabo grabbed his arm and pulled him in the opposite direction they came from. The blonde's huge circular eyes seemed wider than before. Trust her and let's go. The teen stumbled at first, but then a roar of noise rose up on the outside of the crowd and his flight instinct kicked in. His legs were tired and his heart was beating fast against his ribcage, but the energy to run came from somewhere. Adrenaline pumping through him, Law followed after Sabo with Bappo and the others right behind him. Law tried not to look back at the riot starting behind him. The temptation was too much and he glanced over his shoulder. Pitchforks, machetes, and inexplicably rolling pins were waving above the heads of the townspeople as they shouted angry slogans against the Marine. A small fire burned on the other side of the crowd and empty beer bottles rained down from the second and third floors above the town square. He was just in time to catch Virgo's distinctive haircut disappearing below the mob. It wouldn't be enough to hold him, but perhaps the riot was enough to slow him down so Law could develop an escape plan. He needed to work quickly as his options were limited. But for now he ran. Law ran like the devil was chasing him. Back on Flevens, the sisters of the church used to preach that the devil would be waiting for them in the afterlife if they did bad things during their time on earth. His father never had much patience for religion. He was a man of science and rarely stepped foot in a holy building. His mother wasn't particularly interested either, but would take Law and Lamie to celebrate the holidays when all the other families were participating. Law didn't care much for religion, beliefs, or gods. It was only after Flevens was destroyed did he really think about how wrong the sisters were. He was already in hell and Virgo was the devil's hellhound. Luckily for Law, the devil was still mortal and so were his hellhounds. Even someone eternally youthful wasn't completely immune to death, just very, very hard to kill. The largest and most striking problem was that Virgo was an experienced adult with no apparent morals whatsoever, while Law was an inexperienced teenager with a bear and 3 children he felt responsible for. Law could not beat Virgo, but at the very least Virgo would take him alive. The children and Bappo had no chance of surviving a battle. This is a disaster, Ace shouted from in front of him, and Law turned back to focus on the direction they were running. Thanks for this, asshole. You were the idiots who decided to get involved. Law snapped right back. He needed to focus on how to get out of this situation without anyone else acting as martyrs for him. Unfortunately, Ace seemed to be pushing all the wrong buttons. That's cause your bear wouldn't leave us alone. We didn't know you were being hunted by a psychopath. Not helping guys, Sabo grunted from the back of the group where he had fallen behind. We need to shake him off our trail. That won't happen easily. Virgo can use Haki and he'll be able to track us so long as we're in his range. He's very good, so his range would be quite far. Luffy piped up from beside him. What's Haki? Something dangerous when you don't have it and someone else does. Law didn't have the breath to explain something so complex such as Haki. I need to get off the island. So long as I stay here, Virgo will keep coming back even if we escape him this time. Great, get you off the island. Finally, Ace sneered from the front and Beppo growled before snapping at the air behind the boy's ankles. Holy shit. What the hell are you doing, you stupid walking barbecue meat? Tensions were running high and Law was afraid he was getting swept up in the tide. Beppo, enough. The polar bear cub backed off from running on Ace's heels and gave Law his massive "I'm sorry, please don't hate me" eyes. Law found the energy to reach out and pat him once on the head in forgiveness. It wouldn't do to have Beppo worrying over Law being upset with his protective instincts. Law tried to keep track of the twists and turns they were weaving through the alleys. Although he had been on the island for almost 4 months, the town's maze of housing still confused him. The poor working-class districts were built with no planning, so roads and alleys took so many twists and turns, so if a visitor wasn't familiar with the area it was easy to get lost. They could slow him down by sticking to the working-class districts rather than the better-developed middle-class district. Head through Gray Terminal, then we'll swing up into the woods. We'll have the advantage there. Law grunted and took a sharp left turn towards the massive garbage dump. Luffy, surprisingly quiet and focused, leapt over a rotting crate. His rubber arms stretched to grip the crate's top and launch himself over the rest of it. He scares you, doesn't he? Worse, Law didn't have the strength to hide his fear. He terrifies me. They approached Gray Terminal quickly and smelled it before they saw it. Charging through the gates, none of the boys cared much for the city guards yelling at them at the reckless destruction of city property. Trees rose up in the distance beyond the garbage dump. Ace leapfrogged over an old couch and Law followed his movements through Gray Terminal with Beppo at his side. Sabo and Luffy followed behind him. Their breathing was heavy and labored from all the running. But the dense forest was within reach. We can't beat him, Law called to the others. He glanced over his shoulder for any sign of Virgo. But maybe we can stop him. He's a pirate under deep cover in the Marines. We need to get him to choose between one mission or the other, his cover or my capture. So we need to find other Marines. Sabo grunted and leapt up to the nearest branch that would support his weight. He traveled from branch to branch over their heads. We're kinda far from the port where the Marines would be. He's not stupid. If he notices we're traveling towards the port, he'll come up with some excuse. He'll probably try and blame Dr. Adair's death on me and say you're my accomplices or something. Having Marines brought to us will give the townspeople a chance to build a case against him and might blindside him. Even better if he's caught in the act hurting children. The entire idea relied entirely on perfect circumstances, but he had no other options. The children and city people had already been dragged into the entire affair. They weren't enough to stop Virgo, and the only ones left on the island who could were Marines. He really hated to admit that. Maybe. It's a long shot. Sabo at least didn't shoot down the idea, although he wasn't particularly convinced. Law glanced at him. Do you have an idea then? The silence said all he needed to know. I need you to go and get the highest-ranking Marine you can and bring them to the highest point of the bluff on the west side, Law said to the youngest and his most vigilant defender. The order went over as well as he expected. We're not leaving you, Luffy yelled, although his anger seemed subdued under his tired state. It's not like we're on good terms with the Marines, Ace pointed out. It was irritating both that he spoke the truth and also that he was on horrible terms with almost every authority on the island. Then Sabo, you could go. You're higher class and would have more sway. They wouldn't listen to a word I say. All authorities would just drag me back to my parents. I am most definitely not going back. Law didn't know why he was so insistent on getting at least one of them away from Virgo. His personal suspicion was to avoid holding any more guilt if it was possible. Then Mujiwara can go and use his grandfather's name. Garp is one of the highest-ranking Marines. I'm not leaving you, Luffy yelled again. You're my friend. Friends stay together. He'd get lost or distracted anyways, Sabo pointed out. Beppo suddenly slammed on the brakes and stood up tall on his hind legs. He sniffed around in a circle and Law could see the moment when he caught a trail on the scent he was searching for as his ears twitched. Beppo's dark eyes met Law's for one moment. The beauty of their relationship was that sometimes words just weren't needed when Beppo's eyes said everything. Then the bear was gone, moving at twice their speed towards Goa village. The other boys called after the bear, but Law forced his feet to keep running for his planned destination. The boys fell in line behind him. Your bear just turned tail and ran. Ace's sneer was less effective considering how winded he was from running. Some loyal pet you have, Trafalgar. He's not a pet, Law snapped. He logically knew that everyone was exhausted and scared, which meant tempers would run high, but he couldn't back down from defending his best friend. His only friend since he was 10 years old. I trust him. He's still a bear. Bears aren't exactly civilized. I'm surprised you're even capable of pronouncing that word. What do you say? Now's not the time, you two. Sabo called from the trees above them. We'll settle this later, Ace. Law could see the tree line thinning in the next 200 meters. We're near the bluff. Then we fight? Luffy asked from behind him. Hopefully not, but at the rate my luck goes, then most likely. Law kept silent on their chances of survival. He slowed down near the edge of the tree line. We can't hide in the forest forever. Virgo's observational haki will find us eventually. What we can do is make it harder for him to reach us. Sabo smiled and wiped at the sweat on his forehead. He caught on quickly to where Law's mind was going. You're a clever guy, Trafalgar-san. Traps we can do, and do well. Let's get to work. You three make the traps. The young doctor searched through the tall grasses. I've got something in mind to maybe turn this in our favor. They didn't have much time to prepare, but between the three brothers a significant number of traps were set. Law had just finished wiping his katana clean of leftover residue when he heard the rustle of leaves and the snap of a rope. The other boys heard it as well and backed away from the tree line. They gripped their makeshift weapons tightly. Everyone was still tired after their flight from the city, but there was nothing that could be done. Last chance to run, Law whispered to the others. He had told them to leave multiple times, but seemed to have some insane hope the little morons would finally get some sense. Don't insult me, Ace snapped. I may not like you, but I made my decision. Great decision for an early and painful death, Law grunted as he unsheathed his katana. Don't say things like that. We'll get out of this alive. We have to. Sabo twirled a large pole in his right hand. We're brothers. Family helps each other, Luffy smiled. You're not my brother, Law snapped. Somehow in the course of 20 minutes he had gone from friend to brother, and Law was not particularly thrilled with either if that meant the kid died. His guilty conscience was already weighing him down. The tall trees in front of them shook ominously and one fell over. That was the log trap that had been tripped. Luffy, who was standing in front, trembled. Law grabbed his rubber arm and pulled the younger boy behind him. Ace and Sabo moved to flank either side of the youngest. The kid may act fearless, but he was just a child who had no real-life experience with the cruelty of the world. After today, he would learn a lesson he'd never forget. Law wished Popo would hurry. Virgo wouldn't kill him, but he'd kill the other boys slowly and painfully because a group of children had no chance in this fight. After finishing off the boys, he'd torture Law the entire trip back to Doflamingo. That way, by the time they reached his former captain, Law would be begging for death. A tall shadow moved in the darkness of the woods. His heart jumped into his throat and a cold sweat broke out on the back of his neck. He couldn't let fear take over. This was his fight. It was his duty to make sure the others didn't die because of his past. Out of the woods stepped Virgo. Green leaves stuck out from his bowl-cut brown hair and were peppered among his marine uniform. A large blob of mud was glued to his cheek and dirt marred the formerly pristine white shirt. His knuckles were bloodied, but Law had every reason to believe it wasn't his own. At least he had fallen victim to some of their traps. Law-kun, Virgo's deep voice broke the silence of the clearing. You have made this unnecessarily long. I am becoming irritated. Put down the sword and I will spare your pathetic friends. Virgo, is it? Sabo smacked the pole in his other hand. His faux bravado was impressive, but Law noticed the tremor in his voice. The only pathetic one is you and your captain, chasing after a kid all across the Grand Line. Don't you have better things to do? A muscle ticked in Virgo's forehead. Impudent brat. Law-kun stole something very precious from the young master. No one steals from his pirate captain and lives. What you steal? Ace asked from Law's right. Weren't you listening earlier? My ope fruit. But technically it was never in Doflamingo's possession, so I didn't steal it. The rarest and most desirable of all devil fruits in the world. The only fruit to grant immortality, Virgo drawled. A priceless item. Law could sense Ace was reluctantly impressed, but Luffy and Sabo were not so quiet. Wow, that's really cool, Luffy yipped. Everything comes at a price. Immortality at the cost of the user's life, Law snapped. I don't plan to die so Doflamingo can live forever. He will. I'll make sure of it. Of course, your association with that traitor is another black stain against you. To go off with that marine and turn against the family is unforgivable. That's rich coming from a pirate pretending to be a marine. A double agent like yourself has no room to judge. Your insolence may have been charming years ago, but now it is simply tiresome. Put down the weapon or I will kill your friends. Law didn't hear or see any hesitation from the three boys, although they trembled under Virgo's pressure. Even if I did, you'd kill them anyways to cover your tracks. Don't insult my intelligence, Virgo-san. I hate children, especially the little know-it-alls. Virgo cracked his neck. First left, then right. I will make this extremely painful. You'll wish you'd never been born. Wouldn't be the first time I've had that thought. Law readied the katana in his right hand and held up his empty left hand with the index finger lifted. Vroom. His blue sphere expanded out 12 meters in front of him. It wasn't enough to encase Virgo, but it was enough to put distance between him and the pirate. Virgo ignored the sphere and charged straight at Law and the boys behind him. He blocked Law's slice with his left arm covered in black armament haki, and it was all Law could do to shamble him and the boys out of the way. Taking Law's place was a massive bear trap that clamped tightly on Virgo's unprotected right arm. A vein throbbed in Virgo's forehead at the sight of blood dripping from the puncture wounds. Law shuffled back to get more distance. Ace, ever the fearless hot-headed leader, raised his pole up and screamed a battle cry before charging forward. Virgo didn't even look at the boy but raised his left arm with his finger pointed. Law held up his index and thumb. Shambles. Ace traded position with the discarded bear trap and made a perfect swing for Virgo's left side. Law wasn't gifted with physical strength, but Ace and Luffy seemed especially talented at brute strength. Seeing the flinch across Virgo's face, Law was confident in his deduction through observation. Sabo nodded at Law and ran with his pole ready to strike. Just as Virgo turned to take off Ace's head with his powerful punch, Law shambled again to switch Ace with a pebble and Sabo with a clump of dirt right behind Virgo's unprotected knee. The pirate's knee buckled and Law switched Sabo out with himself. Having thought a pattern was forming, Virgo moved to protect his right side. Law appeared left of center with his katana pulled back and ready for a jab. He stepped forward and put all his weight and strength into thrusting the weapon deep into the flesh of Virgo's lower back. The pirate grunted and shifted. At the slightest movement, Law escaped from within Virgo's reach. "Wow, you guys were so cool." Luffy threw up his rubber arms and cheered. "Wait, Trafalgar, warn me next time you do that shambles thing." Ace scowled. "I almost missed. Obviously I can't do that if you want to actually hit him." "Sabo, you figured it out fast enough." The blonde sheepishly rubbed his neck. "That's only because you threw Ace in there first." "How cute." Virgo's deep voice cut in. The man stood up and brushed grass off the knees of his pants. There was a blooming wet, red blood stain at the front of his lower torso. Law's katana had slid cleanly through Virgo's body. "You figured out how to use your powers and have obviously been practicing. Using your little friends to distract me before going in for the big finales was clever. But it will take much more than that to take me down. I didn't expect it to finish you." Law held up the katana. Fresh blood dripped off the tip. "I just wanted to hurt you." Virgo's lips twitched. "You can't escape that dark part, can you? The darkness never leaves, once you let it in." "I'm not trying to escape it. Sometimes I enjoy it too much." Luffy turned to him and frowned. "What darkness?" The rubber boy's distraction was the perfect moment for Virgo. He sped towards the youngest boy faster than before. Law cursed when Luffy froze, his eyes wide in terror at the massive pirate bearing down on him. Shambles. Luffy was replaced with a boulder that Virgo's fist easily crushed. But Virgo was fast and agile. He stopped quickly and swung out on one long leg, intending to clip Ace in the head. Heart pounding loudly in his chest, Law switched Ace as well. Virgo stood up straight and rolled his shoulders. "How long can you keep this up, Law-kun? You're tiring and I can still go faster. One slip and someone dies. Then I guess I can't make a mistake." Law's sharp eyes were carefully studying both Virgo's movements, his armament haki, and the positions of his allies. He absolutely could not miss anything or Virgo would definitely win. "You've made so many mistakes in the past year, you probably can't tell the difference." Virgo took one large step forward to where Luffy had been. The ground caved out from underneath him and the pirate disappeared into a deep pit trap with a puff of dust. "Nice one, Luffy." Ace slapped his brother's back with a wide, tired grin. "What'd I do?" Luffy blinked. Sabo and Ace groaned in near-perfect unison. "You completely forgot it was under you." Law's instincts were screaming at him like the metal rock bands Buffalo listened to. "Shit, move." Law was too slow to warn them. Virgo burst out of the pit with his face contorted in fury. The three boys were right in his reach and Law's genius brain wasn't fast enough to identify three inanimate objects to switch them with. His panic seemed to be enough to pull the boys back, so Virgo's powerful kick was lessened on impact. The pirate still got all three of them in the torso and sent them flying out of Law's room. Law couldn't protect them if the boys were outside his room, but he had to make a choice. He could keep the room up to protect himself should Virgo turn on him in the next second. His other option was to dispel the room and recreate it to cover the boys, but it would leave him vulnerable too. He didn't have time to debate the pros and cons of each option in the next second. It was simple. He had to pick which one would be best. Before his thought process had even completed, Law's room had dispelled and the word was on the tip of his tongue to make a new one. Virgo was fast to react when the humming blue sphere disappeared. He kicked up a dust cloud of grainy sand right into Law's eyes. Law raised his arms to block the sand from his eyes and Virgo took the opportunity to kick him in the stomach. Pain shot through the young doctor's body and the momentum sent him flying several meters back. He rolled with the fall and tried to get to his feet while ignoring the pain. Virgo was on him just as he stumbled to his feet and landed a backhand across Law's face. "Law!" someone yelled, but the young doctor was in too much pain to identify the youthful voice. His brain's focus was on identifying all the injuries causing his pain receptors to go haywire. Each little movement caused his neck to hurt from the whiplash, and his head throbbed with the beginning of a headache. The skin on the right side of his face stung like a hive of bees had swarmed him. But there was no time for medical treatment on this battlefield. Law stumbled to his feet and blocked Virgo's kick with his katana. The force behind the kick sent shockwaves up his arms and made them shake from exertion. Skid marks in the dirt showed how far he had been pushed back by the attack. The leg dropped and Law just barely managed to duck a hook punch before blocking an uppercut. He was on the defensive, which was no way for anyone to survive against a guy like Virgo. A metal pole smacked down on the pirate's head and another hit his abused knee. Finally, a rubber fist hit the area above Virgo's damaged flesh, and Law heard the sweet sound of the man sucking in a pained gasp. Virgo swept the brothers back with a wide roundhouse kick and stumbled to regain his footing. He paused at the uncharacteristic display of clumsiness. Law gasped through the pain. Virgo's unbalance was the sign he was waiting for to attack. Law led the charge by keeping the man busy with blocking each swing of Law's katana. The brothers, inspired by the teen's renewed attack, followed him with war cries. The Op user had to stay aware of each boy's movement and use shambles to help them attack or keep them safe by switching them to a distant position. Virgo seemed blindsided by his body's weakness and didn't move fast enough to block each physical blow without opening up to being dismembered by Law's ability. Virgo's displeasure was written all over his face, even with the sunglasses blocking his eyes. "What did you do to me? What makes you think I did anything?" Law grunted and shifted positions with Ace to swing again. Virgo blocked the attack, but the black defense faded from his fist rather fast and hadn't covered as much skin as earlier. His plan was working. "Maybe we're just that good." "Not nearly as much as you think, you arrogant brat." Rage seemed to be building under his skin. He looked at his hand and moved each finger individually. His movements were jerky and uncoordinated. "Rather than fighting fair, you chose to poison me." A pirate complaining about fighting fair is hypocritical. "But yes, I did poison you. There's a plant on this island that acts as a sleep aid when ingested but becomes a paralytic when injected directly into the bloodstream. It seems to also affect the control you have over armament haki." The man's anger was a dangerous distraction, and Law nearly missed switching Sabo out of the way fast enough. Law held up the katana with Virgo's dried blood. "I'm a quick study, Virgo." "It's Virgo-san," the pirate sneered. "You still haven't learned any manners. I'll have to beat them into you again." Virgo's hand flashed out to catch the pole Sabo attempted to slam on his hip. With a twist of his wrist, the blonde was sent flying and smacked hard into a massive oak tree. He fell to the ground and didn't get up. Even with his muscles compromised, Virgo was still faster and stronger than any of the boys. "Sabo!" Ace screamed. Virgo kicked up a rock in Law's direction, which was enough of a distraction to slam Ace's face into the ground. He then threw the pole right at Luffy, who crumpled down with a cry of pain. Shambles. Law switched all three boys to the forest edge. It protected them but left him alone with Virgo, who took advantage of Law's defensive move to focus solely on the young doctor. The man may have been poisoned, but he was still faster, stronger, and more experienced than Law. He blocked and dodged as best he could, but the pirate eventually slipped through his defenses to chop the katana from his wrist. A hand wrapped tightly around Law's thin neck and he choked as his airway was crushed. Law scratched desperately at Virgo's forearm, but his vision blackened when the pirate slammed his head against the ground. He could only acknowledge his room dispelling under the physical assault. The teen gasped for air, but the fingers on his throat were unforgiving. He tried to reach the devil fruit power humming under his skin, but suddenly it vanished, and a horrible weakness reminiscent of the later months of Law's sickness washed over him. Virgo released his throat, and Law barely had the energy to gasp for air. While he desperately sucked in oxygen, Virgo clasped the other part of the seastone cuffs around Law's left wrist. He was caught. With seastone draining his energy, the devil fruit user couldn't even sit up from weakness and exhaustion. "What a waste of my time. I expected so much more from you." Virgo's large hand ground Law's face into the dirt. The seastone cuffs had drained away what little of Law's strength he had. There was nothing left in the tank to power his fight. "You've proven to be familiar enough with your abilities that I'm certain you have knowledge of the youth operation. The final act of your otherwise worthless life will be granting Doffy immortality. So this was all a test." Law grunted and spit out a mouthful of dirt when the pirate finally let him up to breathe. "Gladius was supposed to test you before taking you back to the young master, but Vice Admiral Garp complicated plans." Law's smirk was an unconscious action. "Yeah, he tends to do that a lot." He was rewarded for his sassy comment with a brutal kick to his stomach that left him gasping for air. "You will be severely punished for getting Gladius caught by the Marines. The young master is tired of your teenage rebellion, and he's going to smack some sense into you." By now it seemed Law's mouth had run away from him. "Well, first of all, if you left me alone, Gladius wouldn't be an impel down. Also, the whole smacking sense might take a while since I'm rather stubborn. It's genetic. And very chatty, Virgo mused. He lifted the small teen up by his head until he was hanging in the air at the man's eye level. Pain like 100 needles shot through Law's scalp, but he gritted his teeth to keep from crying out. Behind the dark sunglasses, Virgo was observing him closely. What are you up to, brat? Approximately 145 centimeters, so still rather small for my age group. Virgo stared at him for a few seconds before his eyebrows scrunched together in a physical show of rage. A hand wrapped around Law's bruised throat and squeezed. Black spots danced across his vision, and Law almost desired unconsciousness over any more pain. You don't need to talk to use your devil fruit. Let him go. A loud voice broke through the fog, dulling his senses. The hand pulled back, and air burned going down his throat. Law looked for the stupid idiot who didn't run even after all the chances the teen gave him. Luffy stood just within Virgo's reach, with big fat tears blurring his eyes and rolling down his cheeks. His lips quivered in fear and snot dripped from his nose. The rubber boy's fists were raised in front of his chest as if this were actually a boxing match. He was covered in dirt and a huge black eye was starting to form. Law's lips moved, but the words never made it beyond his throat. If the idiot was conscious, he should have run. Why didn't he run? Let him go, you stupid head. Luffy screamed and threw a reckless punch that glanced off Virgo's body and wouldn't even leave a bruise. Mugiwara ya. Law managed to rasp in no more than a whisper. You should have run if you wanted to live a few more minutes of your worthless life, boy. This just makes it boring, as now I don't have to chase you down to kill you. Law struggled and scratched at the already bloody arm holding him as Virgo reached for the young boy. Luffy's eyes widened in terror as the powerful pirate bared down on him. The teen's heart pounded in his chest. The kid wasn't moving. He was frozen in fear. Run Luffy. The words painfully ripped from Law's abused throat. He thought maybe he could get over it or forget should Virgo kill the boys. But somehow in all of this mess, and knowing exactly what would happen if he were to be caught, Law had allowed himself to care. After his family in Khorasan, Law had prayed to never see another person he cared for suffer like they had. Luffy jerked out of his shock at Law's scream and scrambled back. He tripped onto his rear and held his arms up as if they could stop everything that was about to happen. Virgo's hand slapped the arms away and reached for Luffy's neck. A blur of white burst from the woods and bit firmly into Virgo's forearm to halt his movement. Bepo! Luffy cried a little in relief at the arrival of a friend. Law felt the mix of relief and worry on whether his friend had been successful. If he hadn't, then the bear had returned just to get killed. Virgo violently shook his arm to dislodge the bear. Bepo tumbled to the ground and scrambled to his short, stubby feet with a fierce growl. And now there's a bear. Virgo sighed and turned away from the young polar bear. This mission is infinitely longer than it needed to be. Law kicked and squirmed the best he could. He was dropped into the dirt but found he could barely push his chest off the ground. Luffy's legs were shaking so bad he was surprised the young boy was able to stand. The other boys remained out of his view, but they were suspiciously quiet, and so he tried to think positively that Ace and Sabo had just been knocked out. It was difficult. He wasn't a positive person. Now I'm going to kill you, boy. Virgo towered over a trembling Luffy. Bepo lowered down for a big leap. Law may have been tired and exhausted with no energy to run even without seastone shackles, but his eyes worked perfectly fine. So when his gray eyes caught sight of a familiar human figure moving in the shade of the woods, his heart skipped a beat. Hey Virgo. The teen's voice sounded so horrible after all the abuse his throat took, and it was twice as painful as it sounded. You were right. I am up to something. Virgo paused, intimidating the youngest boy, and looked back. I assumed as much. Tell me what your plan is and your torture will be a little less painful. The young creepy doctor smirked a painful, bloody smile. I'm just stalling. What the hell is going on here? Everyone jumped in surprise at the booming voice that carried across the small clearing. Although he knew who it was, Law struggled from where he had landed in the dirt to see the intruder with his own eyes. He knew he could trust Bepo. Vice Admiral Garp stood at the tree line in another hideous floral shirt and white khaki shorts. His angry eyes moved from where Ace and Sabo were lying behind a mound to Law, beaten and handcuffed on the ground, to Virgo's dirty and bloody uniform before stopping on Luffy's tear-stained face. Somebody better start talking. Garp strode forward with his massive hands curled into fists. I just came home to check on my cute, troublesome grandsons, and this is what I find. Vice Admiral, sir, I can explain. Virgo snapped to a perfect salute. You see, this boy, he's a pirate. Law screamed, desperate to blow Virgo's cover before he could spin a web of lies. Pain tore down his throat, but he absolutely needed to make sure Garp understood. He works for Doflamingo. Virgo shoved Law's head into the ground with his foot. Kids these days never want to take responsibility for their actions. Virgo's foot pressed down on Law's head a little harder. This menace attacked a civilian and then turned on me when I tried to apprehend him. He seems to have tricked these children into believing his innocence. Jai-chan. Law heard the slapping of sandals and Luffy's voice got more distant. He's lying. Law didn't hurt anybody. He's a doctor, so he helps people. This guy's the bad one. He wants Law's devil fruit, but me and Ace and Sabo tried to stop him, but he wouldn't stop. He heard all of us and he said he'd kill me. Law didn't see any of this monologue as his face was getting intimately familiar with the ground, but his ears could pick up the whine in Luffy's voice, and his imagination filled in the visual with the puppy dog eyes. The young boy was talented. Kids can be so creative with their imaginations, Virgo drawled from above him. They get better and better at lying all the time. Except if there's one thing I know about my grandson, it's that he can't tell a lie to save his life. There was a cracking of knuckles. Prepare yourself, pirate scum. Then Virgo's foot was gone. Bippo pulled him off the ground and Luffy collapsed into tears on his lap. For the first time all day, Law felt like he could finally breathe. Everywhere he looked, the fog obscured his vision, each breath light and thin as if he were high in the mountains. Most of the time in the fog was spent in peaceful silence. For once, his brain was quiet and he was able to just exist unbothered by the silence. Blurry images would sometimes break through the fog. A memory of teaching Lamy to ride a bicycle without training wheels was an image he willingly returned to again and again. "Brother, I'm scared," she cried every time. She looked so small on his old yellow bicycle but had determinedly climbed on until he was about to let go. "Don't be scared, Lamy," his much younger voice would reply breathlessly each time, running behind her. "I know you can do it. But if something happens, don't worry because I'll be here to help you." Then he would let go and continue jogging behind her. She would wobble and panic but then grow with confidence. Her brown hair would fly behind her as she picked up speed. "Look, I'm doing it," she cheered and laughed. "Law, you're the best big brother ever. Love you too." Law would laugh, watching as she got further and further away until the image faded into darkness. "Lamy, come back," he would call, but the only answer he received was silence. Other memories crossed his path. Cooking with his father, learning piano from his mother, or playing sports with his friends on the school grounds. It was peaceful and warm to see those memories again. Sometimes images would break through the fog for which he had no recollection. Garp holding him close to the Marine's chest, with each step a painful jolt for his ribs. Luffy with red, teary eyes holding a glass and drowning his throat with water. A dark-haired woman bandaging his head, with Sabo looking over shoulder and passing her supplies. Ace even made an appearance in these images. The younger boy sat over him, candlelight dancing across his pale skin. Although they weren't happy memories, for some reason Law felt so comfortably warm it was hard to go back to the fog. But he just wasn't ready to leave the comforting quiet. It took a while for him to realize he wasn't physically trapped in fog. He was most likely asleep. Upon that thought crossing his mind, his heartbeat picked up. "Wake up," Kora-san's voice whispered in his ear. His eyes cracked open. A few blinks had the blurriness cleared so he could see the wooden ceiling above him, warmed by the late afternoon light slipping through the dirty window. He glanced around the room. It was the small room in the mountain bandits base camp where he had stayed for a few nights his first week on the island. Law tried to lift his head but gasped at the sudden pain in his throat. He let his head fall heavily against the pillow and swore not to move for a very long time. His eyes fluttered open at a huff of hot breath to find Bippo's sad face right next to him with the bear's body curled around his head. His throat burned when he swallowed and his chest ached with sharp pain from every breath. Potentially he suffered from a concussion, severe bruising on his throat, and broken or cracked ribs. But he was still alive. Law reached out to pat the furry paw nearest him. Bippo's wet, sandpaper tongue licked his cheek in response. The curtain in the doorway fluttered and a young woman poked her head in. Her dark eyes lit up with surprise when she caught Law's gaze. "You're awake. How wonderful." The curtain fell closed behind her and she knelt beside him on the floor. She wore a simple long skirt and a loose shirt. Her dark green hair was tied back with a kerchief and gave the impression that the woman spent most of her day working. "We haven't met before. I'm Makino and I live in Goa Village. Garp-sen asked me to take care of you." Law tried to speak but found his throat too sore for the vibration of his voice box. "Please don't try to talk, Law-kun. That horrible man crushed your throat." She picked up a damp cloth to wipe his forehead. It felt pleasantly refreshing. "Luffy-kun told me all about you in the battle you had. You were so very brave." Law furrowed his eyebrows and slowly lifted his arms to tap at his wrist. He hoped she got the message. "You've been asleep for almost 2 days. Your body was so exhausted that it needed time to recuperate." Law closed his eyes and relaxed more against his pillow. He'd been asleep for so long but was still so tired. He must have used all his energy and strength fighting Virgo. "Virgo." His eyes snapped open and he grabbed the woman's wrist in a loose grip. It was so painful to even move, but he had to know. "Virgo," he whispered through his burning throat. "Oh, please don't talk." She gently patted his hand. "The pirate is gone. Garp-sen took him to some massive prison near Marine headquarters. He wanted to stay, but he was the only one stronger than that pirate, so the Marines needed his as an escort." Soothed by the news, Law released Makino's wrist and fell back into his warm nest. The woman's voice washed over him in a quiet hum and he fell asleep to the steady movements of her cloth washing his skin. The next time he woke, the room was dark with a warm light peeking under the door and hushed voices in the other room. At first, Bepo's rumbling breaths were the only sound he could hear, but if he listened closely there were several other beings breathing in the room. He tapped the paw closest to him and felt his friend start from sleep with a grunt. A wet snout sniffed at his ear and Law rubbed the fuzzy paw to let the bear know he was awake. He pulled his elbows under his body and tried to push himself up. A gasp escaped at the pain shooting through his neck, throat, and chest. Before he fell back down, Bepo rolled under and propped his body up. Law relaxed against the warm, fuzzy body and took a better look around the dark room. He found the source of the other bodies very quickly. Luffy laid sprawled across his legs like a rubber blanket and hadn't reacted when Law accidentally kicked him during his struggle to sit up. The boy had a few cuts and bruises that were already healing. Curled up next to Law's futon was Sabo, and resting between the door and the kid piles was Ace, who had fallen asleep against the wall. Law's heart skipped a beat. They were in the room with him after everything that happened. They still wanted to be around a curse like him. Sabo snorted and jerked in his sleep. Law watched as the blonde slowly sat up and rubbed his eyes before wincing. When the boy turned, a large black eye was noticeable even in the darkness. He jumped to see Law awake and staring right back at him. "Law, how do you feel?" Sabo's whispers were drowned out by the murmur of voices in the main room. "Do you need something?" The teen gestured for water. Sabo tiptoed to the other side of the room and fiddled with something before creeping back. He held up a glass of water with a straw and let Law drink as much as he could. Even the lukewarm water pained his throat. What he hated more than the pain was to not even have the strength to hold his own glass without spilling liquid everywhere. "Anything else? Are you hungry?" Makino made some cold soup for when you're hungry. "It's downstairs in the fridge." The gnawing emptiness in his stomach answered for him by rumbling at the mention of food. Sabo quietly stepped over Ace's sprawled legs and left for the kitchen. In his absence, Law tried to wiggle his feet out from under Luffy's dead weight, but found he didn't have nearly enough energy, so he just flopped back and waited for the blonde to return. A sweet smell filled the air when Sabo did return, and Law could see Luffy drooling in his sleep. Sabo had poured the soup in a tall glass, and it looked more like a fruit smoothie than soup. Makino-san said it was a fruit soup, so it will still taste good even when cold. Much to Law's embarrassment, he needed help to drink the soup without spilling it all over himself. But unlike Ace, who would happily rub it in, Sabo said nothing and held the glass a little higher so Law could get the last dregs. He put aside the empty glass and helped the older boy settle again. "Need anything else?" Law shook his head the best he could without causing further pain for himself. "You're pretty amazing, Law-san. Can I call you Law?" When the older boy just shrugged his shoulders, Sabo took that as an affirmative. "It was very cool how you came up with the poison to slow down the pirate. I also admired how we're able to use your devil fruit powers. You knew where everyone was and what they were going to do and moved accordingly. I knew you were smart, but you also know tactics, which is really cool. I don't think any of us have tried to fight that way. We just use brute force." That was definitely true. "Anyways," Sabo shrugged, a light blush on his cheeks. "I'm glad you're okay." Law wanted to bury his head under Bepo's soft body to avoid that admiring gaze. Instead, he yawned and pretended to doze off. "Right, I'll let you rest. You can wake me up if you need anything." Law shuffled so his face was out of Sabo's line of sight. Instead, through slitted eyes, he caught sight of Ace awake. The young boy's studying gaze stared back at Law. Ignoring him, Law dozed off again. A week later, the teenager stood impatiently outside a nondescript front door in the city. He was back in his working neighborhood, and Law had already been waylaid by 16 people asking if he was okay. He wasn't exaggerating. 16 people had inquired about his well-being. He knocked again, and this time a voice answered along with running footsteps. The door opened to reveal a tall, average-looking man with light brown hair. His face lit up at the sight of Law on his doorstep. "Law-kun," Hitomi's new husband smiled. "I heard the rumors. Come in, please." "Thank you." Their home was small and cozy. Pictures of the happy couple, their relatives, and their friends adorned the walls. There was even one of Law scowling next to a smiling Hitomi with Bepo cuddled in her arms. Law remembered that day. She said it was absolutely necessary to get their picture taken if they were to work at the clinic. It was a very well-played harmless lie. A picture with Hitomi and Dr. Adair hung right above it. Law turned away. He took the offered seat on a plush sofa with Bepo curled at his feet. They waited patiently as Tatsuya called for the nurse and then bustled off to make tea. Hitomi poked her head downstairs and smiled so bright when she saw who was sitting on her couch. "Law-kun, Bepo." She thundered down the rest of the stairs and threw herself next to Law on the couch. He had no time to discourage her before arms with surprising strength crushed him into a hug. "Hitomi-san." Law patted her back awkwardly. He hated being touched. It sent shivers down his spine. But once he was trapped in the hug, it wasn't so bad. Kind of warm, actually, except for the pain in his ribs. She sniffed and pulled away. "I'm sorry. I was so worried about you." "You too, Bepo." She patted Bepo's furry white head. "Ace said he told you what happened." "He did, but I needed proof with my own eyes to know you were all right. You look to be doing well, Law-kun. Tatsuya carefully balanced a tray full of teacups, a teapot, and a bowl of milk. He set out the milk for Beppo and poured a minty herbal tea for every human. Sorry, but all we have right now is herbal. That's fine. Law accepted the mug handed to him. The pirate didn't seriously injure anyone, but there were a few broken bones. I think the Marines are rather embarrassed because they offered to cover the medical expense for everyone who was hurt. Of course, they all had to see a Marine doctor, which didn't go over well. Law looked away and sipped his tea. It scorched his tongue and left a tingling burn that destroyed all flavor. The nurse seemed to know him too well. What's wrong? Strong fingers rubbed his shoulder. He didn't want to shrug her off. He swallowed and wiggled his toes under Beppo's warm hips. Articulating his guilt was a challenge that needed to be faced head-on. I'm responsible for everything that happened, Law choked out. The adults immediately shook their head in negation, but they didn't understand. He needed them to understand how badly he failed them. No, if it wasn't for me, the doctor would still be alive. I brought that pirate to Goa. It's my fault. Hitomi continued to shake her head. No, Law-kun, it wasn't your fault. Unless you landed the killing blow, Dr. Adair's death was not your fault. But, did you deal the last blow? Hitomi's eyes were fierce with strength Law wished he had at the moment. She would accept nothing but the truth. He ducked his head. No, I didn't. You keep saying you brought the pirate here. Tatsuya blew on his tea and smiled kindly at the teen. But the way I see it, unless you packed him in your suitcase, you had no responsibility in his arrival or his actions. I got a look at him, and that man could not be folded into a suitcase by any means. Hitomi pulled him into her side and pressed her face into his hair. Her strong voice whispered gently, "It's not your fault." To his embarrassment, a sob escaped his throat. Law bit his lip to stop his trembling chin, but it didn't do much good. Hitomi rubbed his back, which just made it worse because he couldn't remember the last time someone offered him physical comfort. His mother was probably the last one. Tears rolled silently down his cheeks. He rubbed at them hard as if the pain would make the moisture vanish. I swore I'd never cry again. Crying doesn't make you weak. Hitomi's breath hitched and a drop splashed onto his forehead. Come on, you two. You're gonna make me cry too. Tatsuya sounded a little choked up. Sorry, honey. Hitomi sniffed and cleaned her face with a tissue. I've been crying all week. Law accepted a tissue and swallowed down the lump in his throat. You and the doctor were close. He trained me. Hitomi smiled, although her eyes were still red and watery. He even referred me to the local medical school to continue my studies. They accepted me 3 days ago to begin studying to be a doctor. Congratulations. When do you start? Classes begin soon. I'll be able to complete 1 term before I'll need to take a break. But the administration said I can return when I'm ready. Law frowned. Why would you need a break? Hitomi shared a smile with her husband. I'm pregnant. The teen's brain screeched to a halt at the announcement, and every word in his genius brain got jumbled up into gibberish. All he could spit out was, "Oh." Hitomi snorted and covered up her smile with her hands. She couldn't stop giggling and had to turn away from Law's disgruntled look. He didn't like being laughed at, for the one time words failed him. A smile twisted at Tatsuya's lips. Sorry, Law-kun. She bet you'd be speechless when we told you, and now I owe her foot massages for a week. Sorry. She gasped for breath. A brilliant smile still glowed on her face, although her eyes were still a little red. He sniffed and turned away. His face was too warm for comfort. How far along are you? About 2 months now. So I'll be studying right up until the birth. Her hand rested tenderly on her still flat stomach. Then I'll take a semester off to recover and spend time with the baby. Then Tatsuya and my mother will take turns while I complete my studies. You have this all figured out already. You're okay with this? He asked Tatsuya. Men generally avoided taking time off even for young children. Flevance was a bit different, and many men like his father would stay home while the mothers worked. Law remembered how excited he was when his father took 5 months off after Lamy was born. I'm self-employed, Tatsuya shrugged. Anyways, a doctor in the family will make more money than a hard-working blacksmith ever could. It's important to Hitomi, so of course I'll support her. Law glanced back and forth between the two adults. Well, congratulations. He realized belatedly that social conventions required him to say that, but neither seemed to mind his poor conversation skills. It's not like Law tried to hide how socially awkward he was. Any ideas for names? Hitomi asked. We're thinking Charlie for a boy. Law sipped his cold tea. I like that name. We're undecided on girls' names. Both our mothers and my sisters are not being very subtle, hinting they want us to use their names. Tatsuya sighed. We want to avoid too much family drama by playing favorites. Hitomi offered Law, then Beppo, a tea biscuit. Any recommendations? Law didn't know many girls. The faces of his old classmates flashed across his mind, but their names came up blank. There was one name he liked, but he hesitated to vocalize it. What if they actually liked it and gave the name to their child? It felt weird to consider someone else might have that name as part of their identity. but the more he thought about it, the more he realized it wasn't a bad feeling to weird. He was actually a little excited. What about Lamey? Law glanced down and nibbled on the tea biscuit so he couldn't see their faces. Lamey. Tatsuya rolled the name on his tongue. It's nice and soft, but still unique. I like it. Is it a common name in North Blue? The nurse asked. No, Law shook his head. He buried his fingers in Bappo's soft fur. Much to his surprise, his hands weren't shaking. It was my sister's name. There was a pause of silence before Hitomi pulled Law into another hug. Rather than fight, he relaxed into her warm embrace. He wished he could have one more hug from his family. But Hitomi's hugs felt nice too. Thank you for sharing something so precious with us. Hitomi pulled back and smiled. Her eyes were watering again. We'd be honored to give your sister's name to our daughter if we have a girl. Tatsuya passed his wife a tissue. Law tried to be nonchalant about it, but the idea of another girl having Lamey's name and actually growing up was both joyously happy and crushingly sad. His sister would never achieve her dreams. But maybe another Lamey could. Ace sighed and tried one last time to talk his brothers out of the crazy thing they were dragging him into. Sure, he loved Luffy and Sabo like family, but they were always a bit ignorant to the wants and desires of others, especially Luffy. He was the most selfish person Ace knew. Look, I know you think you're being kind and all, but I doubt Law is going to see it the same way. It's not about being nice. Luffy jammed his hands on his hips and stuck his lower lip out. It is what it is. Law's just going to have to deal with it. He's leaving, you dumbass. He's gone tomorrow and we may never see him again, so isn't it all pointless? Luffy deflated into a starfish on the ground. Sabo nudged the youngest, but the boy only whined. The blonde smiled at the small temper tantrum and took off his hat. I think it's because he's leaving that we need to do this. He needs to know. I'm still not sure about this, Ace grumbled. But you'll go get him, right? Yeah, I'll get him and we can get this shindig going. Sabo smiled wider and Luffy jumped to his feet knowing that Ace was in agreement. Great, Luffy and I will get the product. We'll meet you and Law right here. They separated and Ace headed for the bandits' hideout. Law was stuck there for the time being. He kept saying he needed rest, but Ace could spot the guilt eating him alive every time Goa City was mentioned. The teen had made 2 trips there but avoided it if he could. Ace found the teen sitting outside the crowded house with his few personal items spread out. There wasn't much to see. A change of clothes and a jacket, a first aid kit, a few bottles of medicine, and a book on North Blue navigation. Sometimes Ace was reminded how little of a child the young doctor acted. Bappo lifted his head lazily when Ace approached but quickly dismissed him and went back to sunbathing. Law, Ace greeted. After everything that happened, he was trying to be nicer and more open-minded about the teen. Ace, those stormy gray eyes were wide with a hint of surprise. What brings you here? You packing up to leave? Yes, just making sure I have everything I need. Law looked over his meager supplies. It's not much, but it'll do. Ace picked up the book and flipped through it quickly. Going back to North Blue. Yes, North Blue has some of the best medical practitioners in the world. Law grunted and snatched the book back when Ace left a dirty thumbprint on the cover. The younger boy could see what Law didn't say. Against all odds, Law missed the sea where he was born. Ace had no memories of West Blue, but he was still very curious about visiting, just like he planned to visit East Blue after he became a powerful pirate. When do you leave tomorrow? Ship sails at dawn, Law grumbled. Ace watched as he packed everything into his depressingly empty rucksack. I'm sleeping over at Hitomi's so there's less distance to travel, and less chance of Garp ruining my plans. Well, before you go, do you mind coming with me? There's something I need to show you. Slate gray eyes narrowed at the request and Ace resisted fidgeting under those sharp eyes. But Law just shrugged and tossed the bag over his shoulder. Bappo sat up and yawned loudly. His sharp teeth flashed in the sunlight. Not like I have anything better to do. The young doctor shrugged and rubbed Bappo's furry head. So Ace led the way through the woods. Law and Bappo followed leisurely behind him. The younger boy wondered whether their silent walk was as awkward for Law as it was for him. He had spent months hating and later just disliking the older boy. So it was weird to not feel that shiver of creepiness he generally felt around the other human. Actually, all he felt was familiarity and a crushing sense of guilt. Hey Law. Ace pushed aside a large fern and ignored the strange look from the other human when he held it for the teen to walk through. What? I just... Holy Sea Kings, this was hard. How did people do this on a regular basis? Geez, this is awkward. Just spit it out, Law sighed. Ace's temper flared. You bastard. Why do you always try to piss me off? Why are you so eager for a fight? Law snarled right back. He stepped right into Ace's face so the younger boy would have to look up. Why are you so easily provoked? You say you want to be a pirate, but you can't be flying off the handle at every asshole you cross. Either learn to control your temper or chill the fuck out. Ace reeled back like he'd been slapped. His mouth opened and closed as he struggled to find the words he wanted to say. Speechlessness seemed to entertain Law, and the irritation drained from his face. Did you just give me advice? Ace sputtered. Law shrugged and flipped the hunting knife he stole from the bandits over in his hand. The katana he had used last week had vanished after the fight. But you don't seem happy that we want to be pirates, so why would you? It's not about you being a pirate. Don't be stupid. Law threw the knife and it embedded up to its hilt in a tree. He yanked it out as they walked past. It's just general life advice. I can have quite the temper too, but I've learned that certain fights aren't worth the energy or the trouble. Save it for the people who want to kill you. I'm not your enemy. Properly chastised. Ace kicked at a rock and shoved his hands in his short pockets. I get what you're saying. I'm not sure you really do. Law held up a hand when anger flared in Ace's chest. My rage, my anger, it's worse than yours. Ace blinked and then scoffed at the idea that cool, collected Trafalgar Law could be angrier than him. When the fire of rage flickered in his chest, it was rarely satisfied until everything was in ashes. Law was like what he imagined an iceberg could be, cold and impenetrable but steady. When you lash out, I've noticed that you don't even want to hurt. There's no malicious intent behind your actions. You're just trying to find a release. What, you're a shrink too? Ace sneered when the older boy's statement hit a little too close to home. The young doctor chose to ignore the rude comment. I, on the other hand, always seek to hurt, mutilate, or kill when my anger gets the best of me. Suddenly, the knife Law was casually tossing up and down in the air looked incredibly dangerous. I don't believe I was always like this, but once you let the darkness in, it never leaves. I only control it now. I wouldn't wish this burden on anyone but my worst enemies. Ace raised his eyebrows at the older boy's statement. What? You think you're the only one who has dark thoughts? None of us had an easy time of it. Why else would we be living here in the woods? We don't exactly fit into civilized society. But you haven't really understood how dark you can go until all hope is lost and you have nothing left to live for. Until all you want is to watch the world burn. There are those who try to stop the flames, those who try to save others, and those who try to find peace and meaning in the destruction. At first glance, you three fell within those categories. Law's smile was only slightly mocking, if a little wistful. It was so adorable. Ace hopped over a skinny, babbling creek in one large leap. Law followed effortlessly behind him, but Beppo happily splashed through the cool water. He shook like a dog and flung water everywhere. So what if we'd try to help people if the world was burning? Any person with a conscience would. Ace continued on the worn path he and his brothers had made over the past few months. You're right. Most people would at least consider it. I know Luffy and Sabo would jump right in there. I also know you would follow because your brothers want to help. You're not the type of person to hastily help a stranger. Someone's got to look out for those idiots. Ace sighed. I suppose you'd just sit back and watch. Right now I would. And maybe if there were people I liked in danger I would help. Law reached out and brushed a hand through Beppo's fur. But until recently, I used to fit in another category entirely. I was the person wanting to light the match. I was truly free of guilt or remorse over my actions. I wanted others to hurt as much as I did, and I didn't care who they were. Even now I struggle to acknowledge my feelings. Ace didn't know what to say. The teen's eyes were dark under the shadows of his hat. He always thought living without remorse would be great. But the way Law spoke, it sounded like he was only part human. Like he had thrown away an important part of himself and was still trying to pick up the pieces left behind. It didn't seem like something to aspire to. You're a creepy, insane lunatic who likes to cut people up. Ace pointed his finger at the teen's nose. But you're not as bad as you think you are. Law rolled his eyes. I'm not sure if I should be flattered or insulted. I'm feeling rather insulted. Look, I'm not good at this. Good at what? This. Waving your arms like a spazzing ape isn't helping. Just spit it out and say what you mean. I'm trying to say that I'm sorry, you asshole. Law blinked at the words spat at him. Ace felt heat flushing his face, but for once it wasn't anger. That was the worst apology I've ever heard. Hey, and I've lived with pirates for years. But I accept your apology, and I suppose. Law shoved his long, thin fingers into his pants pockets. I suppose I owe you an apology as well. Having readied an insult to spew out, Ace was suddenly thrown off kilter. There he went again. After dealing with Luffy for so long, it was discerning to face someone so focused on logic and preferential to carefully picking and choosing his words. Just after what he had said earlier about remorse made Ace look carefully at his companion. He didn't seem particularly sorry as his face still hid behind that insufferable mask. But there was a slight hunch to his shoulder and he was petting Beppo again. The bear's dark eyes were staring hard at Ace and it was creeping him out a little. I don't really know why you're apologizing, but I'll accept it anyways. Mostly for purposefully antagonizing you. It was childish of me since I knew you'd get mad. I was right, but that's beside the point. Know-it-all jerkface, Ace huffed, but a smile was cracking at his exterior and Law seemed to be struggling to keep his mask in place. I'm sorry for calling you names and being a great asshole. I'm sorry for being an arrogant prick. Ace held out a hand. The other boy hesitated only slightly before reaching out to grasp his hand. Feeling like a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders, Ace smiled. Law's lips twitched upwards and everything about him seemed a little lighter, until he opened his mouth. Are we having a moment? Ace promptly dropped his hand and rubbed his palm on his shorts. No, good, cause that would be awkward. You're the one who made it awkward. Ace led the teen to the edge of the tree line that gave way to a steep cliff. The bright midday sun burned down from the cloudless sky and merchant ships sailed in the distance. They were met by Luffy and Sabo. Luffy was so excited he was practically vibrating with energy. Law. Luffy launched himself at the young doctor. Ace laughed at the panic on Law's face from the surprise assault. The teen recovered quickly and Law smoothly sidestepped in one smooth motion, so Luffy went flying right past him. The youngest boy landed face first in the dirt right behind Bippo, who ignored the commotion and continued sniffing some flowers. Bippo, the bear, looked at his human companion. Sit. The growing bear cub sat his rear end right on Luffy's back. Luffy's struggle sent the other boys into fits of laughter while Bippo looked on blankly. Ace could have sworn the bear ground his behind a little harder. When Bippo finally let Luffy up, Law turned to Sabo. What's going on? Right, Sabo breathed. Right, so you know how you're leaving, but we don't think you should. Your opinion is irrelevant in my departure, Law grumbled. It has nothing to do with you. Sabo hummed skeptically. Anyways, we three came to a decision. All of us agree, even Ace, said Boy shrugged. So, what is it? Sabo seemed to flounder with how to break the news. Luffy popped his head up with a smile. He still had grass in his hair and a smear of dirt across his nose. We're gonna be brothers. Ace and Sabo held their breath as the teen glanced from one boy to another. Law blinked. I thought you already were. The blonde sighed. Not like that. Luffy cried and shook his head. You're gonna be our brother too. Law's face closed off and the temperature dropped a few degrees. Absolutely not. Sabo shivered, but Luffy was undeterred by the frostiness. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, and that's final. Luffy shoved his fingers in his ears and loudly hummed an obnoxiously rude song Ace recognized from pubs. The frustrated teen turned to the other boys. I refuse. Seeing the teen lose his cool brought back Sabo's spine. Your opinion is irrelevant, as this has nothing to do with you. Law looked like he'd soon burst a blood vessel. It has everything to do with me. If you don't do this, we'll tie you up so that you'll miss the boat tomorrow. Ace crossed his arms and frowned at the older boy. And Luffy will be very upset. At that precise moment, Luffy unplugged his ears and stared up at Law with big brown eyes that more closely resembled a puppy than a human being. Law's face paled and his eyes flickered away from Luffy before being drawn right back like an accident he couldn't look away from. No, I don't want brothers. Law seemed a little too unsure compared to earlier. Doesn't matter what you want. We already decided, so get your ass over here and drink some sake. Ace held up a bottle and Sabo gestured to 4 red cups waiting innocently on a tree stump. What's so hard to understand about no? Don't be so selfish. Luffy stomped his foot and frowned. We want you to be a brother, so that's what's going to happen. Now who's the selfish one? Sabo smiled, but there was a slight bite to it in the flash of his teeth. Except, the large gap in his teeth took the edge off. Sorry, Law, but from now on, all your opinions and suggestions will be rejected. We'll hold you hostage if we must. Law's hand twitched as if he considered forming a room. A strong bump from behind broke his concentration and Law spun around to glare at Bippo. The bear wouldn't give Law an inch and he pushed the teen towards the tree stump. Ace smirked at the sight of the proud North Blue pirate pouting at a pushy polar bear. It seemed that Law could argue with them until everyone was blue in the face, but he couldn't stand up against his friend. Yay, Bippo. Luffy threw his hands up in the air. Sabo smiled and handed Law a cup of sake with Bippo hovering closely at Law's elbow. He's a little bossy. Every now and then, the teen scowled. No more than the rest of you. Here, Bippo. Ace placed a cup filled with lukewarm lemonade in front of the bear. He may not be ecstatic over Law, but he had no problem with Bippo. If he were honest, the bear was rather cute. We didn't think bears drink sake, but everyone likes lemonade. Ace blinked when the bear stood up on his hind legs and picked up the red cup between 2 paws like a delicate treasure. Those dark eyes turned to look directly at him and a furry ear twitched. The muzzle opened, flashing sharp white teeth. Thank you. Ace's brain screeched to a halt for 5 seconds. He talked. Beppo just talked. Luffy screamed in his ear. He can talk. Ace's jaw hit the floor. Sabo gaped like a speechless goldfish. Under their stares, Bippo dropped his head and his shoulders fell. I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? Law's thin eyebrow rose in amusement. They're the ones being rude. I am sorry, Bippo. We've never seen a talking bear. We thought only humans could talk. Sabo reached over and slapped a hand over Luffy's mouth before the kid could say something else to depress the bear. It's a surprise. A good surprise. But still, a surprise. Poor Bippo still looked unhappy. Okay, he grunted in a deep voice. Ace bit the inside of his cheek and pointed at the red cup in the bear's paws. Just so you know, drinking with us makes you part of the family. Bippo's ear twitched and he looked up. Yeah. Luffy jumped and wrapped his rubber arms around both Law and Bippo. It's so cool to have a talking bear in the family. Giraffe. Law scowled and wiggled out of Luffy's stranglehold. Are we going to get this over with or what? Right. Sabo picked up his cup and gestured to Ace and Luffy to do the same. My dream is to sail around the world and write a book about my adventures. Ace smiled, recognizing where Sabo was going. I'm going to be a strong pirate and defeat everyone who gets in my way as proof that I live. YOSH. Luffy laughed and held his cup up even higher. I'm gonna be Pirate King. They all looked at Law. This is stupid, he grunted. They stared. Fine. Law swallowed and looked at the liquid in the cup. I will become truly free. Ace frowned at the cryptic words but decided not to comment. He was about to raise his cup in a toast before noticing that Law wasn't paying attention and was looking at Popo. The bear raised his cup. Be with Law. The teen's eyebrows pinched together and Law ducked his head. His soft, spotted hat hid Law's eyes from view, but Ace could see the way he sucked in his cheeks and bit his lower lip. Ace felt himself soften at the sight. Law was weird and creepy, but he wasn't an emotionless psychopath. Sabo raised his cup with a smile. To brotherhood and family. Luffy and Ace cheered while Popo gave a chuffing laugh. Law didn't cheer or laugh, but an honest smile pulled at his lips, which the teen then tried to hide behind his red cup. Knowing what he did about Law, that little smile was good enough for Ace. Ace jerked awake and sat up. The food left on his plate looked a little squished in a shape that suspiciously resembled his face. He rubbed a hand over his face and wiped off a large chunk of mashed potatoes and a smear of sauce. His napkin wasn't where he thought it was, and he lifted his plate to see where it could have gone. A tanned, tattooed hand appeared in his vision with a clean napkin being offered to him. Ah, thank you very much. Ace gratefully cleaned off the glob of sauce and other crumbs on his face. The crowd in the bar were quiet and nervous. A woman shuffled her chair further away from Ace's table and ducked her head. As a well-known member of the Whitebeard Pirates, on average people gave him a lot of space and respect. But this was beyond the normal level of fear he was familiar with causing. Ace turned to the person who had helped him out. Thanks for the napkin. He blinked. The words he was about to use vanished and left his mouth hanging open because sitting beside him was the last person he expected to see. Relaxed in the bar chair was a tall, lanky man with a fuzzy spotted white hat. He wore jeans and a yellow hoodie with a Jolly Roger smiling from the front. But what Ace recognized besides the hat was the man's face. It was narrower and slimmer compared to the last time they saw each other, with a neatly trimmed goatee. The light caramel skin was free of any white patches and instead marked with black ink such as death spelled across each finger of his left hand. Dark bags under his eyes made those sharp silver eyes stand out even brighter, and no one could mistake that insufferable smirk. Long time no see, Ace. Trafalgar Law smirked. Years of manners practice and memorization flew out the window when he lost it and pointed his finger in the older man's face. Civilians around them screamed and scrambled from the bar in a stampede, leaving only the braver and stupidly curious ones behind. The Loja Devil Fruit user completely missed the exodus from the bar as he zeroed in on the unexpected presence in front of him. Unsure how to react, his mouth opened and closed. Should he yell like his younger self would have done because Law was an insufferable jerk? Except Ace could acknowledge he was a jerk too, so that would be hypocritical. Should he smile since Law was his not adopted brother who he hadn't seen in a decade because the man was an insufferable martyr? Except he was rather mad because Law martyred himself more like a hero than a pirate. Either way, the guy was insufferable. He kind of liked the latter option for some bizarre reason. With an obnoxious bellow, Ace reached out and wrapped his arm around the older man's shoulders. He pulled the man into an awkward hug and ignored Law's disgruntled squawk. I haven't seen you in years, you arrogant bastard. 1 letter a year. You trying to piss me off? A hand pressed against Ace's face and forcefully pushed him away. Law scowled and fixed his hoodie. I sent a letter every few months. It's not my fault if mail disappears between North Blue and East Blue. I was constantly reminding Luffy of that. The kid collected your letters like some sort of treasure. I had to use them to teach him reading cause he got bored with everything else. Ace's lips curved upward at the memories, and Law seemed rather thrown by the admission. I think he collected his own letters to give you. Fair warning, they're illegible and almost only doodles. Law's smirk was a little softer and fonder. I'll prepare my acceptance face. Ace slapped a hand on the man's shoulder and waved a hand to get the bartender's attention. The stunned middle-aged man jerked out of his stupor at the movement. A beer and some food for my brother. No bread, right? No bread. While the bartender prepared a meal for another infamous pirate with shaking hands, the other patrons began to relax at the friendly atmosphere. They no doubt expected a fight to break out between the Whitebeard commander and the rookie phenomenon from North Blue. But a comfortable ambience settled over the bar as the men preferred a friendly chat. So, I gotta admit that when I set out to become a pirate, I thought you would have already been on the seas with your Jolly Roger. Ace chewed and swallowed a large piece of well-done steak. What have you been doing all this time? Law shot the other man a deadpan look as the bartender hesitated, then placed a bread-free meal and a tankard of the local beer in front of him. Do you realize how many years of studying becoming a surgeon takes? I can't just learn surgery from books. I need to apprentice with the best. Oh yeah, your nickname is Surgeon of Death. Do you realize how creepy that is? Nice method of inspiring fear considering how many people hate doctors. So you're an actual surgeon. Of course. What's the difference between being a doctor and a surgeon as a pirate? It's not like you need qualifications. Law daintily picked at food, pushing it around like the picky eater Ace remembered. Besides being a doctor, I also specialize in cutting people open and fixing their insides. If I engaged in improper training or self-training, a disaster may occur should a situation require me to do surgery on my crew members. As captain, it is my duty to keep my crew safe and healthy. Utilizing my knowledge enhance my devil fruit ability to swap body parts and rearrange intestines is a side benefit. Ace leaned a little away from the man. Ugh, that sounds exactly like something you'd enjoy studying. I remember your creepy power. You are correcting in saying I find great pleasure fiddling with people's internal organs and external limbs. However, I also take great pride in my ability as a surgeon, and it would be a failure on my part if I were incapable of saving a patient. Law swallowed a sip of beer, his lips twisted at the flavor on his tongue. Not nearly up to North Blue's standards. I don't know, it's pretty good. Ace drained his own tankard and leaned back in his seat. Empty plates and empty glasses. He felt full and happy. I've never been to North Blue though, so I can't compare. So far nothing on the Grand Line compares in taste or quality to North Blue's beer. Law swirled his amber liquid. I keep telling myself it's not their fault they are ignorant to superior quality. Ace considered stealing the older man's beer but decided he liked his hand attached to his arm. Instead he drummed his fingers on the table before asking a question he'd been thinking about should they ever cross paths. So, you're a pretty good surgeon. Is there any way you'd be willing to make a house call? If you're referring to Whitebeard's known health issues, then no. Ace frowned and slammed his hand on the table, making all the others in the bar jump in fear. Why the hell not? Law's glare was just as deadly as when he was a teen. The hatred and rage had vanished, but those steel-gray eyes were piercing. News through the grapevine said you had joined Whitebeard's crew, much to my disbelief. I will sugarcoat nothing for you considering you're an adult. From what I've heard about his condition, he'll need a miracle. Old age isn't a disease. It's a chronic, deadly condition. But you're a surgeon. What about an organ transplant? His kidneys and liver are really bad, but our doctor thinks he'll get better with new ones. Law held up his hand to stop Ace right there. Do you believe a new kidney will satisfy Whitebeard? Ace opened his mouth to reply because what else could his adopted father possibly want from Law other than his skills as a doctor? But then remembered years back when they tried to protect Law from a pirate disguised as a marine who wanted him for the devil fruit he ate because it could grant eternal youth. Everything comes at a price. Immortality at the cost of the user's life. Naturally, Ace wanted to defend Whitebeard. Sure, the man was ambitious. Out of everyone alive, he was the closest to becoming Pirate King. But at 72 years old and in declining health, his life's dream was slipping further away. Ace liked to think the man wouldn't force his semi-reluctant adopted brother to perform a self-sacrificing technique to live forever. But he couldn't be 100%. Even worse were some of his crewmates whose lives revolved around their captain for decades and feared what would happen should the man die. Though, not sure, to be honest. Desperation will drive people to actions they never considered previously. I'm not willing to take that chance. Ace swallowed his disappointment at the logical argument. This wasn't a fight he would win. Law had survived so long by being cautious, and no one could expect the stubborn bastard to change. That's fair. Law scraped the last of his mashed potatoes and pushed the last half of the steak away. Ace snatched the red meat and shoved it in his mouth like a walking, talking garbage disposal. The doctor leaned back and crossed his arms. His calculating eyes were still unnerving in their stare. So why the Whitebeard pirates? I never saw you as someone who takes orders well. Neither did I. Ace shrugged and tried to put his feelings into words. Just, I guess. I don't know. The Whitebeard pirates are a brotherhood and I felt at home. I never had a father before and Ajisen wanted me to be his son. It's like a family. I was unaware you were searching for a family. It never occurred to me that it was something I wanted until the opportunity came about. Luffy was there, and you too I guess, but I suppose I was looking for something more. I suppose that's not something you're looking for. When I was a child, I had a father and a mother who I loved and they loved me back. I have no desire to replace them. Law drummed his long fingers on the table. Thin eyebrows furrowed in thought. Did you have a fight with Sabo? Yeah. Ace felt the blood drain from his face. What? You haven't even mentioned him. When talking, you included me as a brother but not Sabo, which is bizarre as you and I never got along. Law's eyes narrowed and Ace rubbed his sweaty hands together. What happened? Shit, you don't know. Of course you don't know. It's not like we could tell you. The flame user grabbed Law's forgotten tankard of half-finished beer and drained it. Ace wiped at his mouth and sighed. Soon after you left, Sabo's parents came and dragged him back. He didn't want to stay and set sail to start his journey as a pirate. But a celestial dragon sank his ship before he even left port. He's dead. Law tipped his hat down to cover his eyes in shadow. I'm sorry to hear that. He was a good person. He admired you, was all Ace said in response. The doctor nodded. I respected him. The pair sat in silence, lost in thought over a fallen brother. Ace pulled himself out of his dark thoughts and searched for something to say. His dark eyes landed on Law's ever-present hat and a thought occurred to him. So where's Bippo? The polar bear, always one step behind Law back in East Blue, was conspicuously absent once Ace thought about him. And no one in the bar looked to be part of the doctor's crew. Law glanced at the clock. He'll be here any second. He was gathering supplies with the rest of the crew. You left your crew to do your dirty work. I heard Fire Fist Ace was in town and couldn't resist, as if mentioning him was a summon. A large white bear in an orange jumpsuit walked into the bar, followed by two men in grease-stained white mechanic uniforms and a woman dressed in leather and armor. It was like the start of a bad joke. A narcoleptic, an insomniac, and a bear walk into the bar. Bippo blinked at him from over Law's shoulder. Hey, Bippo. Ace grinned at the soft-looking bear. You're so much bigger than the last time I saw you. You smell like charcoal meat now. Bippo sniffed again and sneezed. Ace blinked at the extended vocabulary the bear exhibited. What? The redhead with sunglasses and a teal hat crossed his arms. You never said you knew Fire Fist Ace. Kind of important to know. The other man with penguin on his hat slapped his hand on his face. Sorry. Immediately Bippo slumped over in depression. The girl with pale blonde hair and dressed in leather patted the bear on his back. Huh, looks like you're doing fine. Ace stood up and rubbed Bippo's ear. It was just as soft as he remembered. Law jerked a thumb over his shoulder at the newcomers. These guys are some of my crew. I'm Penguin. I'm the captain's medical assistant. The man with penguin on his hat waved. What an unfortunate name, but since Law's best friend was a polar bear, it kind of made sense. He then introduced the others with a wave of his hand. You know Bippo, who's the navigator. Over here is Sachai. He's the head mechanic. That's Brenna. She's like our sleep therapist. Nice to meet you. Ace stood and bowed as he found his manners again. I'm Porgas Ace. I spent some time of my childhood with Law. We're sort of brothers, though. So this is one of the famous brothers the captain grumbles about? Sachai snickered. You're much politer than the barbarians we heard about. Brenna sat with her back stiff in another chair around the table and tossed her long hair behind her shoulders. Ace laughed and punched his adopted brother in the shoulder in his good humor. We were rather barbaric. Fair warning, I saw Luffy a few weeks ago, and he hasn't changed at all. He has quite the impressive bounty. Law scowled and rubbed at his shoulder. His crew's really interesting too. They're a real mix of characters, but only one member has a bounty. The pirate hunter, right? Ace leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs. Yeah, Roronoa Zoro. He's a strong fighter. I think all of his crew will be strong. He glanced at the quiet blonde sitting straight in her seat like an upper-class woman surrounded by a horde of idiots. If I can be honest, you don't look like the fighter type, especially not someone who'd join this jerk. Her dark blue eyes were unmoved by his frankness. She tilted her head to the side. Loose, intricate braids swayed with the movement. I have a devil fruit that can incapacitate people for short periods of time. Ace tried to think of her wanted poster but couldn't remember if he looked at it. What devil fruit do you have? She picked up the discarded steak knife and slammed it down onto her other hand. Blood spurted everywhere, and Ace startled at the surprising force of violence she inflicted on herself. The red liquid spread across the wooden table and she raised the knife again. The other men remained unmoved. Holy shit, what are you doing? Ace jumped to his feet. There was a snap of fingers and the scene changed. Her hand was smooth and free of wounds or blood, although still calloused and scarred. Not a fleck of fresh blood stained the table, although last he saw there was a rather large puddle. She twirled the knife in her hand and ignored Sachai's snickering. I ate a paramecia type called the dream fruit. Creating illusions is the foundation of my abilities. Just like you to get a strong crew with disturbing imaginations, Law. Ace caught his breath and kept his eyes trained on the pile of gold coins she imagined on the table with a wave of her hand. All pirates were like magpies and couldn't help but admire shiny things. He eased back into his seat and rubbed his eyes. The gold coins had disappeared when he opened them again. I couldn't fall behind you too. Law shrugged and adjusted his hat. A little extra recruitment effort goes a long way. Sachai snickered and leaned over. Sharp white teeth glinted in the weak lighting. More like he couldn't resist the challenge. Sachai, is the sub loaded with supplies? Law interrupted. His eyes narrowed in displeasure. Yes, sir. Captain, sir. The redhead jokingly saluted. All of you go and prepare for departure. I'll follow shortly. The crew members left with waves, and Bippo patted Ace's head in goodbye, which Sachai and Penguin subsequently scolded him for. Law tusked and stood up. He picked up the long nadachi that rested against the table and sighed. They're a handful. They seem fun. Law glanced around at the almost empty bar. Just the bartender remained, cleaning glasses and avoiding looking in their direction. His slate-gray eyes turned back to the Loja user. So what is your true purpose, so far from the New World? As one of Whitebeard's commanders, I expected you would be close to him. Ace stood up and shoved his hands in his pockets. I'm chasing down a traitor, Marshal D. Teach. Blackbeard. Law's eyes narrowed. I've heard unsavory things about him. They're all true. He stole from the captain and killed the 4th Division commander. If you come across him, I suggest you run." Ace offered for his word of advice. "I know Luffy won't ever back down from a fight and Teach is the type of guy who would piss him off. But you have more common sense, so I trust you to do the right thing for you and your crew. I've survived this long. I have no qualms with running," Law huffed. "But why are you going after him alone if he's so dangerous? I know your flame fruit is a Loja type, but doesn't he also possess a Loja type? I'm one of the strongest in the Whitebeard pirates, so if I can't beat him then I won't drag others down with me. Be careful, Asia." Law tossed a decent amount of bills on the table. "Most people don't share your moral code. I'll be fine." He walked out the door and enjoyed the warmth of sunlight on his skin. Law followed behind, shuffling through a very familiar wallet. "Hey, is that mine? You forgot to pay the nice man for your ridiculous number of meals. I was being kind and helpful. You're broke, by the way." Law tossed the empty wallet back and Ace mournfully sighed at where all his money should have been. "If you weren't such a glutton, you wouldn't have this problem. Go rob a marine base." "Fine." Ace put the empty wallet away and looked back at his brother. "Are you heading out now?" "Yes. The log post set 3 hours ago, so the sub should be ready to depart." "Sub? You mean a submarine?" "Of course. What else would I mean?" Honestly, Ace's first thought was of a sub sandwich. But an actual submarine was way cooler. Leave it to Trafalgar Law to get his thin, spider hands on a rare piece of equipment. "You ain't getting rid of me that quick. I must see this submarine of yours." "Very well, but I'm not feeding you." Under the warm sun and a nice breeze, 2 brothers walked side by side to the shore. One brother was tall and lanky. The other was wide-shouldered and freckled. They didn't look anything alike, but they both wore small smiles of comfort and companionship. The winter island was freezing. There was no way around it. Sabo's toes and fingers were so cold he was surprised they hadn't fallen off already. His nose kept dripping like a leaky tap, which was exceptionally annoying since he ran out of clean tissues. Reusing used tissues to clean up his running nose was disgusting. Luckily, his companion Koala was in a similar situation, so they could complain about the cold weather to each other. The townspeople didn't have nearly the same problem and were well dressed for the cold climate with the dry air. They seemed amused and concerned in equal parts by the shivering visitors. It really was the worst undercover information gathering mission Sabo had ever attempted, because they weren't exactly undercover by acting like such foreigners. But it was just so cold. "Let's head back to the inn to get warm," Koala suggested through chattering teeth. "We'll have to pull out the emergency funds for better clothes." "Good idea." Sabo rubbed his hands under his coat and followed behind the short woman. They shuffled back to the inn located near the port. The port town was small compared to the inner capital city where a dictator king ruled with an iron fist. Sabo and Koala's mission was to gather information regarding the king's inner circle, but they needed to fit in better before moving inland to the capital, where being recognized as outsiders would be dangerous. The inn was noisy, with a rowdy group of pirates commandeering the main lounge near the many fireplaces that provided a comforting source of heat. They seemed like a fun group with lots of laughter, so Sabo relaxed a little. Sometimes you got the lucky pirates who just want a good time, but others could be looking for a bloodbath. This group followed a bizarre fashion trend of white mechanic jumpsuits with a small Jolly Roger on the back. Oddly enough, a white bear standing on 2 legs in an orange jumpsuit hovered near the pirates. Sabo tried not to stare at the bear as it sniffed the air and accepted his room key from the distracted concierge. She seemed to be juggling 3 flirtatious men in hats and jumpsuits all at once. "Sabo," a deep male voice called from behind him. The blonde and his pink-haired companion spun around. The bear in the orange jumpsuit was suddenly behind him. It was much fluffier up close. "Did you hear that?" Sabo asked his old friend. "I did," she whispered back. "Sabo." The voice spoke again, but still only the bear paid them any attention. Sabo's dark eyes met the bear's beetle-shaped eyes. The bear stared right back at him. Sabo's eyes narrowed and he focused on the bear's muzzle. "Did you just talk to me?" The bear's mouth moved, sharp teeth flashing in light from the nearby fireplace. "Of course I did, you idiot." Koala elbowed him in the side. "Sabo, that bear just insulted you." The bear's eyes lit up and he bounced slightly in a way that was way too cute. "I was right. Your smell is the exact same." He turned and yelled into the crowded lounge. His voice rose several octaves. Captain, your brother's here." The rowdy crowd quieted down at the talking bear's voice, and Sabo felt the eyes of over 15 men and women on him. A young teen with a yellow beanie poked his head out from behind the closest squishy armchair. His big brown eyes were wide with expectations behind thin braids. "Asia," a voice called out from near the largest fireplace. A tall man in a fuzzy white hat stood up and looked over. Sabo wasn't sure why he could tell the man was shocked, as his face didn't change all that much, but something in the back of his mind that told him the man was shocked. "Sabo, yeah, you're supposed to be dead." Koala grabbed Sabo's arm in a painfully tight grip. Her sharp nails dug into his skin through the wool coat. "He knows you." The man turned all the way around and Sabo could finally put a name to the face. Trafalgar Law, a rather brutal pirate from North Blue and a talented surgeon with a bounty of 185 million berry. His Jolly Roger grinned from the front of his yellow sweater. I don't think I've ever met you, Trafalgar-san. Sabo tipped his hat just to be polite. He didn't need to start a fight with a powerful pirate rookie. You must have me confused with someone else. No, it's him. His scent is still the same. The talking bear informed his captain. Those sharp slate-gray eyes studied him from across the room. They lingered on his hat before resting on the scar across his left eye. The damaged skin itched under the man's gaze, and Sabo resisted scratching it. Phantom pain popped up whenever people stared at the scar. I was informed you had died in an accident several years ago, but Popo's nose never lies to me. The tall man glided forward. His pirate crew hovered anxiously around them. The tall man's eyes flashed in warning. However, Asa truly believed you to be dead. This is either quite the mystery or a very cruel prank. Sabo shook his head. I don't know anyone named Asaya. I'm very much alive, but I'm not the person you're looking for. An elbow jabbed into the blonde's side and he gasped in pain. Koala jumped forward before he could stop her. He was found in East Blue after an accident with no memory except his name. Sabo resisted the urge to glare at his companion. The petite woman normally kept her lips tightly sealed, even under the most brutal conditions. He presumed she had some reason for loosening her tongue. The pirate glanced at the talking polar bear. The bear nodded, and a smile that didn't suit his serious demeanor curved at the pirate's lips. That island in East Blue didn't happen to be Goa Island, did it? Sabo blinked and stared harder at the other man. There was something familiar about that hat. Why do you say that? Because that's where we met as children many years ago. And also, Goa Island was where you dragged me into an inexplicable brotherhood of sorts. The pirate's long, tattooed fingers drummed on the sheath of his Nadachi. Amnesia, HM. What an interesting development. Somehow, against his better judgment, Sabo found himself sitting in the armchair across from the North Blue pirate. Trafalgar Law was using his devil fruit power to scan Sabo's brain. Koala grumbled that she couldn't see anything, and the blonde bit his tongue before reminding her that she wasn't a doctor, so how could she understand the scan even if she saw it? Also, it was her loose tongue that got him into this situation to begin with. Trafalgar rubbed at the goatee on his chin. Do you have any vague memories, images, or dreams you can't identify? Usually consisting of people or places you've never seen. Sabo didn't have to think too hard to bring up the shadowed boy to the front of his mind. The surgeon of death's eyes flashed at something on his invisible scan and he leaned forward. Describe it to me. Every detail you can see. So, Sabo forced his way through the beginnings of a throbbing headache to talk about the picture. They were between a forest and a cliff. The boy was small and scrawny. His face was shadowed, but Sabo could see the spattering of freckles on his cheeks. The boy was talking about going out to sea and being a pirate. As he spoke, the pirate doctor twisted and turned his hand. He touched his index and thumb together multiple times. He hummed at things no one else could see. His other hand quickly scribbled illegible words in chicken scratch across a notebook. Finally, Sabo fell silent and he waited while the man finished with his scan. It was weird to think his brain had been scanned without any machines or externally caused pain. All he had was a headache from trying to recall something he wasn't even sure was a memory. How do you know what to look for? Koala asked. She sat on the armrest of a sofa beside one of the few women on Law's crew and the young teenager whose wide eyes were trained with intensity on Trafalgar's notes. The doctor didn't look up from scribbling on a notebook and a diagram of the human brain. My devil fruit ability enables me to dissect a person's brain without killing them. I've done several experiments to fill in missing information about the function and purpose of each section of the brain. You take out people's brains while they're still alive. You, Sabo, your brother's gross. Sabo didn't see fit to answer what he considered a rhetorical statement. He rubbed at his temple as the headache continued to throb. So, what's the word, doctor? The good news is you have no signs of visible damage within the limbic system of the medial temporal lobe. The limbic system is particularly important in the processing of memory. The bad news is you're most likely suffering from psychogenic amnesia, which is something I have yet to experiment with as it's not a common occurrence. Trafalgar trailed off as he scribbled more notes. Sabo frowned. I know I have amnesia. You're not telling me anything new. The doctor's eyes pinned Sabo to his seat. Organic amnesia is largely caused by physical damage to the brain. Psychogenic or dissociative amnesia is psychological and far more challenging to identify the barriers your brain has put up. The teenager was practically on the edge of his seat with excitement, his dark fingers digging into the cushion as his captain spoke. Which it's why you're fortunate that I'm willing to help. But you just said it's psychological. Sabo rubbed at where his head throbbed. Doesn't mean I can't stimulate the brain a little while you try to recall memories. Luckily, my sleep therapist is quite talented at helping people access forgotten images. He nodded at the white-haired woman who had quietly been listening the entire time. The woman turned her dark blue eyes on Sabo. I am Brenna, and my devil fruit makes me the perfect person to help you access old memories. I ate the dream fruit, which allows me to create illusions, and a component of my abilities is to access two parts of the brain you need assistance with, memories and imagery. I can help guide you to where those blocked memories are. Not possible. Koala crossed her arms and scowled at the woman. I can't allow you to snoop around in his mind. A person with strong will can eject me from certain areas. As Captain's brother, I assume you have strong will to deal with him. What the hell, Brenna? Trafalgar threw a dirty look, but she ignored it. Essentially, I hold your hand while the captain pokes around in your brain and tells us where to look. You won't feel any pain except maybe a headache. I don't know. This sounds too convenient. Sabo, they could be looking for info. Koala moved to stand right before the blonde man. She blocked his view of the others and stared right into his eyes. You were the one spewing out information a half hour ago. After his outburst, Sabo leaned down onto his knees and pulled at his hair. She was right that it was all too convenient. The likelihood of these pirates trying to gain information on the Revolutionary Army was higher than supposedly coming across a long-lost friend who just wanted to help. Sabo had an interest in his past, but it wasn't worth the gamble. That scar on your left leg. The doctor's voice broke through Sabo's inner debate. I sewed that wound closed over a decade ago. He reflexively looked at his left leg, which had been covered in pants all day. Sabo never wore shorts, not since he was still a child. He could count on his hands how many people paid enough attention to know about the thin scar that trailed down his calf. The blonde stood up so he could see over Koala. She was also surprised by the admission and had turned around. You were fighting a giant grizzly bear with your brothers Ace and Luffy. The bear caught you in the leg with his claw and I stepped in to help. The wound got infected and your brothers carried you all over the city looking for a doctor to treat you. Finally, you ended up at the clinic I apprenticed in where I was responsible for treating you. Trafalgar tilted his head and studied the other man. By that time, you were hallucinating from the fever and babbling about bears. I had a dream like that, Sabo mumbled. There was a bear and a boy talking over me. Something about stitches and fish. I was debating which stitches to use and Bapo was hungry. The polar bear standing behind Trafalgar's chair bowed his head. Sorry, why are you always sorry? Someone yelled and people started to laugh. But Sabo couldn't turn away from the pirate doctor still seated in his armchair. The white hat looked familiar and Sabo assumed it was because of the man's wanted poster. But if he remembered correctly, he had seen the hat before the wanted poster was delivered by a news coup. It looked familiar then as well. So, you really can help me. Sabo put a hand on Koala's shoulder and stepped around her. I've cured the incurable before. I'm not a psychologist, but I believe I may be able to help. Trafalgar stood up as well. He stood a couple inches taller than Sabo, and for some reason that made the blonde relax. It was a comfortable feeling of déjà vu. I will certainly do my best to help Captain's brother. The white-haired young woman didn't seem enthused or bothered by the extra work, merely resigned. A young man with a teal hat and sharp teeth patted her on the shoulder. Koala huffed, seeing the way Sabo's mind was going. She pointed her finger at the pirate. I'll be watching, just to make sure you don't do anything you'll regret later. Oh, can I watch too? The mocha-skinned teenager jumped up onto the back of the sofa. Brain surgery is so cool. Hermes, you can only watch if the patient says it's okay. But you never asked the Marines when I watched you do experiments on them, the teen grinned. Because they are Marines and we are pirates. Trafalgar's smirk was dark and deadly. His eyes returned to Sabo and he held out a hand. But you are my brother, even if you don't remember me and you twisted my arm to make me join this brotherhood. I will only act with your permission. Sabo tried not to think too much about what he was going to agree to. He shook the pirate doctor's calloused hand in a firm grip. He smiled at the other man. When do we start? His head hurt. He swore on Roger's family jewels that he had never had a migraine quite like the one he was suffering from. It felt like someone was drilling into his head with a screwdriver right down to the middle. Light seeped through his eyelids and he groaned. A loud bang blasted his eardrums and whatever he was laying on shook and sent pinpricks of pain through every bit of skin. Something blocked the light and Sabo hesitantly cracked his eyes open. His sight was blurry and the light still burned at his retinas. But he had to discover the source of breath on his face. Unfortunately, it turned out to be a vaguely familiar face. A teen leaned over him with wide brown eyes and braided chocolate hair. His short nose wrinkled with his blinding smile against mocha skin. His prominent ears wiggled a little as his smile widened. You're awake. The boy's voice rattled in Sabo's head. He wanted to scold the teen and tell him to turn off the stupid light, but boy popped out of sight. Sabo blinked and glanced around with blurry eyes. He was in what looked like a recovery room in a hospital. Except the room was empty and there was no boy anywhere. Sabo looked at the IV in his arm and worried about the drugs making him hallucinate. The door slid open and a man in a white jumpsuit with a teal hat and sunglasses entered. He sighed and went straight for the IV drip bags. Hermes said you were awake but not that you looked like shit. I'll give you some of the good stuff. He fiddled around with some medicine behind Sabo's head and attached a new bag to the IV pole. The man also handed Sabo a pair of sunglasses. Put these on. You'll feel better soon. The sunglasses did help with the light burning his eyes, and the revolutionary could finally see that not a single light was turned on and only the soft glow of early morning sunlight was peeking through the curtains. Captain gets migraines sometimes, so we all know the drill. Except for Hermes because he's new and useless with medicine. Kind of like Popo. But he has the excuse of not having opposable thumbs. At least Brenna is useful. She helps Captain get enough sleep, then he has fewer migraines. The man babbled quietly. The name Shachai came to mind. He was the head mechanic and anesthetist. What time is it? Sabo croaked. Just after 5 a.m. Shachai's smile was rather devious, but Sabo didn't sense any malice or trickery from the man. It was just how he smiled. The captain worked on you for 8 hours, so he and the medical team are passed out right now. Your cute friend is also asleep in the next room. It took Sabo a moment to remember what the heck the man was talking about. Memories. He was trying to get back his memories. He tried to grab at the man's hand but found himself too out of it to even lift his hand. Did it work? He slurred. Get some more sleep. We'll find out in the morning when you don't need a boatload of painkillers. The next thing Sabo remembered was waking up to Koala sitting patiently by his bed with her nose buried in a book on North Blue warfare. Sunlight streamed through the windows, but his head no longer pounded with pain. He shuffled a bit and Koala's head snapped up. Sabo-kun. She scrambled to his side and held up a glass of water. You must be thirsty. He gratefully accepted the cool liquid down his throat and sighed in relief. A second glass followed before he felt well enough to sit up. The IV had been removed from his wrist and he set aside the sunglasses he no longer seemed to need. Koala stood up and poked her head out the door to speak with someone. She sat back down by his bed with a smile. How do you feel? A lot better than the last time. Yes, Shachai-kun mentioned you woke up and needed some morphine really early this morning. The doctor did warn that messing around in your head would result in some pain. How is that, by the way? Any new memories? Sabo hadn't even had time to think, let alone try to shift through memories he wasn't sure he had. Before he could answer, the door opened and a few people crowded into the room. There was a dark-skinned teenager, a man with penguin on his hat, and a bear. But all Sabo could focus on was the tall, lanky man with a spotted white hat. Good to see you're awake, Sabo. We had quite the adventure in your brain and a rather complex treatment for your amnesia. It's never been tried before, so don't feel too disappointed if it didn't work. Sabo threw off the thick duvet and stumbled off the bed. The floor was cold beneath his bare feet and he was wearing some plain nightshirt and boxers that didn't belong to him. But he didn't care. His head spun and the room tilted, but he managed to stumble his way to the tall man and throw his arms around the doctor. The body froze under his hug, but Sabo just let out a sob as tears gathered in his eyes. Law-san, he whispered into the shoulder of one of the many brothers he forgot. His fingers twisted in the fabric of the yellow hoodie. I missed you. Slowly, arms came up and wrapped around him, surrounding him with a warmth he couldn't believe he forgot. A heavy breath of relief puffed against Sabo's neck and long, thin fingers buried in his hair. How could he forget Law and Ace and Luffy? How could he let such great memories be locked away for over a decade? Never again. Never would he forget his brothers ever again. I missed you too, his oldest brother whispered in his ear. Sabo never wanted to let go. There were 4 things Law hated in the entire world. He possessed a relatively equal hatred for all 4 things. First was Doflamingo. That was a given and rather obvious to everyone who knew his history. Second was the world government. Those bastards were pompous assholes who deserved to die in the raging pits of hell. Again, very much related to his past. Third was bread. It was absolutely the worst food in the world, and in addition to upsetting his stomach, it tasted like refined sugar. Finally, the 4th thing he hated was being wrong. Law was rarely ever wrong, so when it happened, it felt like a punch in the gut because he trusted his logical, analytical brain to never lead him wrong. So, when the rumors reached him that Monkey D. Luffy had also landed at the Sabayati archipelago, Law followed his sharp mind to search places he logically knew the teenager would seek out. First, he tried the amusement park, and that was an embarrassing yet fruitless endeavor. Then he poked his head in every restaurant and buffet he passed by on the off chance Luffy would be doing exactly as he had always done and would be found stuffing his face full of food. His ears automatically tuned into every loudmouth in the vicinity, but that was also fruitless. He didn't happen to spot any of the Straw Hat crew either, although he had memorized each of their bounty posters. A lesser time waster was finding the other rookies called Supernovas. They were everywhere. He enjoyed his front row seat to a short fight between the Mad Monk and the Kid Pirate's first mate killer. At least until his old buddy Drake ruined the mood. It was kind of funny that the Marine who used to chase him became a pirate himself. He did respect the man even if he didn't accept the redhead's strong moral code. Hey Drake, he drawled, the name rolling off his tongue with a hint of mockery. The man paused in his tracks. I'm curious, how many people have you killed? Trafalgar, the pirate greeted in return. I heard you were still skulking around, seeking out more bodies for your twisted experiments? Just checking out the competition. I'll see you in the new world. Law had then left with his crew. He knew Drake well enough and didn't have the time to hang around and exchange pleasant threats. If he couldn't find Luffy, he had to at least check out the other supernovas before they moved on to the new world. He sent his crew off in groups. One group was to switch shifts with the crew left on the polar tang to allow Cleone and the others some time on land. Brenna and Ikaku, the only girls on the crew, snatched up Rosemaris to run some errands as he enjoyed joining in on shopping for non-medical and non-food supplies. He directed the rather creepy Uni to stick with Hermes, as the masked man was the only one other than Law who could terrify the rambunctious teenager into obey all commands. That left Law with his oldest and closest crew members, Bippo, Shachai, and Penguin. Together, they would observe the human slave auction at Sabaotti's human shop. It was the last goal on his list for the day because the next day he needed to meet up with Sabo in Grove 21 to exchange information. However, oddly enough, the building was already surrounded by Marines lurking behind bushes in uniform. They would need to keep their eyes wide open. "This place is giving me the creeps," Shachai grumbled as the auction hall filled up. "It's like my nightmares have come to life." Law glanced at the gold finery and elaborate clothing that every person in the auction hall wore but them. It was quite obnoxious, and Law couldn't disparage Shachai for feeling like he had walked into hell. The man's mother had been a servant for a family of wealthy nobles who scarred and marked her when she accidentally ruined the noblewoman's bed covers. Nobles were the type of trash that valued their useless possessions over other human beings. The building was crawling with people just like that. Even worse, one could argue, as at least Shachai's mother had been paid meager wages. These nobles were looking for slave labor and people who would become their property. The seats around them were some of the last to be filled. Men and women cringed and looked away at the sight of pirates in their midst. Amazing how the sight of pirates could make them uncomfortable, but the idea of owning another human being wasn't worth a second thought. You could dress trash up in gold and jewels, but trash still stunk like trash. The crowd was starting to settle down as the start of the auction approached. As the volume wound down, whispers about celestial dragons swirled around the room. He watched out of the corner of his eye as two of the most protected beings on the planet casually strolled down to the VIP seats at the front. The most elite trash in the world. His attention was diverted by the sound of his name. "That's Trafalgar Law from North Blue. I've heard some nasty rumors about him." Law tilted his head back and met the eyes of someone he recognized as Eustace Captain Kidd grinning at him with bloodlust. The pirate from South Blue had the highest bounty of all rookies and was known to have quite the raging temper. He would be a horrible person to make an enemy of. A smirk slid across Law's face and he raised a middle finger towards the man. The other captain's grin widened, and Law turned around. "Looks like someone needs to learn their manners." Kidd's voice sounded behind him. "Aw, Captain, please don't antagonize the crew of angry Emogoths," Penguin sighed. "I don't want them hanging around to jump us in the new world." "You don't think we can take the Kidd pirates?" Shachai adjusted his sunglasses. "I hear Kidd is the only devil fruit user on their crew. We've got 3. Of course we can beat them." Penguin waved off the question. "Not only do we have our devil fruit users, but also the best guys and gals from North Blue and the Grand Line. Also, I bet Sabo and the lovely koala would back us up if we needed it. I don't think Sabo is particularly amused by your rather obvious crush on koala." Law hid a laugh at the thought of a penguin-koala relationship. Just the thought provided an interesting idea for an experiment. But he would need to get his hands on a koala. The animal, not the woman. Penguin ducked his head. "You don't think they're, I think they're rather oblivious to their obvious chemistry." Law leaned back in his chair as the lights dimmed in the hall. But Poe nodded earnestly beside him and tapped his nose. The auction began and Law glanced around one more time before the room darkened. His eyes landed on a small group that had only recently arrived and he glanced quickly over the faces, a buzz of anticipation humming under his skin. The Straw Hat Pirates had made a surprising appearance. He promptly realized Luffy was missing from the group. So was Roronoa Zora the Pirate Hunter. The orange-haired thief held an auction paddle with a number which was a surprise. Law never suspected any person on his youngest brother's crew would bid on another human being. Mostly because Luffy was absolutely the type of person to burst in and save all the people up for auction just because he wanted to become their friend. Law kept an eye on the Straw Hat crew and the random fishmen while the auction went on. They seemed to be waiting for something. The auction was disrupted once when another celestial dragon marched in with nothing but complaints and arrogance spewing from his tongue. With the 3 wealthiest beings possible in the hall, the auctioneer pulled out his grand prize. A young mermaid with green hair banged on the glass of the large fishbowl they had put her in. Her cries were muffled from the glass in the excited roar of the crowd. Law noticed how the Straw Hats snapped to attention and spoke amongst themselves. They were waiting for the mermaid. Before a bidding war could even start, one of the celestial dragons stood up and called out a ridiculous amount of money that a non-celestial dragon could never match. The straw hats deflated as the disgusting man jeered that he got the mermaid. The auctioneer gleefully slammed his hammer down and declared the mermaid sold to the highest and only bidder. 1 second Law was thinking about how much inbreeding was needed to produce such an ugly face as the childish celestial dragon. The next, a massive hole had been blasted through the roof and the hall was filled with dust and screams. The Poe sneezed from the dust and Law felt his boredom evaporate as the day became infinitely more interesting, especially once a slightly familiar voice screamed above all the others. Kame, a teenager in a straw hat, popped up from the main chaos, bellowing at the top of his lungs, and Law couldn't help but chuckle. Figured that the last place he'd expect to find the teen is where Luffy would crash in. If he were Ace or Sabo, he would have called out to the youngest of the brothers. But Law was Law, and it was always more amusing to see what Luffy would do next than interfering. Is that him? Shachai gaped at the new arrival. Bepo huffed a breath. The fishman with the straw hats jumped up to hold the rubber boy back because, like Luffy was prone to do, the teen had completely disregarded reading the situation. Even with fishman strength, nothing could hold back a determined Luffy. He started pulling away, and Law, along with everyone else, saw the 4 extra arms pop out from beneath the sports jacket. Law gritted his teeth and debated if he should interfere. Why did Luffy always attract the stupid ones? People screamed out in disgust at the surprising appearance of a fishman in their midst. A shot rang out and the fishman fell below where Law could see. But he, along with everyone else, had the unpleasant view of the repulsive celestial dragon waving a pistol as he danced and jeered about shooting a fishman. Luffy stopped his descent to the mermaid and knelt next to the fishman. His crew anxiously watched from the back of the hall, and Law assumed they had an idea where Luffy's attention would be directed next. Be prepared to fight or run, Law murmured to his crew. An admiral's going to be on his way. Why do you say that? Penguin gulped. Because Luffy is about to do something truly stupid. Law wasn't often wrong with his predictions, and he wasn't wrong when it came to Luffy doing something no sane human would do. So, when the room gasped and his crew groaned in annoyance at Straw Hat Luffy punching a celestial dragon in the face, Law just snickered. Sure, he was annoyed at the extra work he'd have to do to escape and still meet up with Sabo later. But that ugly face somehow turned even uglier, and Law was so amused. The guards came to life and more straw hats crashed through the ceiling. An all-out brawl broke out between the straw hats and the guards. Civilians screamed and stampeded for the exit, stepping over anyone who got in their way. Law stayed in his seat and watched with growing amusement as his youngest brother's pirate crew easily wiped the floor with their opponent. This day was turning out even better than he'd hoped. He glanced back and noticed Eustace's crew had stayed to watch as well. The burst of power from behind the stage made Law's heart thump hard in his chest. He had never felt the power before, but he had an educated guess as to what it could be. Conqueror's Haki, an extremely rare ability that people were only born with and couldn't be achieved through any other means. An old man in a long white cloak stepped out from behind a gaping hole in the stage's wall and stroked his beard with thought. The beard, the glasses, and the incredibly powerful ability all matched one profile. A bead of sweat dribbled down Law's neck. He knew it was possible, but he never expected to meet the elusive Silver's Rayleigh. The man's appearance certainly accounted for the increased marine presence around the human shop. The mermaid was freed without losing her head. Truly a blessing, as not everyone could handle brain matter. He could, and so could his crew, but the other crew looked like they would have weak stomachs to such violence. Shame, excited about saving their friend. The Straw Hats were talking about escaping before the Marines arrived. Were they truly so oblivious? The Marines are already here, Luffy. Law smirked from beneath the shadow of his hat when the rubber boy turned to face him. I'm sure they came with plans to capture a certain famous pirate, but they certainly didn't expect you to go and kick a celestial dragon's ass. Nice work, I'm impressed. Your Trafalgar Law. Nico Robin turned to her captain. Luffy, he's Law. A tearful smile lit up his face like the sun. Luffy leapt over 3 rows of seats and Law's rusty straw hat senses started tingling, telling him to stand up. He stood up just in time for Luffy to attach himself to Law's body like a rubber barnacle. In 5 seconds, Luffy had gone from pirate captain kicking ass to crybaby little brother. His teary eyes and wobbling lips were just as Law remembered. I missed you so much. You know him. Some members of Luffy's crew screamed in impressive unison. He's my brother, Luffy hiccuped. Law patted his uncovered head as the aggressive hug had knocked the straw hat back. The doctor tried to pull Luffy's rubber arms and legs from crushing his body. My oldest brother, and I haven't seen him in years. Another crazy strong brother. The orange-haired navigator screeched. Luffy, how many brothers do you have? The long-nosed man asked, although Law could only see his nose since the man was hidden behind the pirate hunter. This one looks way creepier than Ace. Law sighed when the other straw hats nodded in agreement. Everyone was a critic. He pulled harder at the stubborn limbs. Let go, you crybaby. Speaking of brothers, we have to talk. Hippo. Then Beppo's furry head was crushed against Law's shoulder and the surgeon of death felt his hard-earned reputation slipping down the drain. Death by hug was a horrible way to go. Okay, get off. I didn't think you could possibly get clingier, but you've proven me wrong again. Law finally extracted himself and his navigator from Luffy's tangled limbs. He ignored the pouty look and straightened his clothing. An admiral has been called and Marines are lining up outside as we waste time. Luffy, right? Luffy ducked his head and put his hat back on. He was trying to look tough, but Law could see the teen's lips still wobbling. We'll deal with the Marines first. Then we have a party. No, then you and I need to talk. A loud sneering laugh sounded from behind him and Law turned to stare at Eustace from the corner of his eye. The pirate was smirking at all the chaos and destruction around the room. Law vaguely noticed Nico Robin informing her captain of Eustace's name. While that was entertaining, you really are as crazy as they say, Straw Hat. So here, I'll help you out and finish off the Marines for you. Law felt his eyebrows tick and cold anger flooded his veins when the other captain uncrossed his arms and started walking towards the exit. He obnoxiously waved his hand as he left. No need to thank me. Law didn't even need to look at Luffy to know the younger man completely agreed that Eustace was an arrogant ass and they would never be in his debt. Beppo silently handed Law his cursed Nadachi Kikoku and the doctor followed Luffy up the steps towards the exit. They were quickly catching up to Eustace strolling ahead so Law used the little time left as best he could. We need to talk. Can you meet me in Grove 21 tomorrow at the Blue Cafe around noon? There's someone you need to see, and we should discuss plans for saving him. Luffy's wide eyes glanced his way. Saving who? Law couldn't believe it. Maybe it was possible that Luffy was even stupider than he was as a child. But he thought at least Nico Robin or one of the other crew members would tell him as they certainly knew who Ace was. But Luffy had already lost interest as they caught up to the red-haired captain. Immediately he expressed his annoyance in the only way he knew how, loud. The South Blue pirate was equally obnoxious in his noisy replies. Law gritted his teeth and approached Eustace from the other side. So long as they made it out of this situation alive, Law could tell his youngest annoyance about the upcoming war. You're both loud and annoying, so shut up, Law grumbled all the way out of the building. Just go back inside then, Eustace sneered. Don't give me orders. Law snapped and scanned the number of Marines gathered in the clearing. The new recruits trembled under the pressure of facing 3 supernovas. One of the nearby Marines managed to stammer out names and bounties. They're all captains. Monkey D. Luffy, worth 300 million Buri. Eustace Captain Kid, worth 315 million Buri. And Trafalgar Law, worth 285 million Buri. I can handle this all by myself. Luffy cracked his knuckles. Leave this to me, Eustace grumbled from beside him. I don't need you here. Law fiddled with the red string tied to Kikoku's sheath. Because I'm enough for this. The next day was the worst. Law still ached a little from his fight with the pacifister robot, but that was easily ignored. What was hard to get around was the insane security level in the archipelago. Marines crawled from every crack and crevice, making it an exceptionally difficult challenge to reach Grove 21 without attracting attention. Which was why he brought Brenna along so she could use her dream abilities to hide him from scrutiny. Civilian and Marine eyes slid over and through him like he was the least interesting person they had ever seen. He had found Sabo easily enough in the crowded Blue Cafe. The blonde kept his head ducked, but his ridiculous top hat was an eye-grabber. Brenna sat at Koala's table with her back to Law so she could maintain the illusion while the doctor seated himself across from Sabo. Law set his black coffee and gluten-free scone on the table, well out of Sabo's reach because the man already had 4 plates piled up next to him. I've heard Luffy met the real Bartholomew Kuma, Law muttered under his breath. Beppo and Hermes have found their ship, but the entire crew is missing. Bartholomew was a revolutionary, but he's in deep cover and things are getting weird. Sabo also kept his voice low. I don't know exactly what's going on with him. It's likely the crew's alive, but they're probably nowhere close to Sabayati. Law's silver eyes pinned him in place. How likely? He isn't completely lost, but if the world government finds out Luffy and the others are alive, he will be soon. Sabo scowled and ducked his head when a young server girl cleaned up the empty plates and refilled his cup of coffee. She moved on and he lifted his head again. We can't rely on him to show mercy any longer. So, what you're saying is that we can't count on Luffy to help us? A smirk pulled at Law's lips, teasing the other man. Sabo matched his grin as he dumped copious amounts of milk and sugar into his coffee. I thought you were the smart one. He'll come bursting in like a hurricane, screaming at the top of his lungs if anyone tells him. Law blew on his coffee to cool it before testing the temperature with a tentative sip. He seemed completely clueless about any major event happening. I don't expect him to read the newspaper, but I'm surprised his crewmates didn't tell him. Maybe they didn't know. After all, not everyone has an interest in the news like you and I do. Sabo sighed and hungrily eyed Law's untouched scone. The older man noticed and promptly shoved the stupid thing to the blonde. He only bought it as an excuse to sit down for a long time. Sabo inhaled it like air. Law resisted moaning in pleasure at the caffeine in the coffee. He could happily live off coffee if his body didn't require further nutrition. I sincerely question Luffy's literacy level. Anyways, we need to plan as if he may not make an appearance. Prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Luffy ruins every plan he encounters. I was thinking about preparing our best options, and if that maniac shows up, we just wing it. Sabo laughed quietly and pulled his hat down as a pair of Marines marched past the cafe window. The best we can do, I suppose. Law stood up, catching the attention of the two young women who were exchanging horror stories about living with men on the high seas. Brenna ignored his annoyed look and followed his lead to stand up. Her abilities still tingled over his skin and people's gaze slid over him. We can discuss this more in private on the polar tang. Law fingered his Nadachi as another pair of Marines marched in the street. Sabo stood up and clapped a hand on Law's shoulder with a smile. Let's go save our brother, shall we? Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.